Chapter 96. The Moment of Reckoning. Upon hearing Hua Silai's words, the vice captain of Modi University stamped his foot in frustration and turned away. "Coach, please let me participate." Ren Xiaoyi stood up, her earnest gaze fixed upon the coach. The coach of Modi University shook his head, gently ruffling Ren Xiaoyi's hair. "Be patient, my dear. It's not your turn yet. Sis, I'm fine. There's no need to worry." The vice captain reassured as he descended to embrace Ren Xiaoyi. Having calmed her, the coach glanced at Zhou Yong, who had impulsively confronted Su Bai outside the Mountain Foot Dojo. "Zhou Yong, be cautious. Victory is not the goal. As long as you inflict some damage, you will have fulfilled your mission. Rest assured, coach. Little sister, just sit tight and watch as I toy with their mentality." Zhou Yong, good luck." Ren Xiaoyi was assisted back to her seat, smiling as she watched Zhou Yong, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her dress. Zhou Yong ascended the stage, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Hua Silai, instead angling his body to focus on Su Bai, then raised his thumb. Just when everyone assumed it was a gesture of respect towards Su Bai, they witnessed Zhou Yong slide his thumb across his throat. Ding ding. The host issued Zhou Yong a yellow card, though its significance was minimal at this stage of the finals. "Go forth, Bronzong." Zhou Yong's Pokémon was Bronzong. Bronzong, use Euro Ball. Flare Blitz. Hua Silai wasted no time, launching Flare Blitz without hesitation. Bronzong was rendered unable to battle, yet Charizard suffered recoil damage as well. Zhou Yong smiled faintly despite his impulsiveness. He possessed a quick wit. His earlier provocation of Su Bai was a calculated move to incite Hua Silai. The recoil from Flare Blitz counted as damage inflicted. After Zhou Yong exited the field, Modi University had 3 Pokémon incapacitated, and the scene shifted to a forest setting. "Captain, you need not act this way. The opponent clearly sought to provoke you through me," Su Bai remarked earnestly to Hua Silai. Given the opponent's level and attributes, there was no need for Hua Silai to resort to such a grand move as Flare Blitz. Her actions, however, rendered Su Bai somewhat embarrassed. "Don't flatter yourself." Hua Silai playfully chided Su Bai, "That's just my nature. I'm not stepping in for you." "Xiaohua, do exercise caution," directorly advised Hua Silai. Reluctantly, she acknowledged the advice, took a sip of water, and turned to re-enter the battlefield. The new battleground was a forest. The newly entered competitor from Modu unleashed a Chandelure, which immediately used Destiny Bond. The flames of Chandelure flickered momentarily before extinguishing, resulting in its incapacity. Yet, although the flames were snuffed, a shadowy wisp emerged from Chandelure, lunging directly at Charizard. Charizard's spirit waned significantly. Next up was the captain of Modi University, whose Pokémon was Alakazam. Though Charizard was fatigued, it resolutely pressed on HUD, summon the rain. With a swift motion, HUD raised the spoon, sending an ice blue orb soaring into the sky. Soon after, a gentle drizzle began to descend. Hua Silai attempted to intervene, but ultimately relinquished the effort. The opponent chuckled at Hua Silai's expression. "Did you think that the rain would benefit the upcoming contender, Su Bai? However, the current situation is decidedly unfavorable for you." HUD unleashed thunder. HUD waved the spoon, and a bolt of lightning shot forth, aimed directly at the Charizard. "My Charizard possesses more than just fire-type skills." Charizard employed Dragon Pulse. The clash of HUD's thunder and Dragon Pulse resulted in a powerful collision, overwhelming the Dragon Pulse and striking Charizard directly. Charizard fell to the ground, smoke billowing from its form. Its tail flames diminished considerably, yet struggled to rise. Exhausted and weakened by the departing gift from the Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit, its own moves now lacked potency. "Charizard, you've done well. Let's execute that move." Upon hearing this, Charizard's eyes widened in realization, and it nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, the flames at the tip of Charizard's tail surged, enveloping its entire body in a radiant red glow. HUD established Psychic Terrain. With a decisive wave of the spoon, HUD summoned the Psychic Terrain. The announcer, witnessing this, quickly intensified the atmosphere that HUD has invoked the Psychic Terrain, which amplifies the power of Psychic-type moves. Is a direct confrontation imminent? Those privy to the underlying strategy understood otherwise. The opponent's intent was to deliberately avoid defeating Charizard, allowing Ren Xiaoyi to claim the victory. Hua Silai was aware of this, but had his own considerations. Eliminating HUD would alleviate some of Su Bai's pressure. Charizard delivered a heavy slam. Charizard opened its mouth wide, unleashing a scorching red beam entwined with fierce flames towards HUD. HUD stood resolute, absorbing the blow without evasion. As the smoke cleared, Hudi was rendered unable to continue fighting. However, the team from Magic City University miscalculated Charizard, having executed the heavy slam, also succumbed to exhaustion. Huasao exhaled deeply, smiling as he withdrew Charizard. Thank you, Charizard, for your efforts. Thank you, Hudi, for your hard work. The captain of Magic City University wore a grim expression, as the reality was far from their expectations. Yet, it mattered little. J University still had 5 members, and Ren Xiaoyi could secure sufficient victories as for whether Ren Xiaoyi could single-handedly overcome all 5 adversaries. Magic City University held no concerns. They were well aware of the terrifying strength of Ren Xiaoyi's final trump card. Both captains stepped down from the stage, positioning themselves before the hopes of their respective teams. Subai, give it your all. This is all I can do for you. Little sister, do your best. We believe in you. Subai and Ren Xiaoyi nodded in unison as they ascended the competition platform. Meanwhile, across the sea in the Sinnoh region, within a villa in the town of Shinha, Cynthia, clad in a silk nightgown, savored ice cream while intently watching the international broadcast of the live match on her phone. This typically confident Valkyrie felt her palms beginning to sweat with nervous anticipation. The competition venue. The audience was filled with excitement, fervently chanting the names of the schools they supported. Ren Xiaoyi gracefully bowed in acknowledgement. Greetings, Subai. It is a pleasure to face you once again, she said. Hello. Please, enlighten me on the extent of your honor, Subai replied with a teasing tone. Ren Xiaoyi found herself momentarily speechless, her petite hands nervously clasped together. Noticing the color rising in her cheeks, as if she were on the verge of tears, Subai quickly clarified. All right, I was merely jesting. That I too am delighted to engage in this battle with you regardless of the outcome. I wish to convey that this is not a matter of personal animosity. Yes, thank you very much, she responded. With a command from the referee, Subai sent forth his Pikachu. Rather than summoning her Dragonite, Ren Xiaoyi turned her gaze towards her own shadow. My guardian, I implore you to fight for me, to assist me in securing victory, she declared. Upon her utterance, her shadow began to quiver, and soon a Jengar emerged, bearing its sharp fangs from the depths of the darkness. Chapter 97. The final confrontation. As the Jengar emerged, the shadowy Jengar within Subai tugged at him. This Jengar was formidable, at least on par with its counterpart. Subai nodded, observing the Jengar enveloped in a faint purple mist, a manifestation of its potent ghost-type energy. As Ren Xiaoyi's Jengar floated gracefully through the air, purple venom dripped from its form, gradually corroding the ground beneath. This creature also possessed a rich reservoir of poison-type energy. Directorly stood in the spacious lounge, his brow furrowed in concentration. The fact that the opponent could wield this Jengar as a trump card indicated it was stronger than the previously formidable Dragapult. The concern was that the Dragapult was already quite powerful. Furthermore, being designated as a hidden ace in a major competition suggested that it possessed certain undisclosed secrets. With the referee's whistle signaling the commencement of the match, Ren Xiaoyi commanded her Jengar to move. With a mischievous laugh, her Jengar dove into the thicket, weaving nimbly among the trees. Jengar's ability to traverse shadows granted it unparalleled freedom within the densely wooded arena, where the shadows interconnected the towering trees. Subai's old Jengar nodded in acknowledgement, signifying its understanding. Pikachu unleashed thunder. Subai remained composed. The rain continued to fall, ensuring that the thunderous attack would strike true. Hold your ground. Ren Xiaoyi resembled a sorceress from a horror film, effortlessly controlling the vengeful spirit with her poised demeanor and elegant words, enhancing the menace of the terrifying specter. A faint green light enveloped her Jengar, creating a barrier that intercepted the descending lightning. A smirk graced Subai's lips. I found you. Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu dashed forward, its tail glowing with white light as it swung down. Just as Jengar concluded its defensive maneuver, it was struck by Pikachu's iron tail. The steel-type move landed effectively against the poison-type Jengar. Are you alright, Jengar? Ren Xiaoyi attempted to mask her panic, relieved that Pikachu's attack had not been sufficient to defeat Jengar. At that moment, Jengar regained its footing and turned to reassure Ren Xiaoyi. Jengar. Simultaneously, Pikachu unleashed its Volt Tackle. This seasoned Jengar employed its psychic prowess to lift the grass, deflecting a significant portion of the electric attack. However, its frail form still sustained considerable damage. Ren Xiaoyi bit her lip, nearly breaking the skin. She had believed she could command Jengar effectively, but it became apparent that her trainer level fell short. While she had been observing Subai's battles, she now realized that the pressure of facing him differed vastly from merely watching him fight. Subai's relentless pace was suffocating, yet she could not afford to falter. For Jengar, for everyone, Ren Xiaoyi resolved to fight valiantly. Jengar, use hypnosis. Pikachu, spin and unleash thunder. Pikachu lay on the ground, spinning on its side while simultaneously executing thunder. The electric power intersected with the hypnosis, creating a barrier that left Pikachu unscathed. Gung-Gue, having employed the hypnosis technique, inadvertently distanced itself from Pikachu, thus forfeiting the opportunity for a decisive first move. How could this be? Rin Xiaoyi was utterly bewildered. The students at Magic City University shared her confusion, as did Director Li, Qi Shijun, and Bai Longfei, all left speechless. What sort of maneuver is this? It was entirely unfamiliar. A profound silence enveloped the audience, which was soon shattered by an eruption of fervent cheers. Allow me to impart a technique. This is called the counterpunch shield, Su Bai smirked. It's an extraordinary move invented by a friend of mine, specifically designed to counteract hypnosis. Rin Xiaoyi was on the verge of tears, her eyes reddening, yet she valiantly restrained herself from shedding tears. Gung-Gue, however, offered no comfort, equally taken aback. What have today as children been consuming? Gung-Gue found itself reminiscing about the past, when its age had granted it an undeniable advantage in battles at its level. But time, it seemed, was unrelenting. Lost in thought, Pikachu struck again with a surf attack, sending it crashing to the ground. Gung-Gue. Rin Xiaoyi rushed to the edge of the battlefield, observing her struggling Pokémon, as if a resolution had crystallized within her. Gung-Gue, please respond to my plea. Gung-Gue turned in alarm, its small arms flailing desperately, as if Rin Xiaoyi's request were a terrifying prospect. Obey. For the first time, Rin Xiaoyi displayed a commanding demeanor. I have a reason not to lose. Gung-Gue, for my sake, please accept my wish. Gung-Gue gazed at her, lowered its head to glance at its rotund belly, and then nodded with a smile. Su Bai sensed that Rin Xiaoyi was about to unleash something significant. Yet he refrained from commanding Pikachu to attack. Rin Xiaoyi was a worthy adversary. Thank you, Gung-Gue. She gently unbuttoned the first button of her shirt, revealing a necklace. The pendant, the size of a marble, emanated a soft glow, adorned with vibrant, spiraled patterns. Su Bai was momentarily stunned. This is an evolution keystone. Gung-Gue, please heed my request and listen to my voice. Rin Xiaoyi raised the necklace high. A stone radiating a purple hue materialized around Gung-Gue, synchronizing with the evolution keystone in Rin Xiaoyi's hand, as two beams of light converged in the air. The coach from Magic City University, who had been observing the battlefield intently, displayed a look of alarm. This is not good. Rin Xiaoyi intends to use that move. Stop her. We surrender. Alas, it was too late. The light of the evolution keystone merged with that of the mega stone in an instant, ultimately bestowing its power upon Gung-Gue. As the brilliance faded, the mega Gung-Gue emerged. Simultaneously, Pikachu's shadow elongated, casting itself beneath the newly transformed mega Gung-Gue. The audience's enthusiasm surged once more. Although the majority remained oblivious to the specifics of the event, it did not diminish their sense of awe. Could Gung-Gue truly evolve once more? The large screen over the battlefield provided a close-up of Gung-Gue for several seconds, while Qi Shijun, having risen from his seat, wore a grave expression as he succinctly explained mega evolution to the crowd. Su Bai's aspirations for victory seemed to fade into the realm of impossibility. The obstinate lad had exerted himself, and upon his return, it would be prudent to award him additional credits. However, an alarming scene soon unfolded before their eyes. Rin Xiaoyi's once lustrous hair transformed entirely into a cascade of white. Her vitality diminished significantly, were it not for the youthful softness and fairness still lingering in her complexion. One might mistake her for an elderly woman. Both those familiar and unfamiliar with the concept of super evolution felt a pang of fear. Su Bai, witnessing the spectacle, was equally overwhelmed. Had he ever heard of super evolution siphoning a trainer's vitality? Little sister, what are you doing? We can always surrender. Are you out of your mind? The female captain from Magic City University approached the battle platform, her voice tinged with sorrow. Sister, I am aware of my actions. Chapter 98. The reason to prevail. Rin Xiaoyi's gaze grew resolute. I must win. Super Gung-Gue Dark Curse. Despite her waning energy, Rin Xiaoyi's tone was sharp, exuding confidence. A stark contrast to her previous meek and polite demeanor. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Su Bai commanded, prompting Pikachu to clash with Super Gung-Gue. The two Pokemon's ultimate moves held their ground for several seconds before Super Gung-Gue's Dark Curse overpowered the Thunderbolt, sending Pikachu sprawling. Pikachu, with its sturdy physique, lay on the ground for several seconds, struggling to rise. Its once vibrant yellow belly was now charred from the brutal, ghostly energy. Su Bai had initiated this confrontation to gauge Super Gung-Gue's destructive power, and it was evident that the creature was formidable. The host seized the moment to invigorate the atmosphere of the match. Super Gung-Gue has unleashed its might. Pikachu has sustained significant injuries. This marks the first occurrence of super evolution in the history of the Grand League, and Su Bai is in peril. Pikachu, run, get away. You cannot escape. Dark Pulse. Super Gung-Gue unleashed a Dark Pulse towards Pikachu, which took off, its forepaws pounding the ground as it dodged the onslaught. Super Gung-Gue spin. The Pokémon began to whirl rapidly, the Dark Pulse weaving into a vast net that ensnared Pikachu. This familiar sight sent the audience into a frenzy. What goes around comes around, Rin Xiaoyi smirked. Protective shield, did I imitate it well? Pikachu Volt Tackle. Tear that net apart. Subai wasted no time. The Volt Tackle required a charge to ensure sufficient power. Pika 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 Pika. Upon hearing Subai's command, Pikachu surged forth like a thunderous cannonball aimed at Super Gungue. A thunderous explosion erupted, and amidst the smoke, Pikachu's Volt Tackle collided fiercely with Super Gungue. How can this be? How could a mere Volt Tackle possess such strength? Observing the agonized expression on Super Gungue, Rin Xiaoyi's face once again betrayed her surprise and confusion. Volt Tackle is indeed a formidable physical attack unique to the Pikachu lineage. Yet it seems illogical that it retains such immense power even after negating Dark Pulse. Indeed, Pikachu's Volt Tackle has yet to reach a level where it can still yield such remarkable results post-negation of Dark Pulse. Subai nodded in agreement with Rin Xiaoyi's assessment. The sheer potency of Volt Tackle alone is not sufficient. However, my Pikachu simultaneously unleashed Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt countered Dark Pulse, thus enhancing the efficacy of Volt Tackle. Subai's words were amplified by the sound system, resonating clearly with the audience, who couldn't help but express their excitement. The standard this year is exceptionally high. Even the seasoned experts watching the match nodded in approval. Subai's maneuvers were undeniably impressive, showcasing exceptional command even in formal trainer battles. No, this confrontation transcended the average trainer battle. Mega Evolution has always remained a theoretical concept, with only Professor Sycamore from the Kalos region hinting at a vague notion outside of the Dragon Kingdom. Rin Xiaoyi exhaled deeply. Indeed, it is remarkable, but alas, you have no opportunity left, Mega Jengar. Receiving the command, Mega Jengar swiftly ascended into the air, although it lacks the ability to fly. Its formidable psychic power and energy enabled its levitation. Then, it unleashed Mud Bomb with reckless abandon, leaving Pikachu no room to retaliate. Subai, I can see your desire for your school to triumph, but I am truly sorry. Rin Xiaoyi offered a gentle bow to Subai. I have an imperative reason to win. The eyes hidden beneath her white hair glistened with emotion as memories flooded back, prompting her to fight back tears. The stadium's loudspeakers conveyed her sentiments to every spectator. I am a girl who easily loses confidence and is exceedingly timid. My family bestowed upon me honor and resources. Yet they also brought immense pressure and peril into my life. Subai comprehended her plight, being born into a family of champions, while possessing resources and accolades beyond the reach of most, also entails tremendous pressure. At this juncture, Rin Xiaoyi glanced back at her teammates. I could see that everyone cares for me. Initially, it was due to my background and abilities, but as time passed, especially after they learned of my health struggles, their concern deepened. They have consistently aided me in overcoming the shadows of my childhood, and I thank you all. Her teammates from Mota University stood in solidarity, some with bittersweet smiles, others with expressions of comfort. Most, however, were filled with sympathy. When Rin Xiaoyi first joined the team, they regarded her merely as a quiet junior. But upon discovering the harrowing experiences she had endured, they began to understand the roots of her demeanor. Whether stemming from her family background or a sense of compassion for her struggles, they all cherished her deeply. It was unexpected that she would go to such lengths for victory. Rin Xiaoyi offered a reassuring smile to her friends, calming their concerns, before turning her gaze back to Subai. Thus, I have a compelling reason to win. Such a poignant bond. But have you finished speaking? Subai interrupted Rin Xiaoyi. Appearing somewhat aloof. I have something to say, he declared as he revealed his wrist, showcasing his handband. You are not the only one with an unyielding reason to win. The director, perceptive to the moment, shifted the camera's focus to Subai, capturing a close-up of his hand. Observing the unfamiliar handband adorned with a brilliant pure crystal, Rin Xiaoyi sensed a hint of danger, though she could not discern its nature. The other spectators were equally oblivious, as were many seasoned competitors watching the match. The technique had always been a unique feature of the Alola region. Without having been there, few could possess knowledge of it. Yet, even those who were aware remained clueless about the significance of Subai's pure crystal. Rin Xiaoyi, thank you for your story. This world is truly wondrous. Subai stated as he pressed his hand against Raichu. Thus, in pursuit of a better life, I must give my all, Pikachu. Raichu paused, beginning to harness the power bestowed by Subai's pure crystal. Above the Super Jengar, storm clouds began to gather ominously. Jengar, stop it. Too late. My move. Ultimate heavenly punishment, Purple Sky Thunder. The energy from the pure crystal channeled Pikachu's strength, and a thunderous strike descended from the storm clouds. Jengar, defend yourself. Super Jengar employed Dark Curse to resist, but the opposing forces clashed in midair. Ultimately, the lightning obliterated the Dark Curse and struck down upon Super Jengar. Chapter 99. Someone sets the rhythm. The fierce collision of the technique and the super-evolved Dark Curse unleashed a powerful shockwave that swept across the entire arena in an instant. Qi Shijun, Bailong Fei, Director Li, and the coach from Magic City University simultaneously released their Pokémon to shield the audience from the onslaught. Thick smoke billowed, shrouding the battlefield from view. No one knew the outcome, yet all were acutely aware that one would surely fall. As the smoke cleared, spectators beheld Pikachu struggling on the ground, while Gengar, having reverted from its super-evolved state, stood motionless. Subai watched quietly, his palms slick with perspiration. He longed to encourage Pikachu with reassurances. Pikachu, I believe in you. However, he refrained. Every creature possesses its own rhythm of breath, and after such a powerful energy clash, it was crucial not to rush the fallen Pokémon. The trainer's urging could easily disrupt the Pokémon's self-regulated pace, potentially becoming the final straw that breaks the camel's back. They could only rely on Pikachu's own willpower. Come on, Pikachu. As the audience awaited Pikachu's resurgence, their attention also turned to Rin Xiaoyi and Gengar. Had Gengar triumphed? Had Pikachu lost the battle? Pikachu's cry interrupted the referee's judgment as it struggled to rise once more. Gengar, however, fell silent, collapsing to the ground. Gengar had lost its ability to battle, and Pikachu emerged victorious. Thus, the winner was declared to be the esteemed Subai. The referee, filled with regret, rendered his judgment, secretly hoping for Rin Xiaoyi's victory. Many spectators shared this sentiment. Although Subai's efforts and strength were evident to all, they paled in comparison to the striking image of Rin Xiaoyi's white hair. People naturally align themselves with the underdog. When both parties exert themselves, the public tends to favor the one who has suffered more. However, this moment of regret was fleeting, soon replaced by thunderous applause for the champion and the best individual player, Subai. His teammates surged towards him, encircling him in jubilation and lifting him high into the air. Pikachu received the same honor. This time, neither resisted nor fled. The exertion from their moves had drained their energy, and both Subai and Pikachu clung to their victory as a source of perseverance. With the outcome settled, they were too weary to move. Pikachu succumbed to slumber, promptly captured in a Pokeball by Subai. Director Lee looked at Subai with tear-filled eyes. The prestigious university had faced decline in the league for many years, once even suffering a first-round elimination. While the impact on enrollment was minor, given the institution's theoretical prowess nationwide, losing repeatedly was a heavy burden. This year, exceeding expectations and securing the championship was solely thanks to Subai. Subai, on behalf of the university, I thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for the team. It's no trouble, sisterly. Just give me the credits, Subai replied, steadfast in his humility. Amidst the laughter and celebration on one side, the students from Magic City University quietly escorted Rin Xiaoyi away. Although the audience continued to applaud and cheer for her, her current state clearly did not permit her to interact with her fans. The award ceremony was not to be held immediately, as it was a grand nationwide competition. According to regulations, it would take place 2 days later. Subai opted out of the celebration. He was too exhausted. After depositing Pikachu at the Pokémon Center and retrieving him, Subai returned directly to his room. Once there, he received a message from Cynthia. Congratulations, Xiaobai. I should have called you directly, but I suddenly got a challenge from Alu. I'm so sorry. You must be tired now, so rest well. I'll call you after I finish my battle. A smile crossed Subai's face. Just as Cynthia had said, the matter he had longed for was finally resolved. Coupled with the fatigue from today's battle, he fell into a deep sleep. Around 10 o'clock that night, he was roused from his slumber by the persistent sound of a ringing phone. It was Wang Dalan. Hello? Dalan, must you wake me at this hour? Subai's head still felt foggy. Wang Dalan's voice was frantic over the phone, devoid of any frivolity. Sugu, you need to check online. Something has happened. What are you talking about? What should I look for online? What is going on? Anything. Just check any app. Bilibili, Baoyin, Kuaijiao Debo. You'll see for yourself. Got it. Subai ended the call with Wang Dalan and opened Baoyin. The news trending at number 3 nearly shattered his composure. The video above features a confrontation between myself and Rin Xiaoyi, showcasing her sacrifice for her partner, Gung Gui, whose mega evolution left her with a head of white hair. The poignant glances exchanged with teammates and the heartfelt words shared are palpable. In the next moment, Gung Gui is effortlessly defeated by Pikachu, rendering the video rather misleading. Furthermore, the comments section is evidently orchestrated by certain individuals. Oh my, this young lady is incredibly dedicated and truly moving. Yet why do those who strive so earnestly often find no favorable outcome? Is this what mega evolution entails? Must one always succumb to defeat? Is the opposing side truly that formidable? There are doubts. I fervently hope nothing befalls this young lady. She deserves the title of Best Individual Performer without contestation. Her hair has turned white. How pitiful. Facing her in battle would surely break my heart. Each comment, while seemingly oblivious to Subai, is implicitly centered around him. Among the remaining thousands of comments, a stream of sympathy for this young lady prevails. Some self-proclaimed teammates of Rin Xiaoyi have informed others that she is in very poor health, currently in the special care unit of the city's primary hospital. Scrolling further reveals 2 distinctly unfriendly sentiments. One questions whether the victorious contestant's Pokémon had used performance-enhancing substances. The other is even more outrageous, positing that since the champion has already been established, why must the best individual be a contender from the winning team? Such an exceptional young lady should also be recognized as the best individual performer. Wouldn't it be splendid to ensure that everyone's efforts are acknowledged? While this argument appears rational and humane, it is, in essence, a fallacy. To assert that no one's hard work should go unrewarded is an easy sentiment to express. Yet, to simply hand over what someone has rightfully earned to another, merely out of jealousy, is utterly nonsensical. However, the comments regarding Ren Xiaoyi's dire health have caught Su Bai's attention. While one typically cannot place much faith in the comments section, Su Bai has witnessed Ren Xiaoyi's state on the battlefield firsthand. He seeks to ascertain whether her condition is a personal affliction or a consequence of Mega Evolution's toll on a trainer's vitality. Chapter 100. Visiting the sick Mega Evolution is Su Bai's favorite enhancement system for Pokémon. However, if it necessitates the draining of life force, particularly to such an extreme extent, it warrants serious contemplation. Even with the life gem, Su Bai hesitates to employ it as liberally as Ren Xiaoyi has. Nonetheless, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that only ghost-type Pokémon require such a life energy expenditure. Another question lingers. Who is orchestrating the narrative against Su Bai? Despite his ire, Su Bai understands that relinquishing his title of best individual performer to Ren Xiaoyi is an impossibility. The Dragon Kingdom's officials are not so foolish as to alter outcomes based on mere words, even if they desired to change the results. There remains the military of Qixi to consider. Su Bai does not believe that his uncle would remain indifferent. Taking 1,000 steps back, even if a melodramatic scenario unfolded, he could simply relocate to Sinnoh, for the notion of nationality in this world is rather tenuous. Su Bai was concerned about whether it was Ren Xiaoyi's associates who were steering the situation. And who was truly orchestrating this affair? Was it the University of Magic City or the family behind Ren Xiaoyi? With this thought in mind, Su Bai first placed a call to Director Li. Everything would have to wait until he could see Ren Xiaoyi in person. Once the call connected, Director Li informed Su Bai that she had just visited Ren Xiaoyi on behalf of the university. The comments circulating online were not exaggerated. Ren Xiaoyi's condition was indeed particularly dire, perhaps even understated. Throughout the afternoon, Ren Xiaoyi had been shuffled between the first municipal hospital, the Municipal People's Hospital, and the affiliated hospital of the Military Medical University, yet none provided effective treatment. Currently, she was in the intensive care unit of the Elfin Hospital in Xiang Province, where 2 elite Pokémon, the King-level happiness eggs, had managed to stabilize her condition. However, the outlook remained grim. Xiaosu, do not rush. The principal has seen those online reports. He went to confront the ghost-type king, Ren Yuan, in a fit of anger, insisting on justice for you. So, it has been confirmed that it is indeed the family behind Ren Xiaoyi? Not yet. You know your Uncle Chi's temper. He tends to strike first regardless of the facts. Director Li's words left Su Bai both amused and exasperated. He resolved to visit the Elfin Hospital in Xiang Province. Upon hearing of his intention, Director Li could not help but shake her head. Xiaosu, it would be best if you refrained from going. Li Jia, I might have a way to assist Ren Xiaoyi, but it requires discretion. I wish to attempt it, as I seek to exchange information with her. Is it information regarding super evolution? Indeed. Director Li sighed on the other end of the line. She was not at the hotel either, having finally won a hard-fought battle. She was ready to unwind and was currently at a bar. Go ahead, I will be there shortly. Thank you, Li Jia. After expressing his gratitude, Su Bai watched as Director Li downed the remaining half-glass of divine iced tea in one gulp, shivering slightly as she exited the bar. He then took Pikachu and Houndoom and headed out as well. Fortunately, the hospital was not far. Public transport would deliver him in about an hour. Su Bai had intended to leave Gung-Gui at the hotel. As the medical staff, there were all skilled Pokémon trainers, and Gung-Gui might be recognized. However, what if someone decided to take action against him after he left the hospital? Thus, he opted to bring Gung-Gui along, though he instructed it to wait outside. Gung-Gua, all right, just hold on a bit longer, and when I return, I'll buy you some chilled cola. Hearing Su Bai's words, Gung-Gui reluctantly detached from Su Bai's shadow and slipped into the nearby trees. Once Su Bai saw that Gung-Gui was well concealed, he turned and entered the hospital. At this hour, the hospital was nearly deserted. Only a handful of family members of patients were gathered, some accompanying humans and others Pokémon. Each face bore varying degrees of joy and sorrow, yet the expression of prayer in their brows remained unchanged. Humans only earnestly beseeched the heavens during 2 occasions, in the pursuit of greed or in the desperate plea for life. After inquiring at the reception on the 1st floor, Su Bai learned that Ren Xiaoyi was currently in the intensive care unit on the 9th floor. Upon arriving at the 9th floor via the elevator, Su Bai was immediately surrounded by 2 young men as he stepped out. One was Zhou Yong, while the other was an unfamiliar face. Presumably a substitute player who hadn't participated in the match. What are you doing here? What brings you to this place? Haven't you already caused enough trouble for our little sister? Zhou Yong's eyes were red, clearly indicating he had been crying recently. Su Bai felt a certain fondness for this hot-headed yet loyal boy, but the words he uttered were quite displeasing to him. First of all, Ren Xiaoyi's current state is not my doing. Secondly, this is her own choice. What did you say? Zhou Yong pressed Su Bai against the wall. But Subai swiftly turned and pinned Zhou Yong down. Enough. Let go of him. The other young man brandished a Pokeball, attempting to step forward. But Pikachu leapt off Subai's shoulder, its electric sacs crackling with energy as a warning to keep his distance. The commotion caught the attention of those in the intensive care unit, prompting the female vice captain and coach from Magic City University to emerge hastily. Followed closely by an elderly physician, the nameplate on his chest denoting him as the chief physician. Behind him was a woman named Joy, who appeared to be over 40 years of age. It was evident that the situation was quite grave. What is going on here? This is a hospital. If you continue to make a ruckus, I will have you thrown out. Apologies, Dr. Shun. I will put an end to this immediately. The coach of Magic City University offered an apology and stepped forward, glaring at the young man with the Pokeball. It was clear this coach held considerable authority within the team, as the young man, despite his reluctance, promptly retracted the Pokeball. Seeing this, Subai also released Zhou Yong, who adjusted his collar, slightly out of breath from being pinned down. Hello, teacher. I've heard that Ren Xiaoyi is not in good condition. As her friend, I thought I might come to check on her and see if there is any way I could assist. What help could you possibly offer? There are so many experts here unable to do anything, and her family hasn't even arrived yet. Coach, do not let him act recklessly. Though Zhou Yong was impulsive, his words were coherent. The coach of Magic City University shot Zhou Yong a disapproving glance, but refrained from voicing any objections, evidently in agreement with his sentiment. At that moment, Dr. Li arrived, and upon seeing Subai surrounded by the team, he quickly made his way to Subai's side, shielding him. The students of Magic City University held Dr. Li in high regard, parting to allow him passage. Thank you, sister, Subai expressed, touched by Dr. Li's protection and care. Dr. Li merely shook her head and exchanged a few words with the coach from Magic City University, revealing their amicable relationship. At this juncture, the elderly Shen finally spoke. Young man, you claim to have a solution? What is it? Subai was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that Dr. Shen would truly believe he had a remedy. Are you inquiring of me? Listen, young man, the patient's condition is quite precarious. If you possess any means, I suggest you act swiftly. Do not squander precious time. Dr. Shen's expression was one of concern. I never judge a person by their appearance, nor do I underestimate the youth due to their age. I am well aware of your identity as Qi Shijun's nephew and a student of Jin's island. You are far from an ordinary young man. Subai nodded in acknowledgement. It seems that this doctor, referred to as Dr. Shun, is quite commendable, which simplifies matters significantly. Nevertheless, Subai turned to glance at Director Li, who informed him that Dr. Shun is not only a high-ranking official in the Dragon Kingdom, but also the former teacher of Qi Shijun before he went to Yuhong University as an exchange student. In terms of both character and status, he is a trustworthy individual. Very well, please lead me inside. Subai nodded again and cast a glance at Dr. Shun, indicating his desire to first see Ren Xiaoyi. Director Li intended to accompany him, but was halted by Dr. Shun at the threshold. Upon entering, Subai discovered Ren Xiaoyi lying on the bed, her eyes gently closed, her lips devoid of color, and her hair not only graying but also appearing brittle. It was evident that her vitality had suffered severely. Dr. Shin stood beside Subai, refraining from interrupting him. The number of happiness eggs sustaining Ren Xiaoyi's health had increased to 3, yet their efficacy remained limited. Currently, her body resembled a funnel, continuously leaking vitality, and the happiness eggs could merely replenish this funnel with life force, ensuring it did not run dry. Subai attempted to place his hand on Ren Xiaoyi's forehead, but as he extended his arm, Dr. Shun intervened. Young man, I am willing to believe that you can provide treatment. However, before you implement your methods, I require you to validate the effectiveness of your healing. This is my responsibility to the patient. Of course, that is reasonable. Please lend me one of your hands. Subai responded. After a moment's hesitation, Dr. Shin ultimately extended his hand to Subai. It was a strong hand, though somewhat shriveled and rough due to the owner's age. Director, be cautious. Miss Qiao Yi interjected, attempting to obstruct Dr. Shin's hand. But he merely shook his head and offered his hand to Subai. Subai nodded and grasped Dr. Shin's hand, initiating the use of the eternal power. Dr. Shun felt a refreshing and invigorating sensation emanating from his palm, gradually flowing throughout his entire being. It felt akin to reclining in a comfortable chair, immersed in a natural oxygen bar, sipping tea, basking in sunlight, with a gentle breeze caressing him while listening to the sounds of nature. All weariness dissipated. Eternal power? Dr. Shun remarked, impressed by the young man's knowledge and skill. Subai nodded in affirmation. Dr. Shun, somewhat astonished, realized that this young man had the audacity to boast because he possessed the eternal power, and it was a remarkably pure and potent form. The young man's comprehension of this ability was commendable. No wonder he was so cautious. Yet, even the eternal power may not resolve her issues entirely, as it could, like the healing waves of the happiness eggs, provide life force that would ultimately be consumed. Dr. Shun, how can we know unless I attempt it? Moreover, each individual's eternal power is unique, and I possess my own understanding. In response to Dr. Shin's inquiry, Subai nodded. affirming that he had encountered one of the 4 kings of Guangdong, Yulongdu. Dr. Shin acknowledged this without further contemplation. Champions and kings from various regions stand as the pinnacle of their respective domains, a rarity among rarities, naturally forming bonds of mutual respect and friendship. Elder Shin initially believed that Su Bai had encountered the Dragon Crossing because the military of Qi City wished to cultivate him, thus facilitating an introduction. Then do give it a try. All right, thank you. Su Bai approached the bedside and gently placed his hand upon Ren Xiaoyi's forehead. Gradually, a faint green light emanated from Su Bai, enveloping both individuals in a serene glow. As time passed, Ren Xiaoyi's complexion slowly improved, her lips regaining a hint of color. Even her hair became glossy and smooth, though its original hue remained elusive. Elder Shin stared in astonishment at this scene. His extensive experience as a physician had exposed him to various wonders, yet he had never witnessed anything quite like this. The visible improvement in Ren Xiaoyi's condition indicated that, while she had not fully recovered, she had reached a relatively stable state. Indeed, Su Bai delved the energy of the everlasting power into Ren Xiaoyi's body. Discovering that her condition was mischaracterized as a funnel, it was more accurately described as a grinding wheel. Within her, there resided a dense mass of ghostly energy intertwined with a robust essence of superpower, both having fused with her bloodline. The ghostly energy and superpower were in a state of mutual constraint and conflict, clashing like the two halves of a millstone, incessantly wearing down her vitality. Su Bai surmised that Ren Xiaoyi must have encountered some ordeal in the past, allowing the ghostly energy to infiltrate her body. In a bid to save her, her family had infused her with superpower energy. The old specter that accompanied her was perhaps there to assist in balancing these two forces, preventing either from spiraling out of control. However, due to the recent super evolution, the energies within her had been significantly amplified and awakened. It was inevitable that two such active forces would clash within the body of a young girl, especially with years of suppression suddenly erupting. This explained her current state. Both the ghostly and superpower energies were inherently bizarre and volatile, far too intense for a mortal frame to endure. Su Bai's task was to use the everlasting power to soothe the ghostly and superpower energies within Ren Xiaoyi, while also channeling a portion of the life force from the life gem into her. Su Bai, however, concealed the life gem from view. Once Ren Xiaoyi absorbed this life force completely, she would revert to her youthful self. 10 minutes later, Ren Xiaoyi opened her eyes. Upon seeing her awake, Su Bai withdrew the everlasting power and wiped the sweat from his brow. She should be fine now. A thorough examination is in order. Ren Xiaoyi remained quite weak, lacking even the strength to speak, her innocent eyes taking in her surroundings. It was only when Elder Shin informed her that Su Bai had saved her that she looked at him with gratitude. There's no need for thanks. Please take a good rest. I have some questions for you later, Su Bai remarked with a smile, turning to exit the intensive care unit. Outside the ward, a group of individuals had gathered at the door. Upon seeing Su Bai nodding with a smile, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Zhou Yong, in his eagerness, attempted to rush inside but was promptly kicked out by the elderly Shun, who happened to be exiting. Get lost. The girl is undergoing a medical examination. What are you looking at? Chapter 102. The secret of Ren Xiaoyi. Irritated, Shin kicked Zhou Yong, who, upon realizing that Ren Xiaoyi was in good health, sheepishly stepped aside with a grin. Elder Shun, is Ren Xiaoyi truly alright? The coach from Magic City University, still in disbelief, couldn't help but inquire. Shin informed him that the examination had not yet concluded, so he couldn't confirm her condition, but given the current state, she was indeed no longer in any life-threatening danger. With Shun's words, everyone's attention shifted back to Su Bai, given that so many hospitals had been at a loss regarding Ren Xiaoyi's condition. How had Su Bai managed to resolve it? However, Su Bai remained tight-lipped, and Shun merely smiled in silence. Having just shared a handshake, Shin had gained considerable insight from Su Bai. Being astute, he understood Su Bai's desire for discretion and thus refrained from divulging any details. Any further inquiries would elicit a glare from Director Li, who seemed to convey a clear message. Those who asked would face dire consequences. After another 20 minutes or so, Miss Xiao Yi emerged, carrying 2 little bundles of joy. Director, the patient's vital signs have stabilized, though she remains quite weak. I shall take these 2 children to rest. They have had a long day. Very well, go ahead, Shin replied, patting the heads of the 2 little ones. Thank you for your hard work. Make sure to rest well. Afterward, Shin glanced at the 2 coaches and the vice captain from Magic City University. You 3 may accompany me inside. The boys should wait outside to avoid any uncomfortable situations. Once the patient improves further, you may enter. Watching Shun lead the 3 women inside, Zhou Yong chuckled foolishly for a moment, but then his expression shifted, revealing an internal struggle over something significant. Suddenly, Zhou Yong slapped himself across the face, the sound echoing in the corridor, startling everyone, including Pikachu, who nearly sparked with electricity. What are you doing, handsome? Can you act normally? Su Bai, you are a good person. I owe you an apology, Zhou Yong said, lowering his head, which had been troubled for quite some time. before stammering that the online uproar had been instigated by him. Zhou Yong assured Subai that he would rectify the situation swiftly. Subai responded that there was no need to eliminate the impact. It would be as if nothing had occurred. Once the Major League officially awarded the prize, those discontented would have little recourse. Attempts to whitewash the situation would only serve to exacerbate it. Seeing the straightforward man's face flush with embarrassment, Subai decided not to press him further, letting the matter be. Zhou Yong was deeply moved. Subai, from now on, you shall be my good buddy. All right, just loosen your grip. Half an hour later, everyone had exited the ward, including the little bundles of joy. Xiao Su, Rin Xiaoyi wishes to see you. Director Li, unaware of the circumstances surrounding Su Bai and Xyrona, cast a curious glance at Su Bai as he emerged. It seemed that Rin Xiaoyi was quite lovely. Su Bai scratched his head and entered the ward, accompanied by Pikachu. Once inside, Zhou Yong, with a mischievous grin, nudged the vice-captain of the Magic City University team. Isn't our little sister smitten with Sugo? Get lost. Do you think everyone is like you, with a mind full of frivolous thoughts? By the way, how come you two seem so close? Always calling him Sugo this and Sugo that. Zhou Yong shook his head, indicating he could not divulge more. Upon entering the ward, Subai noticed Rin Xiaoyi already seated on the bed. Although she appeared unwell, her condition seemed to have stabilized considerably. Are you all right? Do you need some water? No, thank you, Subai. I am immensely grateful for your help. Please, take a seat. Rin Xiaoyi gently gestured towards the chair beside the bed. Subai nodded and turned to sit down. Just as he settled in, Rin Xiaoyi's Gung Gue emerged from the shadows beneath the bed, grinning widely and making faces at Subai. Subai understood that it was attempting to frighten him, yet it appeared to be more playful than menacing. All right, Gung Gue, please refrain from being so mischievous. I need to discuss something with Subai. Rin Xiaoyi had returned to her modest and courteous demeanor, yet Subai felt a sense of discomfort. Rin Xiaoyi, if it's all right, you may simply call me Subai, Xiao Su, or Xiaobai. There's no need to be so formal. In that case, I shall refer to you as Xiaobai Gu, as I am a year younger than my classmates and typically address everyone as older brother or sister. Very well. Xiaoyi, it's rather late. Perhaps you should rest? Rin Xiaoyi shook her head. Xiaobai Gu, I know your late visit must not be solely for my rescue. Additionally, repaying kindness is a family tradition. Please tell me how I may repay you. There's truly no need for any repayment. Your current state is not entirely unrelated to me, if you insist on doing something. Subai glanced at Gung Gue, contemplating why Rin Xiaoyi's Gung Gue transformed in such a manner. Did all mega evolutions consume a trainer's vitality? Although Subai had drawn conclusions regarding Rin Xiaoyi's condition, he felt compelled to inquire directly, lest his judgment be flawed. Upon hearing Subai's question, the brightness in Rin Xiaoyi's eyes dimmed, as if his inquiry had touched upon a painful subject. Gung Gue also stood up, agitatedly gesticulating, seemingly trying to communicate something to Subai. With the power of the everlasting oak within him, Subai discerned that Gung Gue's intent was for him to refrain from further inquiries. I apologize if my question was inappropriate. You need not answer. It's all right, Rin Xiaoyi replied, shaking her head. Gung Gue, please calm down. There's no harm done. Xiaobai Gu means no ill will. Only then did Gung Gue huff softly and retreat back into the shadows. Rin Xiaoyi informed Subai that the power system of Mega Evolution would not inflict harm upon trainers. At most, it merely resulted in substantial fatigue. Rin Xiaoyi's condition was primarily attributable to her own physiological issues related to Mega Evolution, which served as a mere catalyst rather than a decisive factor. As for the alarming reaction she exhibited during the process, it was a family secret that could not be disclosed to Subai. Subai, indifferent to the peculiarities of Rin Xiaoyi's condition, was only concerned with the assurance that Mega Evolution posed no danger to trainers in this world. He promptly expressed his understanding and took his leave. Once Subai exited Rin Xiaoyi's hospital room, the other students from Magic City University also departed, leaving only the two team coaches from the schools waiting outside. Elder Shin remained, as he had matters to attend to. After exchanging a few words with the group, Subai was invited into Elder Shin's office. Although the elderly gentleman held a position of significant authority and was of advanced age, his office was merely an ordinary consultation room on the third floor, slightly secluded and tranquil. A sign at the door read Department of Human and Pokémon Studies. Elder Shin remarked that this department was his own creation, humorously noting that if the sign indicated emergency room for life sciences, his office would be besieged by those seeking urgent care, regardless of the severity of their ailments. Such a scenario could lead to genuine cases in dire need of assistance being overlooked due to the overwhelming influx of less critical patients. Welcoming Subai into his office, Elder Shin poured him a cup of warm water and offered a small dish of pink honey for him to add as desired, purportedly sourced from the king-level Lanton's nectar. Subai, not particularly fond of warm water, sampled a bit with a small spoon, finding the flavor delightful and aromatic. It was indeed a fine delicacy, balancing sweetness with fragrance, smooth yet not cloying, a true premium quality. If you like it, you may take a jar with you later. Thank you, Elder Shun, Subai remarked, placing Pikachu on the table. The little creature joyfully embraced the dish, its tiny tongue licking eagerly. Is this the Pikachu capable of utilizing thunder-exclusive moves? Such an adorable child. Elder Shin commented. Thank you. May I inquire why you summoned me? The young man's eagerness was palpable, and Subai thought to himself that it wasn't impatience on his part, but rather that his Jingar awaited outside. Moreover, he wondered if Elder Shun felt weary. Considering the late hour of midnight, Elder Shun, with a warm demeanor, was curious about how Subai had acquired the power of the Evergreen, and which revered mountains had bestowed their favor upon him. Subai refrained from divulging specifics, merely acknowledging that he had indeed been graced by a significant mountain's blessings. Elder Shun nodded, choosing not to press further. Having practiced medicine for many years, he had encountered numerous extraordinary individuals. During a previous exchange in the Unova region, he had even shared drinks with a remarkable elder possessing dragon powers. Elder Shun's curiosity remained, and he extended an invitation to Subai to consider working at the hospital upon his graduation. The Xiang Province Spirit Hospital stands as a paragon of excellence throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Should Subai express his willingness, Elder Shin could readily accept him as a graduate student in the field of spirit life sciences, encompassing both master's and doctorate degrees. Thank you for your generous offer, Elder Shun, but I aspire to be a professional breeder, Subai replied. To encourage someone to pursue medicine invites divine retribution, and to advocate for law invites a fate worse than death. Studying a lesser-known language pales in comparison to such dire outcomes. A medical career demands a lifetime of study and endless examinations, especially in a nation like the Dragon Kingdom, where every endeavor requires certification. I would be foolish to burden myself with such trials. Upon hearing Subai's words, Elder Shin expressed a tinge of regret, stating that whenever Subai decides to cease his journey as a trainer, he would be welcome to join their ranks, as long as he remains alive. His promise remains eternally valid. The second matter was a personal request from Elder Shun. He hoped that Subai could visit more frequently in the coming days to provide additional treatments for Rin Xiaoyi. Furthermore, he requested that Subai contact him the day before his departure from the city. Assisting Rin Xiaoyi represented Elder Shun's nurturing instincts as a healer, while reaching out before Subai's leave was merely a request from an elderly man. As long as life is satisfactory, who does not wish to live longer? Elder Shun, feeling increasingly fatigued and hindered in his movements over the past 2 years, was aware that his time was limited. After experiencing the power of Subai's evergreen force, he understood that Subai could assist him. While it may not grant him immortality, it could certainly enhance his quality of life in the years to come, allowing him to work a bit longer and spare his descendants from additional burdens, a considerable gain in his eyes. In gratitude, Elder Shin vowed to keep Subai's affairs confidential and promised a reward that would meet Subai's satisfaction. Despite claiming his days were numbered, the vigor he displayed suggested that, barring unforeseen events, Subai's current mastery of Evergreen Force could indeed fulfill his desires. With the aid of the Life Gem, it could potentially extend Elder Shin's life by a decade. However, Subai wisely refrained from voicing these thoughts. After exchanging a few more words with Elder Shun, he departed with Huami. On his way home, Subai repeatedly reminded himself that when outside, it sufficed to utilize the Evergreen Force sparingly. The Life Gem should be reserved for dire circumstances. Today, Elder Shun's remarks inadvertently illuminated for Subai that the Life Gem was not merely a tool for hastening crop growth or enhancing the powers of Pokémon. It could genuinely affect human lives. The city was not like home, where one could wield the Life Gem freely. Outside, he must exercise restraint. Artifacts are not akin to personal abilities. They can be usurped, especially treasures that promise longevity, which can indeed invite peril. A gentleman bears no guilt. Yet possessing such a treasure can lead to grave consequences. Subai wished to avoid a day where he might inexplicably meet his demise, or worse, become the subject of rumors about consuming his flesh for eternal life. Such a fate would subject him to grave dangers, potentially leading to confinement for the extraction of flesh and blood, leaving him in a state of despair. One must never test the frenzied desires for immortality harbored by the wealthy and powerful. In such dire circumstances, no one could offer salvation. Thankfully, Subai had been cautious and had never revealed the existence of the Life Gem. Director Li has already departed, and the elevator has inexplicably ceased its function. Thus, Subai has no choice but to descend the staircase step by step. In the stillness of the hospital at night, even one dedicated to the treatment of spirits can evoke a sense of unease. Being naturally timid, Subai finds himself feeling quite apprehensive. Were it not for the presence of Pikachu, he would have shamelessly requested Old Shun to accompany him down. However, it is peculiar that despite it being merely 3 flights of stairs, it seems interminable. Subai's instincts quickly sensed that something was amiss, and the power of his inner strength began to sound alarm bells. He retrieved the Devon observation mirror he had previously used when capturing Gungue. No sooner had he donned the mirror than he exclaimed in fright. A chandelier spirit appeared right before his face, and while he had not noticed it before, he now felt as though his face was being scorched by its flames. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu leaped from Su Bai's shoulder and unleashed a thunderbolt in the direction he indicated. A faint green light manifested, effectively countering the electric attack. Since I've been discovered, the game has lost its allure. A voice echoed, and the bizarre surroundings began to dissipate. Su Bai found himself still on the third floor, seated in the waiting area. Before him stood an elderly man with a battered visage, accompanied by a chandelier spirit. Greetings, Su Bai. I am Ren Yuan, the ghost-type champion of the Dragon Kingdom. I am not well, Su Bai replied hastily, rising to his feet and moving towards the window. What are you planning to do? Do you intend to jump? Go ahead. If you perish, the title of best individual will rightfully belong to my great-granddaughter. Upon hearing Ren Yuan's words, Su Bai leaned against the glass. Old Ren, I just saved your great-granddaughter. You cannot be ungrateful. But without you, my little E would have legitimately acquired her status as a formal trainer. Thus, her current predicament is indeed your doing. Ren Yuan's gaze was piercing, his expression as devoid of emotion as a withered tree. I offer you a chance. Voluntarily forfeit the title of best individual, and I shall gift you a Dragonite. I can capture one myself. Do not overstep. I am extending a courtesy. That injury on your face was inflicted by my Uncle Chi, wasn't it? Upon hearing Su Bai's remark, Ren Yuan's lips twitched. Aren't you afraid of death? If I were to perish, your great-granddaughter would not escape unscathed either. Do not think to use hypnosis on me. A skilled individual can detect someone under hypnosis at a glance. Su Bai boldly informed Ren Yuan that old Shin had mentioned that in the near future, Su Bai's assistance would be essential in restoring little Yi's health. Ren Yuan scrutinized Su Bai for a prolonged moment before erupting into hearty laughter, patting Su Bai on the shoulder. Young man, a good lad. Oh, look at you. Failing to recognize jest. I merely wish to invite you to my home for a meal, to properly express my gratitude for saving my little E. Is that so? You startled me. Young men ought to be a bit bolder. Only then will girls take a liking to them. Come, have a seat. Su Bai smiled faintly, allowing the other to help him sit down, the two of them depicting a harmonious scene of elder respect and youthful deference. Both were consummate actors. An observer might easily mistake Su Bai for Ren Yuan's great-grandson. Ren Yuan lightly kicked the crystal chandelier, knowing full well the mischief at hand. Go. Fetch my grandson a cola, to calm the child's nerves. Watching the whimsical chandelier float away, Su Bai could not help but inwardly scoff. Old man, had I not witnessed your foot pass through the chandelier's body, I might have believed you. Ren Yuan exhaled deeply, eventually regaining his serious demeanor as he stroked his cane. Young man, speak plainly. What conditions would compel you to relinquish your identity as a formal trainer and pass it on to my great-granddaughter? I have no conditions. I am eager to become a formal trainer myself. Child, do not be ungrateful. I advise you for your own good. Are you threatening me again? Su Bai smiled with feigned mirth, yet this time Ren Yuan was devoid of humor, his expression earnest. Do not doubt me. Do you know why the Dragon Nation hosts grand tournaments and awards the title of best individual? Do you know where those who become trainers early ultimately end up? I do not know, nor am I particularly interested. Ren Yuan shook his head, uttering a phrase about the fearlessness of newly hatched Kentaro in the face of the fiery roar of flames, before posing a question to Su Bai. Do you understand why our Dragon Nation boasts such a rich diversity of Pokémon species? Because our vast land and abundant resources create a diverse natural environment that merely describes the conditions under which these Pokémon can thrive, not the reasons for their existence. Su Bai shook his head, and Ren Yuan enlightened him. Beyond our primary world, humanity has discovered two other realms. One is infused with special energy, home to exceptionally powerful Pokémon, all of which possess hidden traits. The other is the fabled realm guarded by Giratina, a world that stands in stark contrast to our reality, populated by equally formidable Pokémon, where souls arrive before rebirth after death. Ren Yuan's words bore an air of authenticity, for Su Bai was aware of these two worlds, the dream world and the distortion world. However, he was puzzled as to why Ren Yuan chose to share this information. Ren Yuan explained that each year, the best individual in the tournament is linked to one of these worlds. Each realm contains entrances to the distortion world, such as the mysterious stone tablet at the Sacred Fire Mountain in the Hoenn region and the summit of the Violet Tower in the Kanto region. The Dragon Nation, however, possesses the greatest number of entrances to the distortion world, which are also the most challenging to manage. The number of these entrances fluctuates annually. There was even a year when over 200 were registered. Moreover, these entrances are not one way. It is the Pokémon that emerge from within that contribute to the diversity of wild Pokémon in the Dragon Nation. Fortunately, the growth process of Pokémon that escape from the distortion world is reversed. They begin strong but weaken over time. However, their offspring are entirely normal. Why are you sharing this with me? Do not rush. Allow me to continue. Ren Yuan informed Su Bai that in recent years, the entrances to the reverse world had remained relatively stable, although several significant portals still existed. The largest of these was located at the Imperial Capital University, guarded by the institution and the Dragon Clan's monarch, Bai Longfei. The second entrance lay within the Shifeng mountain range, overseen by the Origin Temple and the first monarch, Qi Shijun. The third was situated in the snowy highlands, watched over by a multitude of living Buddhas and the yet-to-be-seen monarch of the ice element. The fourth entrance, due to the frequent training excursions of the champion of the Dragon Kingdom, was the most tranquil. The fifth, the smallest, was near the sea close to the Magic City. Protected by the Magic City University and the Phantom Element Monarch, Ren Yuan. Students who had been pre-selected to become trainers, having had limited exposure to society, retained their initial aspirations and would be informed of these matters upon becoming trainers. Should they consent, they would choose a location to guard, where they would establish their lives. If they were unwilling, they still bore the obligation to provide support when necessary. In Ren Yuan's words, Su Bai's foundation lay within the city. Were he to select a place to guard, it would undoubtedly be the entrance to the reverse world at Shifeng Mountain, or at the very least, the champion's entrance. It was inconceivable for him to choose the Magic City. Thus, Ren Yuan was fervently eager for Ren Xiaoyi to attain the title of Best Individual Trainer and secure her identity as a trainer. Due to the maritime location, the defensive forces in the Magic City faced the most formidable combat challenges, suffering the greatest losses. Moreover, the high cost of living in the Magic City made it a less desirable choice for many. Most critically, the mysterious phantom energy within Ren Xiaoyi had infiltrated her body during her childhood training in the reverse world, leaving her vulnerable to its insidious influence. This energy was exceedingly strange, indelible and impervious to expulsion. The resolution of this predicament, as universally agreed upon, necessitated intervention within the reverse world. Young man, I beseech you. The issue concerning Xiaoyi must be addressed. I do not wish to see a white-haired man send off a black-haired one. We are in desperate need of newcomers. Ren Yuan implored, his eyes reddening, an array of emotions flickering through his usually cold gaze, his withered skin striving to adopt a benevolent expression. Chapter 105, by Longfei Sr. I fully comprehend your sentiments, yet I too am in dire need of this trainer identity, Su Bai replied. Young man, are you truly unafraid of death? Ren Yuan's expression hardened once more, the crystal lamp nearby sensing its master's ire, the flames intensifying in response. Youngster, I implore you sincerely, do not mislead yourself. I refuse to believe that no one besides you can save Xiaoyi. There are others, but none as adept as I, and you may not find them readily. Su Bai countered. At this, Ren Yuan erupted into laughter, as if he had heard something exceedingly amusing. You are too young, unaware of the truth that there are always individuals beyond the realm of comprehension and countless extraordinary talents in this world. Do you truly think you are the only capable one? Certainly not the only one, but you will not easily locate others, Su Bai retorted. Su Bai informed Ren Yuan that if he could have found such a capable individual, he would have already sought their assistance to resolve the issues concerning Ren Xiaoyi, rather than allowing the situation to linger until now. Moreover, had Ren Yuan been able to locate such a person, he would not have been so startled by Su Bai moments ago. Ren Yuan gazed at Su Bai for an extended period before calmly stating, Listen, young man. Let me impart a valuable lesson. Suddenly, Ren Yuan erupted, seizing Su Bai by the throat and admonishing him not to provoke those far more powerful than oneself, for it serves no one well. Despite Ren Yuan being an elderly man, his grip was unexpectedly strong, and Su Bai struggled to break free. If you don't let go, I might truly perish, he croaked, desperation evident in his voice. In that moment, a shard of dragon scale shot forth from the shadows. If Ren Yuan did not release Su Bai, his hand would be severed entirely by the scale. Swiftly, Ren Yuan relinquished his hold, retreating rapidly with the aid of the crystal chandelier's illumination. From the darkness emerged a robust middle-aged man clad in athletic wear, akin in age to Qi Shijun. He was none other than the Dragon King, Bai Longfei, accompanied by a spike-tailed armored dragon. Old monster, you cannot harm this child, Bai Longfei declared. This matter does not concern you. I must teach this boy a lesson. The two kings faced off, alleviating some of the pressure weighing down on Su Bai. Ever since Su Bai departed from the hotel, the old ghost had informed him that a formidable force was lurking in the shadows, observing the situation. After Su Bai entered Shun Lao's office, that potent aura had dissipated. Initially, Su Bai had assumed that the powerful entity monitoring him was Ren Yuan. However, upon Ren Yuan's arrival, the presence of that formidable being resurfaced, leading Su Bai to deduce that this mysterious force was not allied with Ren Yuan. To his surprise, it turned out to be Bai Longfei. Bai Longfei regarded Ren Yuan with a hint of disdain. Old creature, you know full well that you cannot truly harm him, so why inflict suffering upon him? Ren Yuan, shedding his earlier somber demeanor, rapped his cane against the ground with a sharp sound. He understood that he could not do anything to Su Bai. Not only was Qi Shijun steadfastly protecting him, but Su Bai's identity as the orphan of a martyr also posed a significant risk. Should anyone discover that he harmed Su Bai, it would lead to dire consequences. Moreover, Ren Yuan was aware of the unusual connection between Su Bai and the champion of the Divine League, Xyrona. Had Bai Longfei not been present, Ren Yuan might have entertained the notion of hypnotizing Su Bai and discreetly dealing with him in an untraceable manner. Yet, with Bai Longfei's presence, Rin Yuan found himself utterly powerless. Bai Longfei's protection of the young man meant that even if he chose not to shield Su Bai, Rin Yuan could not silence him. The relationship between Bai Longfei and Qi Shijun is far more favorable than my own, Rin Yuan mused. Young man, you had best genuinely assist Xiaoyi. Having uttered these words, he turned to leave, only to be halted by Su Bai's voice. Predecessor, you expect me to cure your great-granddaughter simply by your words? What do you mean by that? Have you not already begun treating my little E? Rin Yuan turned to gaze at Su Bai. Kid, I refrain from acting against you because I still require your assistance in treating my little E. You may test the waters. Should you continue to provoke me, will Bai Longfei still shield you? To heal a patient and receive gratitude is a fundamentally fair exchange. How can this be construed as provocation? Su Bai met Rin Yuan's gaze fearlessly. I am uncertain of the method you employ to send Uncle Qi away, but you must realize that it cannot hold for long. How much longer do you think he will be gone? Rin Yuan regarded Su Bai and then burst into hearty laughter. Su Bai could sense the sincerity behind that smile. Kid, I am beginning to take a liking to you. You mentioned a reward, did you not? What do you think of my great-granddaughter? She is a beautiful young woman with a promising future. Forget it, spare me. Su Bai shook his head, bemused by the old man's outrageous remarks. With Bai Longfei's peculiar gaze upon him, Su Bai stepped back behind him. Really? Are you not considering it? Rin Yuan continued with a mischievous grin. My granddaughter is exceptionally lovely. Surely you have seen her. You know her already. She is well-educated and sensible. I shall introduce you to her tomorrow. No. I assure you, I will treat her well. Su Bai relented in his protest. Satisfied with Su Bai's promise, Rin Yuan departed with his crystal lamp spirit. Once Rin Yuan had left, Bai Longfei regarded Su Bai with keen interest. Kid, you possess quite the audacity. Are you not afraid I might forsake you? You would not abandon me, regardless of Uncle Qi's absence, for the sake of Bai Zai's reputation. You would not allow Rin Yuan to harm me, would you, Uncle Bai? Surprised by Su Bai's words, Bai Longfei chuckled. You, my boy, truly deserve the title of best individual player in the Grand League. How did you come to know of my connection to Bai Zai? It is quite simple. Su Bai explained. Bai Zai, despite his youth, wields such power and commands two quasi-deities. It is impossible without a substantial background. Moreover, Bai Zai is a trainee at the Jizhou Dojo. It cannot solely be attributed to his strength. Furthermore, there is your draconian armor dragon, Isnt there, sharing a surname. Hailing from the same region and wielding the same quasi-deities, one a king and the other with a formidable lineage, suggests a familial connection. It is not difficult to deduce. Nodding in approval, Bai Longfei expressed satisfaction with Su Bai's reasoning. He revealed, I am indeed Bai Zai's father. And the heart-scale treasure you have seen is the offspring of my draconian armor dragon. Chapter 106. The award ceremony. Su Bai was genuinely taken aback to learn that Bai Longfei was Bai Zai's father. No wonder Bai Zai possessed such formidable strength. He was the son of a dragon-type monarch. Regardless, thank you, Uncle Bai. Not at all. You should head back now. Bai Longfei patted Su Bai on the back and escorted him to the hotel, ensuring his safety before departing. Su Bai expressed his profound gratitude. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Bai generously filled a large bowl with Pokémon food for his trusty speed dog. A wave of drowsiness overcame him, and it dawned on him that he had lingered outside far too long. It was already 1 a.m. Pikachu also yawned. Feeling fatigued from the confrontation with Rin Yuan's crystal lamp spirit, which had drained much of its energy. All right, time to sleep. Su Bai patted Pikachu, yet both felt an unsettling sense of having forgotten something important. Suddenly, a purple shadow slipped through the crack of the door, revealing a disgruntled Jengar landing before Su Bai. It struck him then that he had neglected to account for the old ghost, who had followed him all the way back, courtesy of the White Dragon's transport. You truly are inconsiderate. I never imagined you would abandon me so thoughtlessly. The world has changed, and humanity has become quite ungrateful, Jengar lamented. My sincerest apologies. It was not my intention, Su Bai replied. Do not speak to me. I am heartbroken, Jengar retorted. I genuinely regret it. It won't happen again, I assure you. Su Bai pleaded. 2 bottles of ice cola will suffice, Jengar demanded. 10 bottles. It countered. Very well, then I shan't give you anything. You can wallow in your sorrow. Su Bai declared, turning away and burying his head beneath the covers. Jengar clearly seized the opportunity to extort his beverages. Allowing it to indulge would only encourage further demands in the future. Wait, 2 bottles it is. Jengar panicked and resorted to telepathy. Gliding to Su Bai's bedside with a charming smile, rubbing its belly with its small hands. Amused by the sight, Su Bai retrieved 2 bottles of ice cola from his system and handed them to Jengar. Upon seeing the cola, Jengar joyously accepted the offering, using psychokinesis to twist off the caps and eagerly began to drink. In no time, it finished the bottles, yet the empty containers left it craving more. Alas, Su Bai had already succumbed to slumber, along with Pikachu, both utterly exhausted from the day's events. Jengar chuckled softly and advised Speed Dog to be quiet while eating, so as not to disturb Su Bai and Pikachu's well-deserved rest. With gentle telekinetic force, Jengar carefully lifted Su Bai and placed him back on the bed. ensuring Pikachu lay beside him, before tucking them both in snugly. Rest well, it whispered. Though it is often said that joy invigorates the spirit and burdens weigh heavy on the heart, for Subai, the more elated he felt, the deeper his slumber became. Having achieved personal triumph and aided his friend in securing the championship of this year's grand tournament, the matters weighing on his mind were resolved, leading to a relaxation that invited sleep. Subai slumbered soundly until past 9 o'clock, at which point Speed Dog was ravenously hungry. Fortunately, Gung proved to be reliable, for it knew precisely where Subai had stored the Pokémon food. It served a generous bowl to the speedy hound, thus sparing it from hunger's harsh grip. Thank you, Gung, and my apologies to you, Speedy Dog. After expressing his gratitude to Gung, Subai gently patted the dog's head in a gesture of comfort before heading to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Once he had bathed, Pikachu was awake as well. After tidying up, Subai placed Speedy Dog into its Pokeball, donned a fresh change of clothes, allowed Gung to retreat into the shadows of his own, and perched Pikachu on his shoulder as he exited the room. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, Subai spotted Ren Yuan anxiously waiting for him, accompanied by Zhou Yong. It appeared that the old man had brought Zhou Yong along to reassure Subai of his good intentions. Brother Subai, you have finally triumphed. Ren Tianwang has been pacing nervously downstairs, Zhou Yong remarked, only to receive a light smack to the back of his head from Ren Yuan. You little rascal. Refrain from speaking nonsense, Ren Yuan retorted. Subai understood perfectly well the purpose of their visit, to ensure he completed the treatment for Ren Xiaoyi that day. Yet, he lamented inwardly, I haven't even had breakfast. Oh dear, it's nearly 10 o'clock. Can't you just combine breakfast with lunch? Today, I shall treat you. Choose whatever you desire. Ren Yuan insisted. It was evident that he genuinely cared for his great-granddaughter. Though his words were sharp, his demeanor was quite amiable. Having promised Elder Shen to assist with Ren Xiaoyi's treatment over the past few days, Subai had little inclination to further tease the old man, and thus he readily agreed to accompany them. However, while aiding Ren Xiaoyi, Subai permitted only Elder Shen to be present. Although Ren Yuan wished to interject, he found himself unable to defy Subai and, out of respect for Elder Shen, remained waiting in the latter's office. This arrangement persisted for the following 2 days. With Subai's assistance and the diligent care of the hospital staff, Ren Xiaoyi regained her mobility within just 2 days. Her hair began to exhibit hints of color, transitioning from a solid white to a mix of gray. 2 days later, the awards ceremony for the Grand League commenced. The first accolades were bestowed upon the top 3 contenders, first place to Da, second to Magic City University, and third to the host, Xiang Province Normal University. The 3 teams accepted their awards in sequence. Director Li, Subai, and Hua Sila stood together, while the other team members were scattered around, eagerly extending their hands. Together, they lifted the trophy symbolizing this year's Grand League Championship. Panyu was in tears. Although she had not played a significant role, her Desert Naya had contributed during the competition, eliminating 2 opposing members with its ultimate move. Director Li personally promised her a batch of nurturing resources sufficient for evolving her Desert Naya into Dream Song Naya. Following the team award segment, the individual awards were announced. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers and applause of the audience, Subai ascended the podium with Pikachu and Speedy Dog, both of whom had exerted tremendous effort during the Grand League. Although Gung is indeed Subai's Pokémon, it is not yet time for it to make its public debut, so it must remain concealed in the shadows. Gung has no complaints about this, expressing contentment as long as there is cola to drink. The award for Best Individual was presented by Long Fei, who personally draped the medallion around Subai's neck, simultaneously bestowing upon him a Pokémon encyclopedia. Though of little practical use to Subai, it holds significant symbolic value. Upon receiving the Pokémon encyclopedia, Subai removed the medallion and placed it around the neck of his swift hound, while setting Pikachu atop the hound's head. This moment was broadcasted on the large screen, captivating countless admirers. Subai did not intend to attract attention, having acquired official trainer status. He could now begin collecting badges in preparation for the Dragon Kingdom's Dongwang Alliance, set to take place in 2 months at Dongwang Mountain. With this newfound standing, he was grateful to both Pikachu and the Swift Hound for their invaluable support. After the award ceremony concluded, Subai received an unexpected phone call. Hello? Do you remember me? Rest assured, I could never forget you. It was Bai Zhe on the line. Having learned of Subai's accolade as the best individual in this year's grand tournament, awarded by his own father, Long Fei, Bai Zhe felt compelled to extend his congratulations. Subai expressed his gratitude and posed a question to Bai Zhe. Despite being an incoming reserve trainer and currently attending university, why had he not participated in the grand tournament? Bai Zhe explained that he need not partake in such competitions, as a reserve gym trainer possesses the authority to nurture Pokémon. You wicked second generation, Bai Zhe teased. Less chatter. Aren't you also a wicked second generation? I just found out that the first Elite Four, Chi City Jun, is your uncle. After exchanging playful banter, Bai Zhe inquired about Subai's next intended gym challenge. Subai had no immediate plans, but felt compelled to return home first, having claimed the championship and the title of Best Individual. Shu could effortlessly overshadow the former principal and assume office with great fanfare, likely boosting the enrollment rate by several percentage points. He needed to retrieve little Eevee. With Pikachu, Gungue, the Swift Hound, Eevee, the unhatched mini-dragon, and an additional Pokémon rewarded by the system, his team was inexplicably full. How vexing. However, such thoughts were not meant to be shared with Baizé. After some discussion, Baizé expressed his hope that Su-Bai would consider his gym as the final challenge. He aspired to engage Su-Bai in a comprehensive battle as a seasoned gym trainer. Su-Bai readily agreed. Upon returning to the hotel, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Host circumstances have changed. Dominance of the Grand Tournament task completed. Reward: 1 Mega Evolution Ring, 1 Random Mega Stone, 1 Random Chance for the Chosen Emperor. Would you like to redeem? Redeem. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired 1 Mega Evolution Ring, 1 Random Mega Stone, and 1 Random Chance for the Chosen Emperor. Would you like to use the Random Chance for the Chosen Emperor? Indeed, it appears to be a rather ordinary doll stone. Su-Bai utilized the Celestial Selection feature to randomly obtain the ordinary doll stone. However, Su-Bai had no use for it, as the ordinary doll was exclusive to the regions of Unova and Kalos, and not found in the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, it was better to exchange it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the item, Super Mutwo Evolution Stone. This is truly remarkable. Upon evolving, Mutwo's base stat can soar to 780, surpassing all artificially created Pokémon. System. Does this mean that the Pokémon I obtained from another task is indeed Mutwo? Host, are you daydreaming? If Cynthia can become my fiancée, why shouldn't Team Mutwo be my Pokémon? Ding. Detecting a change in host circumstances, issuing task, I have obtained a Pokémon. The system paid no heed to Su-Bai. Task: I have obtained a Pokémon completed. Rewards: the cost of kindness task progressed 66 for Ultra Balls. 1 net ball, 1 black market ball. Task progress: the cost of kindness, 175500. Host may receive a random Pokémon with a base stat below 500. Would you like to proceed with the random selection? Wait a moment. Su-Bai hurried to Wang Dalin's room, then began pounding on the door. Wang Dalin, open up. Open the door, open the door. What is going on, Su-Gu? Is something wrong? Wang Dalin was enjoying himself in his room. Director Li had informed him that based on his recent performance, he could select an item. The light stone was unlikely, considering its exorbitant price, but the proof of the king was certainly within reach. Su-Bai noticed the adorable Piplup and reached out to pet it. Due to Su-Bai's connection to the power of eternity, Piplup joyfully chirped in response. Little one, could you grant your elder brother a bit of luck? Piplup happily flapped its tiny wings against Su-Bai, as if in agreement. Thank you, dear little one. That is all for now. Su-Bai glanced at the bewildered Wang Dalin, tossed a light stone he had exchanged from the system store, and turned to leave. Wang Dalin was left dumbfounded. Wait. Su-Gu, foster father, what are you doing? Upon returning to his own room, Su-Bai rubbed his hands together. System, let us begin. Initiating random selection. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a water-type Pokémon, Totodile. As the system announced this, a Pokeball appeared on the table before Su-Bai. Peering through the translucent cover of the Pokeball, he saw a lively Totodile nestled inside. Choosing to interact with Piplup earlier was indeed a fortuitous decision. This is Totodile, one of the water-type starters from the Johto region. Due to its singular attribute and mediocre overall stats, the starters from Johto have never quite achieved prominence. Nonetheless, Feraligatr is undeniably a formidable presence. Moreover, should it evolve into Feraligatr, a dragon stone could be bestowed upon it, transforming its type to water dragon, leaving it with only 2 weaknesses. By that time, an amusing cackle echoed through the air. Please refrain from such a grotesque laughter, host. Current random attempts, 31, 100. Kindly engage in more randomness. My fate is not dictated by heaven, nor by my own will. Su-Bai was in high spirits and chose not to dwell on the system's remarks. He opened a Pokémon ball, releasing the small Croconaw. As soon as it emerged, the Pokémon ball that contained it vanished, leaving the Croconaw in a wild state. Wari wari wa? The lively Croconaw began to frolic across the table, energetically attempting to take a bite out of it. Fortunately, Su-Bai was quick on his feet and swiftly grabbed an apple to block the Croconaw's mouth. However, the creature's biting strength was hardly hindered, and it reduced the apple to mere pulp in no time. Then, with a swift turn, the Croconaw noticed Su-Bai, who was still holding the remnants of the apple. With a wide opening of its jaws, it gleefully lunged at him. Just in the nick of time, the hypnosis move from Jengar activated, causing Croconaw to fall asleep just as its mouth approached Su-Bai's nose. Holding the slumbering Croconaw, Su-Bai could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. He gently used the power of tranquility to ensure the little creature rested comfortably. Chapter 108. Future plans. Su-Bai understood that Croconaw bore no malice. It merely wished to play. It seemed clear that he would need to train it properly, lest it become a mischievous little rascal that wreaks havoc. After securing Croconaw in a capture netball, Su-Bai retrieved his Pokédex. Ding. The system has detected the precious item, the Pokédex. It can be fused with the system's bestowed Pokédex function. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? System, if I fuse it, will it be detectable by others? Ding. This system merely enhances the individual values and effort values of the Pokédex. The external world will not take notice. Very well, let us fuse. Upon his command, the Pokédex emitted a brief glow before the process concluded. Subai aimed the Pokédex at the capture net ball containing Croconaw. Small Croconaw, jaw Pokémon. With its powerful upper and lower jaws, it can crush anything, so even its trainer must exercise caution. Type: Water. Level: 11, Beginner. Ability: Torrent. Held item: None. Gender: Height: 0, 9 meters, 0, 6 meters. Weight: 11, 3 kilograms, 9, 5 kilograms. Base stats: HP: 50, Attack: 65, Defense: 64, Special Attack: 44, Special Defense: 48, Speed: 43, Total: 314. Individual values: HP: 29, Attack: 19, Defense: 21, Special Attack: 18, Special Defense: 21. Speed: 19. Moves: Water Gun, Bite, Scary Face. The standard Pokémon Pokédex published by the Dragon Kingdom only allows one to see the Pokémon's name, description, weight, height, type, and the first 4 moves it knows. The remaining functions are exclusive to the system's Pokédex. Thus, Subai had no reason to worry about others discerning the uniqueness of his Pokémon through their Pokédex. After completing this, Subai was in no rush to register Gengar in his Pokédex. It was wise to keep a few cards close to his chest. Come forth, Croconaw. Subai released the little Croconaw once more. The little crocodile, upon spotting Subai, immediately began to dance with exuberance. Wally wally wah. Wally wally wah. This unfortunate creature leaped up, attempting to bite Subai, only to be thwarted by a stainless steel bowl exchanged for food. Now, let us eat first. The little crocodile watched in amazement as Subai poured a plethora of unfamiliar delicacies into the bowl, the tantalizing aroma of Pokémon food causing drool to escape its mouth. Despite its diminutive size, the little crocodile showed no restraint when it came to eating. Its short arms worked tirelessly to scoop the delectable morsels into its mouth. Eventually, it even plunged its head directly into the bowl. The swift dog observed the little crocodile enjoying its meal with such enthusiasm that it, too, became tempted and tugged at Subai's trousers. With no choice left, Subai filled another large bowl with Pokémon food for the swift dog. The little crocodile, now with a round belly, lay on the ground, grunting in satisfaction. Subai, concerned for its comfort, offered it 2 digestive herbal pellets and gently massaged its belly. The swift dog, having feasted twice in succession, lay on the ground with its tongue lolling out. Woof, I can't take it anymore, little buddy, it seemed to say. Wally wally wah, help me up. I can still eat more. In the next moment, Subai witnessed the little crocodile struggle to rise from the ground, only for a brilliant white light of evolution to envelop it. Alarmed, Subai quickly exchanged for a stone of permanence and placed it on the little crocodile just before any transformation could occur. The white light dissipated in an instant, and the little crocodile rubbed its eyes in bewilderment. What just happened? Seeing that the little crocodile had not evolved, Subai let out a sigh of relief. The transition from the first to the second stage of maturity is a crucial process of nutrient accumulation. If the currently level 11 little crocodile were to forcibly evolve into a blue crocodile now, it might struggle to recover its health. Ash's Charmeleon thrived with the aid of Brock, yet even it faced malnourishment after evolving into Charizard. If the little crocodile were to undergo such a drastic change, it might end up as a crocodile incapable of besting even a goose. The swift dog was left in disbelief, wondering what was happening. Silly dog. You're an older brother now. No more bullying the little ones. Subai playfully ruffled the dog's head while providing it with a few digestive herbal pellets. Gengar lounged on the couch, while Pikachu rested atop Gengar's ample belly, one sipping cola and the other orange juice. Subai placed the little crocodile on the swift dog's back, continuing to massage its belly while soothing it. There's no need to rush. You will grow. By the time you've matured, it will be an old dog, and then you can deal with it. The little crocodile, hearing Subai's words, felt a surge of joy and curled into a ball, sliding down from the swift dog's neck along its back. With a flick of its large tail, the swift dog sent the little crocodile soaring into the air, where it arched down in a parabolic trajectory and landed squarely on Gengar's belly. Pikachu was knocked off and caught in Subai's arms. All right, enough of the play. We must be on our way. Subai stored the wind speed dog and the little saw crocodile into their Pokeballs, allowing Gengar to slip into the shadows, while Pikachu nestled comfortably on his shoulder as he turned and exited the hotel room. Upon arriving at the Xiong Province Pokémon Hospital, Subai first attended to Ren Xiaoyi. With the calming influence of the power of eternity, the tumultuous energies within Ren Xiaoyi had finally settled, enabling her to better absorb life energy. With proper care and nutritious sustenance, she would soon restore her health. Gently running her fingers through her now dark hair, Ren Xiaoyi expressed her gratitude to Subai once more. Thank you, Brother Bai. It's nothing. What are your plans moving forward? Subai inquired. Rin Xiaoyi shook her head in response. As it was late autumn, she could easily complete this semester and then take a leave of absence during the second half of her junior year, dedicating the following year and a half to badge collection, culminating in a direct challenge to the Dongwang Alliance in the Dragon Kingdom upon graduation. Alternatively, she was also contemplating training abroad, though she had yet to decide on a specific region. Subai suggested the Sinnoh region. At this time, it was still before Ash began his journey. Kanto was teaming with Team Rocket, the unresolved issues with Nashi, and the formidable presence of Giovanni, making it perilous. While Jado offered a stark divide in gym strength, providing opportunities for novices to strategically pick up badges. Its vast wilderness posed challenges unsuitable for someone in Rin Xiaoyi's condition. In Hoenn, the fiery gym was still under the stewardship of Asha's grandfather, a seasoned trainer of Blaziken, alongside the rising Elite Four candidate Qianli in Orange City, and the ever-dominant Mikoli holding sway over the Lapis gym. With such formidable figures, venturing to Hoenn would be a test of endurance. The Unova region was too distant, and in Kalos, there were the likes of Grandpa Fu, Uncle Defo, and Gajoa. Not to mention the still active Elder Coco from the gym leader ranks. Such a journey would undoubtedly be fraught with trials. The gym challenges in Sinnoh, however, were comparatively smoother. With fewer eccentric trainers, and though the champion was a formidable opponent, Rin Xiaoyi was unlikely to encounter Cynthia directly. Upon hearing Su Bai's suggestion, Rin Xiaoyi nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Chapter 109. Rin Yuan's invitation. The two continued their discussion, with Su Bai emphasizing the importance of Rin Xiaoyi's own choices. Subsequently, he used the power of eternity to make one final adjustment for her. This power formed a protective barrier within her, stabilizing both her psychic and ghostly energies, ensuring they remained separate. It was unclear who had initially conceived such a complex idea. Managing one energy type within Rin Xiaoyi's body was already a significant challenge, and now adding another was no small feat. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it had indeed been the only viable solution at the time, as psychic energy could effectively shield the young Rin Xiaoyi from harm. Brother Bai, this is a token of appreciation from my family for your help in my treatment. Rin Xiaoyi presented a fragrant sandalwood box. Please step back before I open it. Su Bai nodded and moved to the doorway before unveiling the box. A pungent odor wafted forth, and he sensed a chilling aura emanating from within. Inside the sandalwood box lay two cursed talismans inscribed with crimson vermilion characters. The intensity of the energy was so profound that even the system was stirred. Ding. Detected that the host has acquired a rare item, a cursed talisman left by a ghost-type trainer who nearly transformed into a vengeful spirit. The energy is rich and well-preserved. Would you like to randomize it? No. Such a splendid item. How could Su Bai possibly randomize it? Gung Gui was already drooling with desire. By offering this to Gung Gui, it would compensate for the long-standing lack of recognition it had endured in the shadows. Sensing the potent, ghostly energy, Rin Xiaoyi became increasingly anxious, a faint blush creeping up from her neck to her cheeks. Su Bai quickly closed the wooden box, his brow furrowed. Although he and Rin Xiaoyi had yet to forge a deep bond, they could be considered friends. In her current state, Rin Xiaoyi could hardly continue her journey. The world was so mysterious, and there were countless locations rich with unknown energies. If Rin Xiaoyi's issues remained unresolved, she would forever be akin to a canary trapped in a cage. After securing the box, Su Bai checked Rin Xiaoyi's pulse. The act was merely a formality, primarily aimed at helping her regulate the energy within her body. Rin Xiaoyi lowered her head, the blush on her face still unabated. Brother Bai, may I travel with you in the future? Su Bai was momentarily taken aback by her question. You wish to travel with me? Indeed. According to Rin Xiaoyi, she would not relinquish the opportunity to wield such formidable power as Mega Evolution. If she could travel with Su Bai, it would provide her with an added sense of security. I understand this request may be imposing, but my family would certainly offer you some form of compensation. Although Rin Xiaoyi came from a privileged background, it did not imply a lack of understanding. On the contrary, she had a rhythm to her actions. After presenting a gift to Su Bai and noticing his hesitance, she promptly mentioned the potential compensation. Su Bai thought to himself that her family had indeed promised a reward. Yet what her great-grandfather had promised him was her. I already have a fiancé. Well, we can discuss this later, as our timelines may differ. Rest assured, should you encounter similar situations again, I will not stand idly by. Su Bai made his promise. Upon hearing Su Bai's response, Rin Xiaoyi felt somewhat disheartened. Though it was within her expectations, who would wish to travel with someone in her frail state? However, Rin Xiaoyi's upbringing and character were commendable. Her current condition was primarily due to her health issues, and she had no grounds to compel Su Bai to acquiesce to her request. Thus, as Su Bai prepared to leave, she managed to muster a warm and polite smile to bid him farewell. After parting ways with Rin Xiaoyi, Su Bai intended to visit old Shun's office to fulfill his promise, only to unexpectedly encounter Rin Yuan. Senior, is there something you need? Ah, young friend Su Bai. Rin Yuan's aged face bore a look of unease. At his age, it felt peculiar to overhear the conversations of two youngsters. May I have a word with you in private? Subai nodded and followed Rin Yuan to the lounge area. It is now broad daylight, and in recent days, Rin Yuan has undergone a significant shift in his attitude due to his commitment to treating Rin Xiaoyi. Most importantly, the awards ceremony has concluded, and his identity as a formal trainer has been firmly established. Regardless of how Rin Yuan perceives himself, it bears no benefit to him. Rin Yuan's demeanor is exceedingly courteous. In his esteemed capacity, he refers to Subai as young friend, expressing a desire for an egalitarian discourse, thus adopting a notably humble stance. Young friend Subai, I earnestly beseech you to take my great-granddaughter along on your travels. Wherever you go, she shall accompany you, and she will not disrupt your itinerary, Rin Yuan implores. Gazing intently at Subai, I am aware that the Sinnoh champion shares a unique bond with you, so my jest about betrothing Xiaoyi to you was merely in jest. The Rin family has other compensations to offer. Rin Yuan informs Subai that should he agree to take Rin Xiaoyi on his journey, he would be granted unrestricted access to the entrances of the distortion world under the Rin family's purview. Senior, I fail to see the sincerity in this offer. I could just as easily gain entry through Uncle Chi or Champion Bai, Subai responds. My young friend, you are mistaken, Rin Yuan counters, revealing to Subai a secret he had not anticipated. Within Subai's understanding of the distortion world, it is characterized by corridors, and many versions of the distortion world exhibit this trait. Rin Yuan proceeds to elucidate the current human understanding of the distortion world. Presently, humanity has identified 6 corridors within the distortion world. However, these 6 are not interconnected. This revelation takes Subai by surprise. In the game, to reach Giratina, one must traverse the corridors of speed, will, valor, life, wisdom, and resilience in a specific order. Yet Rin Yuan clarifies that while all 6 corridors can lead to the Rebirth Town, they are not interchangeable. Furthermore, upon exiting the Rebirth Town and returning to the real world, one must exit through the same corridor they entered. Each corridor possesses its own distinct characteristics. The corridor overseen by the Rin family, if inhabited by Pokémon training, would significantly enhance special attack skills such as Thunderbolt and Psychic, without any adverse effects. Thus, although the distortion world presents a calamity, it is also a sanctuary for leveling up, which is one of the reasons the Rin family is eager for Rin Xiaoyi to become a trainer and re-enter the distortion world. Subai realizes that Rin Yuan is likely referring to the Wisdom Corridor, which boosts special attack effort values, a notion that intrigues him. Rin Yuan also informs Subai that should he acquiesce, not only would Subai benefit, but Miss Cynthia, as his girlfriend, would also receive the Rin family's gratitude. Rest assured, young friend Subai, we shall not place you in an awkward position before Miss Cynthia. We have also prepared a token of appreciation for her. Unbeknownst to Rin Yuan, he mistakenly assumes that Subai is merely Cynthia's young boyfriend whom she met during her recent visit to Dragon Country. Subai's reluctance to embark on a journey with Rin Xiaoyi stems from his fear of offending Cynthia. After all, in the eyes of the elderly, their grandchildren are the epitome of excellence. Subai understands this sentiment and does not feel compelled to elaborate to Rin Yuan over such a trivial matter. Moreover, considering that this is a token of appreciation from the esteemed champion of the Dragon Kingdom, and as Sharona currently finds herself in the nascent phase of her championship reign, would it not be advantageous for her to have external support solidifying her position? One wonders what kind of gratitude Senior Rin could extend. Perhaps a champion-grade Drakazalt? Rin Yuan would only require a slight contribution. Additionally, our family would present a champion-grade Gyarados, and as for how we acquire it, that is solely a matter for the Rin family. Ensuring its provenance is immaculate. Subai was intrigued. The variety of Pokémon in the Sinnoh region is already quite abundant, yet due to the antiquity of its generations, it is somewhat disadvantaged in the realm of semi-divine beings. The Dragapult and Dragapult both possess a base stat of 600 and belong to the Dragon type, which is acknowledged internationally as superior to those from other regions. Moreover, being from a family of champions, any such Pokémon is bound to be an ace in any trainer's hand. It is indeed a generous offer from the Rin family to present 2 at once. Truly an extravagant gesture, demonstrating their sincerity. Naturally, without such substantial offerings, they would not be able to present anything worthy to Sharona. Very well, I consent. Oh, young friend Subai can indeed negotiate on behalf of Miss Sharona. Subai clicked his tongue, contemplating how the old man underestimated him. He promptly called Sharona. Hello? What's the matter? At that moment, Sharona was nestled in a villa in Miure City, Kalos, at the abode of her dear friend Karuna. Karuna was preparing for the release of a new film featuring a remarkable fire monkey capable of evolving once more, amusingly titled The Return of the Great Sage, a name quite reminiscent of the Dragon Kingdom. Sharona inquired about the fire monkey, but Karuna blushed and refrained from divulging any details. Currently, Sharona was sulking on the couch, indulging in ice cream when she received Subai's call. Right off the bat, if someone were to buy me, would you sell? Wait, I didn't quite catch that. Sharona was taken aback. Such a nonsensical question was typically posed by girls, not the other way around. Was it possible that she could not muster the courage to express her affections and instead he took the initiative? A gentle smile graced Sharona's lips. Of course. I could never bear to part with you. What about Elise? That won't do either. I knew you were the best. Su Bai and Sharona conversed in Sinnoh language. While Ren Yuan was eager to comprehend their dialogue, he found it utterly incomprehensible. Yet, observing Su Bai's expression, he couldn't help but reflect on the joys of youth. Su Bai decided against teasing Sharona further and conveyed Ren Yuan's request to her. Upon hearing his words, Sharona's tone turned icy. Xiao Bai, are they coercing you into this agreement? Is Uncle Qi indifferent? I shall make a trip to the Dragon Kingdom to discuss matters with Ren Yuan. Please wait for me. No, they are quite earnest, and I believe this is a splendid opportunity. Xiao Bai, I do not wish for you to compromise yourself for the sake of two semi-divine Pokémon. Sharona's demeanor was evidently serious. Hearing her concern warmed Su Bai's heart. After several explanations, assuring her that he had not been coerced, and emphasizing the rarity of such an opportunity for semi-divine beings, Sharona finally acquiesced to Su Bai's proposition. Feel free to travel with Miss Rin Xiaoyi. You may keep the two Pokémon for yourself. With my Garchomp by my side, I am invincible, declared Cynthia on the other end of the line, exuding an undeniable aura of supremacy. Sensing the sentiment of its trainer, the Garchomp, who had been munching on berries, approached Cynthia, resonating with her heart. However, Su Bai's intention was to entrust the two demigods to Cynthia. Be obedient. Upon hearing Su Bai's voice, Cynthia momentarily froze. As did Su Bai. After a pause, Cynthia's cheeks flushed, and she pressed the phone closer to her face, softly murmuring, "All right, I shall heed your words." Both parties ended the call, and Cynthia, shedding her usual Valkyrie demeanor, curled up with her knees drawn to her chest, hiding her face in her embrace, oblivious to the melting ice cream in her hand. This scene was witnessed by Karuna, who had just emerged from changing her clothes, prompting her to tease her dear friend. "What's this? Feeling shy chatting with your fiancé? Oh Karuna, you're insufferable. If you keep mocking me, I might just challenge you to a battle." The two engaged in a playful exchange, igniting a delightful skirmish between friends, which culminated in them collapsing onto the sofa, breathless and flushed. "Cynthia, honestly, you've ruined my bath," Karuna exclaimed while gently running her delicate fingers through Cynthia's golden locks. Reclining on her best friend's long legs, Cynthia retorted without hesitation. "Who told you to keep secrets from me, and to mock me as well?" After pondering for a moment, Cynthia suggested to Karuna the idea of hosting a press conference in the Dragon Kingdom, as she sought an opportunity to issue a warning to Ren Yuan. Without inquiring about the reasons, Karuna nodded in agreement and promptly contacted their agent, scheduling a press conference for a new film in the Dragon Kingdom 2 weeks later. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Su Bai agreed to travel with Rin Xiaoyi. Within a fortnight, both would arrange their leave from their respective schools, and Su Bai would notify Rin Xiaoyi in advance about which gym he intended to challenge. Rin Yuan indicated that it was unnecessary to complicate matters. As Rin Xiaoyi had yet to challenge the Origin Gym in the city, she planned to head directly to Northeastern Province to confront it after completing her leave application. Su Bai could simply await her return. Though feeling somewhat sold out, Su Bai clarified to Rin Yuan that he could directly contact Cynthia to hand over the demigods, without needing to involve him further. After concluding these arrangements, Su Bai departed from the lounge and took the elevator to the 3rd floor, arriving at Elder Shun's office. Elder Shun had been waiting eagerly in his office and greeted Su Bai with warmth, which was only natural given the significance of the longevity matters at hand. "Elder Shun, shall we commence?" "Absolutely, thank you, Xiao Su. Is there anything I need to prepare?" Elder Shun, having a familial bond with Qi Shijun, referred to Su Bai as Xiao Su without hesitation, a familiarity Su Bai did not mind. "You need not prepare anything. Simply place your hands on the table," Su Bai replied. Chapter 111. Homecoming. Old Shin nodded, placing his hands upon the table as instructed by Su Bai. Gently, Su Bai laid his hands over Old Shun's, allowing the power of the eternal oak to gradually flow into him. Old Shin's health was surprisingly well maintained for someone of his age, while not entirely free from ailments. There were no severe issues. However, the passage of time had taken its toll, leading to the gradual decline of certain organs, unintentionally adding to his physical burdens. Nonetheless, the situation was manageable. Although the power of the eternal oak was not a miraculous elixir for restoring youth, its soothing effects were undeniably beneficial, especially for elderly individuals like Old Shun, who, while not suffering from significant health problems, bore the weariness of life. After half an hour, beads of sweat began to form on Su Bai's forehead, while Old Shun felt considerably lighter and more at ease. The results were remarkable. Upon concluding the session, a brief self-examination revealed that both his blood pressure and heart rate had returned to normal levels. "Thank you so much, Xiao Su," Old Shun expressed gratefully. "It was nothing. Old Shun, after all, you contributed as well," Su Bai replied modestly, but Old Shun shook his head. "Older individuals like myself yearn for health and longevity. It may seem trivial to you, given your exceptional abilities, but to an old man like me, it is no small matter." Having said this, Old Shin produced 2 prescriptions he had crafted himself. One was a recipe for a mystical potion designed to enhance the vitality of Pokémon, while the other, although less discernible, had undergone extensive clinical validation and could improve a Pokémon's resistance to adverse conditions with prolonged use. It was a replica, yet the care old Shun had invested was evident. Subai accepted the prescriptions with joy, particularly the second one, which was crucial for him. The cultivation mastery skill rewarded by the system, regardless of its depth and complexity, merely encompassed general knowledge, solidifying Subai's understanding. In contrast, this privately researched and validated prescription held significant value for him. I am immensely grateful, old Shun. This is incredibly precious, Subai remarked. Not at all. It is clear that you genuinely care for your Pokémon. However, please remember that power can grant you many things, but it can also cause you to miss out on numerous others. Thank you. I will keep that in mind, Subai replied, carefully storing the prescriptions. After old Shun's repeated invitation for Subai to join the clinic was graciously declined, he offered tea as a farewell gesture. As Subai exited, accompanied by Pikachu, Arcanine, Totodile, and Old Ghost, they spent the better part of the day enjoying the vibrancy of the city streets. With the National Day festivities underway, the city was teeming with people eager to relish the opportunity to spend quality time with family and friends. The bustling pedestrian street was a vivid tapestry of humanity, where crowds mingled shoulder to shoulder. After an afternoon of merriment, Pikachu nearly became overwhelmed by the throngs, enduring the affectionate squeezes from numerous young women. Had Subai not intervened, Pikachu might have unleashed its electric wrath. Upon returning to the room, Subai began to pack his belongings, as he was to depart the city the following day with the school team. Thus, the grand journey to the league had come to a conclusive end. The next day, everyone gathered in the lobby of the hotel, tacitly agreeing to forego breakfast. After a 2-hour ride on a large bus, they arrived at the station, boarding the train in an orderly fashion and fastening their seatbelts upon finding their seats. This time, they were utilizing a teleportation carriage to return, aided by the assistance of Chi City's military, which allowed for a direct route back to the city without any transfers. However, the longer the distance for a single teleportation, the more unpleasant the experience became. The group felt as if they were swaying in a blinding light for over 10 minutes before the surroundings finally settled into calm. Upon disembarking, everyone staggered unsteadily. Chi-Hu and Pan-Yu were particularly ill. Even Director Li appeared pale, clearly indicating that the experience had not been favorable. Yet, all of this was deemed worthwhile. Despite their discomfort, each face shone with joy. Returning to school signified the arrival of rewards. Regardless of the effort exerted, they had collectively fought in the league, and a minimum of 30 credits along with a reward item was undoubtedly assured. Now, during the 11-day holiday, even though a few students remained on campus, it was hardly enough to organize a welcome gathering. Chi City's military informed everyone that the welcome ceremony would be rescheduled for after the holidays. But this did not concern the group too much. They were all thinking along the same lines. The school should promptly settle accounts so they could return home. Even if they were not going home, they yearned to enjoy their time off. Moreover, after undergoing such an extensive teleportation, everyone's physical state was on the verge of collapse. Merely avoiding vomiting was a relief, leaving little desire to participate in any ceremony. Upon returning to the school, Chi City's military instructed Director Li to take everyone to the infirmary first, and then to the academic office to register for credits and collect rewards. Only Subai was called to the office by Chi City's military. The two, one elder and one youth, entered the office where Subai, feeling the strain, promptly sat down. He vowed that unless absolutely necessary, he would never again engage in long-distance teleportation. Can't hold up, can you, lad? Chi City's military poured Subai a cup of tea and discussed the subsequent matters. Rin Yuan had already informed Subai about the reversal of the world, and Bai Longfei had communicated this to Chi City's military. For now, Subai's temporary allegiance to Chi City's military was unspoken, and Subai had no objections to this arrangement. However, Chi City's military was aware that Subai could not remain here indefinitely. As an uncle, he was reluctant to part with him, so he approved Subai's leave, albeit with the condition that he must return in case of an emergency. After addressing these serious matters, Chi City's military softened his tone. Well then, you've been through so much and contributed greatly to the school. As your uncle, I certainly cannot neglect you. I have informed the academic office to grant you an additional 100 credits. The teachers have concluded a video conference, and it was unanimously approved. Thank you, Uncle Chi. I truly adore you. Subai was filled with joy. He had initially anticipated receiving merely 50 or 60 credits, yet to his astonishment, he was awarded a remarkable 100 credits. Ding. A change in the host's circumstances has been detected. Task progress. The cost of kindness, 275500. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 credits and received a random chance for the chosen one. Would you like to use it immediately? No. Subai declined to utilize the chance for the chosen one right away, as the adorable companion in need of this opportunity had yet to return to the team. Uncle Chi, where is Eevee? Chapter 112. Eevee returns, you rascal. I thought you had forgotten about that child Eevee. It has been waiting for you all along. Uncle Chi produced a Pokeball and informed Subai that this was Eevee's Pokeball. After scanning it with his Pokédex, Subai could officially claim Eevee as his own and take it away. However, Uncle Chi had an important matter to discuss with Subai. While it was indeed true that Eevee was a reward from the school, it was also a product of the school's breeding facility. If Subai were allowed to take it without proper protocol, it could set a precedent where anyone could claim a Pokémon bred by the school simply by performing well, jeopardizing the breeding facility's operations. Upon hearing this, Subai's mood soured. Uncle Chi, this is outrageous. After all the hard work I put in to win the championship, now the school is saying I can't have Eevee? Calm down, can you let me finish? Uncle Chi shot Subai an irritated glance. According to school regulations, it was indeed inappropriate to reward students with Pokémon bred at the facility, yet Uncle Chi was keen on entrusting Eevee to Subai for nurturing. The teachers at the school recognized Subai's capability to raise Eevee and were inclined to make an exception. However, laws must be adhered to, and exceptions have their limits. Thus, Uncle Chi devised a plan. As the child of a martyr, Subai was eligible to adopt a Pokémon from the government-operated breeding facility in Longhua. Due to his existing Pikachu, he had not yet claimed this privilege. This Eevee could perfectly occupy Subai's slot, allowing him to raise Eevee as he desired, while ensuring the school could maintain its standards, providing a respectable justification for any inquiries that might arise. What do you think, kid? Your uncle is truly looking out for you. Thank you, uncle, Subai said bashfully, scratching his head, realizing he had indeed been a bit hasty. Since this solution was feasible, he had no objections. If he had gone to the breeding facility on his own, he might not have even encountered Eevee. So this was quite fortuitous. All right, off you go. Sure thing, uncle. Subai took Eevee's Pokeball and exited Uncle Chi's office. Beyond the teaching building, Subai made his way directly to the educational area of the school's breeding center. The Pokémon in the educational area greeted Subai's return with cheerful enthusiasm. Even the Pokémon from the adjacent breeding area were delighted to see him and came forward to say hello. Director Lee's Tropius, residing at the breeding center, extended its neck to offer Subai a banana. Thank you, Tropius. Subai plucked a banana and then picked another for Pikachu, and the duo, one human and one mouse, munched on their fruits as they ventured deeper into the breeding garden. Upon reaching the innermost part, Subai spotted Eevee lazily napping by the flower bed. Pikachu eagerly jumped down from Subai's shoulder and scampered over to Eevee. Startled at first, Eevee's expression transformed into a smile upon recognizing Pikachu, and it affectionately rubbed against its friend. Despite having experienced this before, Pikachu's cheeks flushed crimson, and it collapsed onto the ground. Such cuteness was utterly irresistible. Eevee chuckled softly, then turned to search for Subai. Eevee, I'm right here, Subai called out. With a joyful leap, Eevee pounced into Subai's embrace, causing him to tumble onto the grassy ground. The sheer adorableness was overwhelming for Subai as well. Eevee tilted its head inquisitively, wondering why Subai had fallen so suddenly after their time apart. Hee. Jengar emerged from the shadows with a mischievous grin, using its psychic powers to lift little Eevee into the air. Initially startled, Eevee soon recognized Jengar and began to play joyfully. Subai released his Arcanine and the newly recruited Totodile. Eevee, curious about the Totodile which it had never encountered before, approached it. The little Totodile, full of vigor, scuttled behind Eevee and attempted to bite its fluffy tail. In a timely manner, Pikachu lifted Eevee out of harm's way, preventing any mishap. Watching the lively and exuberant Totodile, Subai couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Was biting and playing pranks truly this child's way of expressing itself? Little Eevee, undeterred, jumped onto the ground, its tail glowing white as it retaliated with a powerful iron tail, sending Totodile tumbling into the flower bed. Seeing the disoriented Totodile dancing in the flower bed, Eevee strutted proudly over to Subai, lifting its small head as if to claim credit. Subai was taken aback to witness Eevee executing the iron tail technique. Casting a glance at Pikachu, who promptly shook its head. Pika, not me. Turning his attention to Arcanine, Subai found it panting happily, wagging its large tail while waiting for a reward. The message was clear. I taught it. Impressive, isn't it? Impressive indeed. But I hope my sweet little girl doesn't turn into a little brute under your influence. Subai ruffled Arcanine's head in mock annoyance. As for Totodile, it appeared to be in high spirits, seemingly undeterred by Eevee's iron tail, as it merrily hopped back in front of Eevee to provoke another playful encounter. It took Subai quite a while to teach Eevee not to use its tail recklessly on others. Eevee, would you like to come with me? Subai presented a Pokeball. The moment Eevee saw the Pokeball, it squealed with delight and leaped towards Subai. Come back, Eevee, Subai called as he captured Eevee in the Pokeball, simultaneously scanning it with his Pokédex. Eevee, an evolution Pokémon, due to the instability of its genes. It has the potential for various evolutions, though the number is quite limited. Type, normal. Level, 16 common. Ability, danger prediction, held item, none. Gender, unspecified. Height, 0. 3M, 0. 3M. Weight, 7, 1 kilogram, 6, 5 kilograms. Base stats, HP, 55, attack, 55, defense, 50, special attack, 45, special defense, 65, speed, 55, total, 325, individual values, HP, 25, attack, 25, defense, 22, special attack, 28, special defense, 21, speed, 29, moves, dig, iron tail, quick attack, swift. Quite impressive. I did not expect that Eevee's skill set would be so well-rounded, and truly, it is worthy of being a Pokémon from the esteemed daycare. With every individual value exceeding 20, which is commendable. However, there exists something even more remarkable. Subai has prepared a unique gift for Eevee. System. Activate the Chosen 1 Randomizer. Ding. Detecting Pokémon eligible for Chosen 1 randomization. Eevee, Totodile. Please select. Eevee. Chapter 113. Sudden Incident. Ding. Randomization in progress. The Pokeball in Subai's hand flickered, and Eevee emerged, shaking its head and rubbing its eyes with its tiny paws, revealing its delicate pink pads. Ding. Randomization complete. Eevee, partner. Partner Eevee, an evolving Pokémon, possesses a variety of evolutionary possibilities due to its genetically unstable nature, though the occurrences are rare. Type. Normal. Level. 16 common. Ability. Adaptability. Held item. Evolutionary stone. Gender. Unspecified. Height. 0. 3 meters. 0. 3 meters. Weight. 7. 1 kilogram. 6. 5 kilograms. Base stats. HP. 50. Attack. 25. Defense. 55. Special attack. 205. Special defense. 55. Speed. 110. Total. 500. Individual values. HP. 31. Attack. 31. Defense. 31. Special attack. 31. Special defense. 31. Speed. 31. Moves. Swift. Flamethrower. Bubble beam. Thunderbolt. Magical leaf. Dark pulse. Illusion ray. Charm. Ice beam. Eevee appeared somewhat disoriented, pouting slightly, seemingly upset that all its previously learned moves, except for Swift, had been replaced. Boo-ee. Eevee whimpered in distress, prompting Subai to promptly scoop it into his arms for consolation. This was a delightful addition to his arsenal, a charming magical artillery. Subai removed the evolutionary stone from the little Eevee and exchanged it for a moonstone, carefully tying it around Eevee with a colorful ribbon. The evolutionary stone is a splendid item that can double the resistances of Pokémon capable of evolving, but it should only be equipped during battles. For daily wear, the moonstone is preferable. The decision to evolve can be revisited once the little Eevee expresses a desire to do so. After randomly teaming up with Eevee, the little creature's fur became even more lustrous and silky, elevating both its adorableness and beauty to an entirely new level. Its tail, particularly, fluffed up to resemble a grand cake. Meanwhile, the speedy Houndoom drooled with anticipation, yearning to take a bite. All right, pup, let us return home. Subai exclaimed as he mounted Houndoom's back. The little Totodile clambered atop the dog's head, while Eevee nestled comfortably in by Yi's embrace. And Pikachu perched on Subai's shoulder. Houndoom, significantly larger than its peers, bore the weight of the entire group with effortless ease. Jengar, on the other hand, giggled as it slipped into the shadows. Upon arriving home, Subai prepared a feast for everyone before reclining on his bed. Yet, he did not forget to place the life orb atop the strawberry plant. All right, everyone, feast at your leisure. The energy of the life orb hastened the ripening of the strawberries, making it akin to using an atomic bomb on an ant. The fruits matured before even gathering dust. Pikachu and Eevee indulged until satiated, while the little Totodile, thrilled, soaked the strawberry plant with its water gun, ultimately demolishing the pot in the process. With a sharp crack, Subai jolted awake, startled to find shards of the pot scattered across the floor. Eevee was drenched, gazing up at Totodile with tear-filled eyes. Pikachu nervously interceded between the two Pokémon, trying to mediate. The precious life orb was caught by Jengar as it emerged from the shadows. Alarmed, Subai hastily stowed the life orb into his system backpack. He had initially envisioned allowing his little companions to interact more with the life orb, which was a fragment of Arceus's power. He believed that spending time with it would foster their growth without any adverse effects. Clearly, he would need to keep a closer watch on these rascals. However, now was not the time for reflection. Subai glanced at the tense standoff between Eevee and Totodile. Hey, you two, calm down. Eevee. With a mighty leap, Eevee unleashed a swift starry attack toward Totodile. The little creature danced about, dodging left and right. Remarkably, it evaded the seemingly inevitable attack. It wasn't he so much dodging as it was a rapid repositioning just before the attack could strike. A chaotic yet effective maneuver that even the assured starry attack struggled to land. Incensed, Eevee opened its mouth and breathed fire. Totodile, lacking in intellect but brimming with combat spirit, countered with a water gun. However, when it came to this clash, Totodile was clearly outmatched. While the flames were indeed countered by the water, Totodile's special attack paled in comparison to the overpowered EV, and the water gun was swiftly overpowered by the flames. Were it not for Jengar's timely intervention with a protective shield, Totodile would have ended up as a roasted crocodile. EV. Seeing Jingar assist Totodile, Eevee's eyes brimmed with tears. Jingar, startled, ceased its laughter and hurried over to console Eevee. With a huff, Eevee leaped into Subai's arms, its large tail sweeping back and forth. All right. It was indeed a misstep on the part of the crocodile, but we are all family, and it is essential that we coexist harmoniously, understand? The Eevee gently nipped at Subai, signifying her acquiescence. The crocodile was still quite young, and Subai surmised that it likely did not comprehend the concept of an apology, merely tapping its tiny nose. Finally, the crocodile seemed to realize it might have erred, its head drooping in dejection. Pika. The ever-adept Pikachu was coaxing the crocodile. Meanwhile, the Arcanine lay languidly in the corner, lost in thought. Who am I? Where am I? What transpired? Never mind. Let us continue to indulge in this delightful dog food. Subai let out a wry smile as he gathered the crushed strawberries, washed them clean, and prepared a refreshing strawberry ice cream for everyone. Chilled and invigorating, with a rich creaminess, the strawberry sweet and tart flesh remained intact, as Subai had intentionally refrained from completely pureeing them during the jam-making process. With each bite, he couldn't help but reminisce about Sharona. Just as he contemplated calling her, his phone rang. It was Chi Shijun. Hello, Uncle Chi, what's the matter? I just got home. Kid, you've struck it lucky. You know? Chi Shijun chuckled wryly. The entrance to the reverse world has suddenly gone haywire. Is this what they call luck? Subai was at a loss for words. Hadn't it been said that the entrance to the reverse world was remarkably stable? Why the sudden upheaval? He had just become a trainer, after all. The Pokémon within the reverse world were all at least level 50, with some approaching level 70, each boasting formidable stats. It seemed an arduous battle awaited him. Clapping his hands, Subai recalled Eevee, Crocodile, and even Pikachu into their Pokeballs. After bidding an acknowledgement to Old Gui, he descended the stairs with Arcanine. Upon exiting the community, Subai mounted Arcanine and sped toward the designated location. Chapter 114. Entering the reverse world, arriving at the Grand School gates atop Arcanine. Subai found others already gathered. At the forefront was Chi Shijun, accompanied by Director Li and Wang Junsha, followed by 2/3 of the Pokémon faculty. Chi Shijun, shedding his usual easygoing demeanor, appeared unusually grave. A mere nod greeted Subai as Chi Shijun released his Galade. Galade, thank you for your efforts. Galade nodded in acknowledgement, closing its eyes as it activated teleport, whisking the group toward the Shurfong Mountains. However, this time, the teleportation only took them to the outskirts. Director Li, clearly well-versed in such operations, turned to explain to Subai why they had been transported here. When the entrance to the reverse world is agitated, the energy it emits can affect the surrounding space. If Galade were to teleport so many individuals directly into the depths of the Shurfong Mountains, the consequences of such spatial interference could be catastrophic. With 2,000 meters of mountainous terrain still to traverse, they would have to rely on the strength of their Pokémon to navigate the way. Chi Shijun and the other instructors summoned their Pokémon, while Subai and Director Li shared a ride on a Tropius. If it were not for the need to keep the existence of Gungui a secret, Subai could have utilized Gungui's psychic prowess to keep pace. However, with the presence of a riding Pokémon, there was no necessity to reveal Gungui's identity. Nevertheless, this incident served as a reminder for Subai. He would need to find a way to capture a flying riding Pokémon, thereby alleviating any concerns regarding flight before his mini-dragon hatched and evolved into Hakuryu. Everyone, be cautious, Commander Chi announced, and with that, Shinato's psychic energy propelled him upward, leading the way into the depths of the Shurfong Mountains. The others quickly followed suit. The Tropius, due to its large size and robust leaves, provided a stable flight experience, shielding its passengers from the wind's turbulence even at high speeds. Perhaps it was the disturbance caused by the entrance of the reverse world or the overwhelming presence of a champion-level trainer like Commander Chi. But the typically boisterous Shurfong Mountains had fallen eerily silent, with resident Pokémon remaining motionless in their forested habitats. Only a few brave Pokémon dared to emerge and roar, attempting to drive away the intruding human trainers, though their attempts were merely feeble cries. The highest level Pokémon Subai encountered was a champion-tier Boscadora, the only wild Pokémon bold enough to unleash a devastating attack on the passing group. Yet, it was swiftly repelled by Shinato's Dark Pulse. Initially, Subai had considered capturing it, but upon reflection, he decided against it. The group did not fly quickly, taking 10 minutes to reach their destination. Atop the desolate mountain peak stood a colossal stone tablet, 3 meters tall. Beedrill. A sharp cry captured everyone's attention. A Beedrill circled around the monument, its gaze fierce and claws sharp, with a wingspan nearing 3 meters. However, it did not venture far. Subai suspected it had emerged from the reverse world. Still disoriented from its recent emergence, it remained confined to flying around the stone tablet. As Subai pondered this, Director Lee's actions confirmed his suspicions. Tropius, solar beam. In the open expanse of the mountaintop, where the skies were clear, Tropius unleashed its solar beam without needing to gather energy, firing it directly from its mouth. Beedrill. The high-level Beedrill sensed the impending danger and swiftly ascended, evading Tropius's attack. Tropius, once more, solar beam. Tropius attempted another solar beam, but Beedrill's speed was unparalleled, allowing it to narrowly escape the second assault. Upon noticing the attack, Beedrill flapped its wings, unleashing a formidable whirlwind toward Tropius. Director Lee was not one to back down. Tropius, let's use whirlwind too. Upon receiving the command, Tropius flapped its large wings vigorously, and the two whirlwinds collided, growing increasingly powerful, wreaking havoc on the surrounding vegetation. Even some small Pokémon were swept into the sky by the tempest. Zygarde, use extreme speed. Subai summoned Zygarde, whose weight barely allowed it to maintain balance amidst the storm. With a burst of extreme speed, Zygarde dashed through the turbulent winds, its warm and sturdy back catching the small Pokémon that had fallen to the ground, one by one. As the wind intensified, Subai experienced for the first time the chilling transformation of the environment, witnessing a whirlwind of yellow sand swirling invisibly. Observing the increasingly exaggerated battlefield, Subai truly realized the vast gap between himself and the top-tier trainers. In the confines of a competitive arena, various constraints could affect the opponent, and advantages in levels and battle experience would be mitigated. However, in an unrestrained wild battle where survival was at stake, both sides unleashed their Pokémon without hesitation. The damage capable of altering the environment, if directed at a person, would be catastrophic. Zygarde, use extreme speed. Upon hearing Subai's command, Zygarde leaped and collided fiercely with Pidgeot. Despite the significant level disparity, Pidgeot's resistance was notably low, rendering it susceptible to damage. Moreover, Subai's intention for Zygarde to utilize extreme speed was to close the distance. Zygarde, use Thunderfang. With its mouth agape, Zygarde bit down, its fangs crackling with electric energy. The electric-type move was exceptionally effective against the flying type, causing Pidgeot to falter, its wings losing strength as it was struck by the tropical dragon's gale, crashing into a stone monument. An astonishing scene unfolded. The moment Pidgeot neared the stone, it vanished into thin air. Along with it, Zygarde, which had been pouncing on Pidgeot, also disappeared. Subai, who had readied a Pokeball to capture Pidgeot, was taken aback by this turn of events. Where's my Zygarde? My 300-pound, 8 meals a day dog? Do not fret, Director Lee reassured him, noting Subai's bewildered expression. That stone monument is the entrance to the reverse world. Zygarde must have followed Pidgeot inside. The Cheshire army has already slipped in while the tropical dragon and Pidgeot were engaged in battle. Director Lee, we must go too. My Zygarde is still inside. Alright. Tropical dragon, let us proceed. With a flap of its wings, the tropical dragon swiftly flew toward the stone monument. Subai felt a dizzying whirl, as if the world had been turned upside down. When his senses returned to normal, he discovered that the realm before him had transformed entirely. Chapter 115. The first wave, the corridor of the reverse world, located outside Reincarnation Town, was the only area where humans and Pokémon could coexist. Spanning thousands of meters wide, it resembled a desolate road scorched by an apocalyptic fire, stretching endlessly. The corridor was shrouded in a blue-black mist, an enigmatic vapor composed of the unique energy of the reverse world, which not only obscured vision but also hindered the probing techniques of psychic-type Pokémon and other means of detection. Even the skill to clear the mist was ineffective against this strange fog. Above the corridor, the sky mirrored the bizarre, ever-shifting energy light screens depicted in the anime. The forces of Chi City have established a defensive position, a rather ordinary back-to-back formation, encircling the intersection between the inverted world and the realm of reality. The wind speed dog spotted Subai and immediately approached him, nuzzling his large head against Subai's body. Although the dog possessed a foolish demeanor, it was not oblivious to danger. The atmosphere here was indeed terrifying. Woof, I want to go home, it whimpered. Fear not, we shall be all right. Once we return, I promise to treat you to a feast, Subai reassured the wind speed dog while channeling his power. Though frightened, the encouragement from Subai awakened the dog's inner spirit, causing it to raise its fluffy head fearlessly, its eyes ignited with fierce determination. The tail that had been tucked between its legs began to wag once more. What is there to fear? I shall not be afraid. Upon our return, I will feast on 20 bowls of rice daily. In the midst of the dense fog, a flicker of fire gradually illuminated a certain area, followed by a resounding neigh of a horse. The fire grew brighter, and the ground began to tremble. Be careful. Director Lee, standing close to Subai, sensed the approaching threat emanating from his direction. Subai nodded, swiftly mounting the wind speed dog and releasing his Pokémon, the small alligator, Pikachu, and Eevee, all poised for action. The flames became increasingly clear, revealing the silhouette of a fiery steed. A horse adorned with long, sharp horns, its hooves igniting with flames, approached like a rolling inferno. It was the Blaze Horse's flare charge. First came the Beedrill, followed by the Blaze Horse. It was unmistakably the speed corridor. Fortunately, all of Subai's adorable companions required a boost in speed. Small Alligator, use Water Gun. Eevee, Bubble Beam. Pikachu, use Surf. The trio of Pokémon unleashed their Water-type attacks upon the Blaze Horse simultaneously. Subai checked his Poké Dex and noted that this Blaze Horse was at level 58, which was relatively low. Having surpassed level 30 through the Grand League, Pikachu, alongside Eevee, whose special attack stat stood at an impressive 200, and the ever-energetic Small Alligator, were not without a chance against this Blaze Horse. Chi City's military officer was astonished. This fellow's luck was almost too good. Within a single day, he had captured a Small Alligator. However, what followed was even more surprising. The water gun from the Small Alligator merely caused the Blaze Horse to shake its head, without diminishing its charge, yet the Bubble Beam from Eevee significantly slowed its momentum. Principal, can Eevee learn Bubble Beam? Director Lee inquired. Chi City's officer was at a loss for words, but he thought it best to smooth over the situation for Subai. Regardless of the outcome, he needed to ensure that this affair was resolved before any drastic measures were taken against this creature. Director Lee nodded, then posed another question. Even so, the power of that Bubble Beam seems rather excessive. Chi City's officer shot a glance at Director Lee, who quickly realized her misstep and fell silent. Indeed, this was not the time for such considerations. Meanwhile, Pikachu's Surf had already crashed onto the Blaze Horse. The blazing charge of the Rapidash collided with the surging wave, instantly engulfing the corridor in a thick veil of white steam. As the vapor dissipated, the Rapidash had already raced far away. You three have worked hard. Subai affectionately patted their small heads. Pikachu struck a pose. The Totodile joyfully hopped about, while Eevee nuzzled against Subai's hand. Youngster, do not let your guard down, Chi Shijun warned, his gaze fixed anxiously on the sky. Subai nodded, sensing an invisible danger approaching. Moreover, it was not merely a singular threat. A whirlwind arose from an unknown origin, carrying a faint metallic scent of blood. Following this, a cacophony of cries descended from above, accompanied by two terrifying roars. Subai looked up attentively, observing a flock of dozens of Pidgeots swooping toward them. Interspersed among them were two Aerodactyl. Subai never imagined he would witness such a scene. The Aerodactyl, once the rulers of the skies in ancient times, had reigned supreme for millions of years. Pidgeot, being a social Pokémon, inherently bore a sense of hierarchy, their exceptional speed and formidable strength enabling them to dominate the modern skies. These ancient aerial sovereigns and the contemporary masters of flight were not meant to coexist in the same expanse of sky, let alone cooperate. How could this be possible? Nothing is impossible, Chi Shijun reassured, patting Subai on the shoulder to steady him. The trainer is the backbone of the Pokémon. If you falter, so too will your Pokémon. Subai nodded, recalling Eevee and Totodile into their Pokeballs while leaving Pikachu and Arcanine out. Steadying himself, he gently stroked the heads of Pikachu and Arcanine. Though not panicked, he was undeniably exhilarated. Such a scene was unparalleled, not only in reality, but even in games and anime. Both Pidgeot and Aerodactyl possessed remarkable speed, and within moments, they were upon them. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Arcanine, Flamethrower. The electric type was the bane of flying types, making accuracy irrelevant in this scenario. A powerful Thunderbolt would suffice. Pikachu, with determined fists. Pikachu unleashed a formidable bolt of lightning into the sky, striking one Pidgeot and singeing its feathers black. However, this Pidgeot was of a high level and, although momentarily stunned, quickly regained its composure and flapped its wings to dive again. Yet, due to the Thunderbolt, its speed was compromised, allowing Arcanine's Flamethrower to land successfully, inflicting significant damage and forcing the Pidgeot to retreat. This spectacle repeated in the heavens as other trainers, under Chi Shijun's guidance, commanded their Pokémon to assault the airborne adversaries. The battle raged on for an extended period before the Pidgeot and Aerodactyl ceased their dive. Chapter 116. The second wave. As the flock of Beedrill and the Pteranodon finally dispersed, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the crowd. Observing the teachers tending to their Pokémon, administering nourishment and healing, Subai realized that the turmoil of the distortion world was far from over. He gently patted his Arcanine, signaling it to lie down, and then leaned against its warm, fluffy body, beginning to feed both Arcanine and Pikachu energy cubes. Seizing the moment, Chi Shijun elucidated the peculiar alliance of Beedrill and Pteranodon within the distortion world. The disturbances in the distortion world, though seemingly an invasion of high-level Pokémon into the real world, were actually a consequence of chaotic energy within that realm. Legend has it that the ruler of the distortion world is a mythical Pokémon known as Giratina, codenamed the Dragon of the Underworld. Despite the scarcity of detailed knowledge about Giratina in the Dragon Kingdom, one fact remains indisputable. The state of the distortion world, whether tranquil or tumultuous, hinges upon this Pokémon. When Giratina is in a good mood, the energy of the distortion world stabilizes, but if it experiences discomfort, illness, or engages in conflict with other legendary beings, it resorts to utilizing the chaotic energies of the distortion world to heal itself. Consequently, Pokémon residing in the distortion world naturally seek escape during such times of upheaval. Thus, traversing the corridor to the entrance of the real world becomes their sole option. In life-and-death situations, minor conflicts are swiftly set aside. Moreover, wild Pokémon are remarkably astute creatures, unlike domesticated ones that passively await their trainer's commands, even oblivious to inclement weather. Wild Pokémon thrive in a harsh environment governed by the law of survival. Nodding in understanding at Chi Shijun's explanation, Subai recalled that Giratina had appeared multiple times in the anime. He remembered Giratina being rather amicable, having actively assisted Ash, and no reports of mischief attributed to it. Giratina possesses the ability to observe everything within the distortion world, and with Dragon Kingdom trainers frequently venturing into that realm, it is certain Giratina is aware of their presence. Thus far, Giratina has refrained from any overt actions, even tacitly allowing humans to traverse in and out of the distortion world, which suggests a lack of hostility. Yet, why does the two-way passage to the distortion world only manifest in the Dragon Kingdom? Is it intentional or merely an oversight? As Subai pondered these questions, the energy in the sky began to roil once more. Be cautious. The energy of the distortion world is destabilizing again. The next wave is imminent. Chi Shijun commanded. Everyone nodded, promptly instructing their Pokémon to remain alert. Soon, amidst the thickening fog, numerous scarlet lights began to emerge. Stay alert. Hold your ground. Subai sensed an impending crisis and shouted without hesitation. Pikachu and Arcanine immediately activated their defenses. Since the advent of the skill guard, Subai has ensured that all his Pokémon have mastered this technique. A sudden rush of air heralded the arrival of dozens of ice-blue energy spheres, manifesting as a barrage of water pulses. Other instructors also signaled their Pokémon capable of using the guard move to employ it. The resounding booms echoed in the air, leaving the spectators' ears ringing as the water pulses crashed against the protective barriers, causing the verdant shields to tremble incessantly. The scene was reminiscent of being submerged beneath the ocean. As the initial wave of assault subsided, the radiant red lights revealed their true form. They were Starmie. A small cluster of Starmie began to inch their way across the ground, propelled by the rapid currents unleashed by the water pulses. Many of the Starmie twirled through the air, their two purple star-shaped bodies spinning with remarkable speed. Even the military of Chi City found themselves perplexed by their presence. In this corridor of rapid movement, the competition was fierce. While there were swifter Pokémon like Pidgeot, rarer ones like Raikou, and more ferocious creatures like Aerodactyl, the most troublesome among them were undoubtedly these Starmie. These battle-hardened instructors found the Starmie a formidable challenge. With a dual resistance of 85, their bodies, though not particularly robust, were fortified by their ability to create light screens and utilize recover. One light screen might not pose much of a threat, but a dozen Starmie stacking their defenses was quite overwhelming. Fortunately, the Starmie's primary aim in breaching the entrance to the reverse world was survival, driven by instinct to avoid danger. Lacking a commanding presence, the wild Pokémon generally fought independently, preventing the catastrophic scenario of multiple stacked light screens. However, their capacity for self-recovery meant that unless they were taken down in a single blow, they would retaliate with an ultrasonic attack. In this wild collective combat, the ultrasonic move was particularly perilous. Due to their close formations, if even one Pokémon on the human side fell into confusion, it could easily result in collateral damage to nearby allies. Thankfully, Chi City's Macamp, equipped with Thunder Punch and Dynamic Punch, alongside Shiny Gardevoir and Roserade's Magical Leaf, managed to stabilize the situation. Observing his weary Pikachu, fatigued Arcanine, and the struggling Croconaw, as well as the timid Eevee, who was partaking in such a grand spectacle for the first time, Subai felt a sense of helplessness. Most of these Starmie could unleash the move Thunderbolt. Whenever Pikachu summoned a Thunder, the Starmie would retaliate with their own Thunderbolt. Their instinctive aversion to electric-type moves allowed them to effectively mitigate the damage from Thunder. Arcanine, being a fire-type, was even less effective against them. However, the group soon devised a strategy. Sunny Day proved to be particularly effective against this cluster of water-type Pokémon. Although it demanded considerable stamina and faced the obstacle of the opponent's light screens, Sunny Day emerged as the optimal solution. Promptly, an instructor initiated the Sunny Day, and Arcanine, alongside several Pokémon capable of using Solar Flare, began to clear the field. As the precious gem starfish were about to be eliminated, a swarm of Cotton Puff Pokémon suddenly appeared. "Hey kid, stop splashing around," commanded Chi Shijun, releasing his Mismagius. "These gem starfish are yours to handle. I'll deal with the Cotton Puffs while the rest of you provide cover." "Understood, Pikachu," Subai declared, revealing his wristband. "Our move. Ultimate Judgment, Amethyst Thunder. Mismagius, Absolute Zero." Under the onslaught of the descending Amethyst Lightning and Mismagius's terrifying Absolute Zero, both the Gem Starfish and the Cotton Puffs were dispersed. Chapter 117. Giratina. After the second wave of Gem Starfish and the third wave of Cotton Puffs retreated, a brief silence enveloped the corridor. "Everyone, I believe we have managed to hold out until the end," One of the teachers remarked, a smile gracing his face. The others felt the disturbances of the distortion world had ceased, yet Jun shook his head. It's not that simple. Everyone, rest in place. Prepare for a larger crisis. Although Jun's orders were met with some dissent, no one dared to voice their objections. Moreover, given Jun's extensive battle experience, he was a figure of considerable credibility. Subai remained composed, having already fed energy cubes to his Pokémon to help them adjust quickly. The distortion world was not like the real world. Danger could appear as swiftly as it could dissipate. The dense fog around them steadily crept closer, and all Pokémon sensed the impending threat. Even more alarming. Except for Jun's Pokémon, the others lay motionless on the ground, trembling in fear. Even Director Lee had only one Tropius maintaining a battle-ready stance. All of Subai's Pokémon huddled closely around him, guided by the power of the Evergreen, allowing them to withstand the unknown, terrifying pressure to some extent. An eerie sound echoed, and the energy in the air began to swirl, forming a massive vortex from which a crimson giant eye emerged, though it lasted but a moment. The sight was vividly captured by all present. The sky began to shatter as a colossal Pokémon, with 4 legs propelling it forward and a pair of enormous black wings unfurling behind it, emerged from the vortex. The ruler of the distortion world, Giratina. Upon seeing Giratina, even Jun gasped in disbelief. This was not his first encounter with a legendary Pokémon, but this time, it was on its home turf, and he lacked the confidence to secure victory. Moreover, if the disturbances in the distortion world became too pronounced, who could predict the repercussions on the real world? At present, negotiation seemed the wisest course of action. Ruler of the distortion world, Giratina, we do not wish to intrude upon you. Yet the creatures of the distortion world have affected our lives in the real world, and we need to resolve this matter. Giratina offered no response, merely gazing silently at the crowd below. Jun frowned inwardly. This was a predicament. Must they truly resort to battle against Giratina in the distortion world? The team members hiding behind Jun were all in a state of panic. Their Pokémon were subdued under the oppressive aura of Giratina, stripped of their fighting spirit. Without the aid of Pokémon, these trainers were merely ordinary individuals, save for the exceptional new recruits. Whom, precisely, was Giratina observing? Subai feigned anxiety, his flustered demeanor perfectly embodying that of a novice. As for who Giratina's gaze was fixed upon within the group, only Subai was privy to the truth. Giratina was watching him. Pikachu leaped from Subai's shoulder, positioning itself alongside Arcanine to shield him. Both prepared to engage in battle at a moment's notice. However, Jun extended a hand to halt Pikachu and Arcanine. Seizing the opportunity, Subai returned them to their Pokeballs. In such a precarious situation, pretending to be uninvolved would only complicate matters. Jun nodded, turning once more to face Giratina. Giratina, esteemed sovereign of the distortion world, should our presence here disturb your peace, we are entirely willing to depart. However, we implore you to maintain order within your realm. Jun was not one to retreat, yet as captain, he had an obligation to ensure the safety of his team. While negotiating, he noted Giratina's lofty demeanor and feigned ignorance, longing for a future opportunity to contest with this legendary Pokémon, fully aware of the likely outcome. Giratina afforded Jun a rare glance, descending slightly in altitude and planting its feet firmly on the ground, ceasing its flight. This gesture was a profound honor, indicating that, for the time being, this mythical creature acknowledged Jun. Nevertheless, Giratina appeared pressed for time, its attention diverted as its massive wings stirred a powerful wind. The tempest unleashed by this divine being was beyond the capabilities of ordinary Pokémon, despite the immediate command to brace themselves. Several smaller Pokémon were swept away by the gale. Meanwhile, in the southern magical city of the Dragon Kingdom, Cynthia had joined Karuna's team, welcomed by the locals and accommodated in a luxurious suite. Both young women were formidable champions and celebrated beauties, and with Karuna's recent rise as a popular actress, their presence drew crowds regardless of their championship status. This occasion was for the premiere of a new film, allowing Karuna to embrace her celebrity without reservation. Seeing her dear friend embracing a high-profile outing, Cynthia likewise made her plans public, declaring her visit to the Dragon Kingdom solely for the purpose of advising Ren Yuan to refrain from challenging Subai, while expressing little interest in other matters. Noticing the weight of concern upon Cynthia's countenance, Karuna couldn't help but chuckle. All right, Cynthia, I've brought you to your fiancé. How do you intend to thank me? Cynthia, you mustn't mock me. The two beauties shared a close bond. Despite their formidable presences as champions, they felt at ease in each other's company, reveling in their playful camaraderie. Cynthia once suggested that Karuna accompany her to the city, yet Karuna was preoccupied with the press conference for her new film and was utterly swamped. With a murmured expression of discontent, Cynthia turned and dialed Subai's number. No one answered, and the voice on the line, presumably in Dragonese, indicated that he was out of the service area. After making 2 additional calls, still to no avail, Cynthia pondered, could something have happened? Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, she was met with the voice of Ren Yuan, which stirred a slight annoyance within her. Ren Yuan informed her of his intention to deliver the dragon Militia and the young heart-scale Pokémon he had previously promised her. Very well. I shall come over immediately, Cynthia responded before hanging up, calling out to her Garchomp. Garchomp had recently been conserving energy and honing its skills, and with its strength firmly established at the champion level, it now resembled a formidable weapon. Soar through the skies, Garchomp, Cynthia exclaimed as she stood by the window, riding Garchomp towards the designated meeting point. Karuna, unable to call her back, could only sigh. Cynthia, really? Has she forgotten that private flights with Pokémon are prohibited in the Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 118. Anxious Cynthia, being exceptionally astute, was indeed aware of the regulations forbidding private flights with Pokémon in the Dragon Kingdom. Although she could certainly navigate any consequences due to her status, she was mindful of the potential trouble it might cause for the military in Chishire. The reason Cynthia opted to fly with Garchomp was that Ren Yuan was currently situated atop the Magic City Tower, directly across from her hotel. This short-distance flight adhered perfectly to the defined regulations concerning speed, altitude, and distance. The chosen meeting place was selected by Ren Yuan, who evidently wished to avoid any delays, thus opting for a method of rendezvous that was convenient for both parties. However, this also meant that Cynthia and Karuna's movements were laid bare to each other's observation. Such occurrences were commonplace. A Pokémon master could move mountains with their Pokémon's strength, and a champion represented the pinnacle of power in a region. If a master or champion from the Dragon Kingdom were to venture into another region, they too would be monitored. Yet, while Cynthia understood this, she found it displeasing. This meeting was an opportunity to caution Ren Yuan, warning him not to take advantage of his position as the Ghost-type master of the Dragon Kingdom to bully Subai. She intended to use this very reason to have Garchomp teach Ren Yuan a lesson. Had Ren Yuan been privy to Cynthia's thoughts, he would surely lament his unfortunate encounter with these two individuals, one unreasonable and the other argumentative. Accusing me of bullying Subai? If I don't succumb to that brat's antics, it would be a miracle indeed, he would think. In mere seconds, Cynthia arrived at the pinnacle of the Magic City Tower. To her surprise, there were no Pokémon ambushing her. It appeared to be a straightforward meeting. However, more concerning was Ren Yuan's current state, which seemed far from optimal. His hair was brutally shorn, and blood oozed from his scalp, suggesting that the old man's swiftness had little to do with his current state. He likely met his demise, although he had changed into a fresh outfit. The weariness etched upon Ren Yuan's face unmistakably indicated that he had recently endured a beating. Other aspects could be fabricated, but the two missing front teeth were irrefutable evidence. Now, when Ren Yuan spoke, a breeze slipped through the gaps. Miss Sharona, these are your Pokémon. Thank you. Sharona grasped the two Pokeballs, comprehending Ren Yuan's words with relative ease. She unlocked the spheres, releasing the Pokémon within. The Dragapult appeared somewhat bashful, yet its eyes sparkled with vitality, and its form was as swift as lightning, clearly indicating exceptional potential. In contrast, the Feeba was unreserved, leaping directly into Sharona's embrace and even winking at the Garchomp. What young lad could resist a strong, eloquent, and serious beauty? Sharona chuckled softly, affectionately stroking the Feeba's head before returning both creatures to their respective Pokeballs. It is often said that one cannot strike a smiling face. This individual had come solely to deliver Pokémon and did so with commendable sincerity. Thus, out of courtesy, Sharona felt compelled to inquire about his well-being. However, her curiosity was also piqued. Mr. Ren Yuan, may I ask what has transpired? Alas, it's a long story. Ren Yuan sighed, briefly explaining the situation to Sharona. It turned out that not only the Distortion World Corridor, which Subai was overseeing, had erupted in chaos, but all entrances to the Distortion World were in turmoil. The magnitude and frequency of this disturbance were alarmingly severe. In light of the urgent circumstances, the four Heavenly Kings and the champion of the Dragon Kingdom were compelled to engage in battle simultaneously. Ren Yuan had fallen victim to the illusions cast by two Executor in the Distortion World, resulting in the loss of his teeth. This was somewhat understandable, considering Ren Yuan was of a venerable age in the Ren family lineage. As he recounted his misfortune, a sense of helplessness grew. A dignified member of the Dragon Kingdom's elite could indeed stumble and falter, losing his way in the chaos. However, this was not particularly surprising, as the international community was well aware of the Dragon Kingdom's plight, and they could easily gather such information. Moreover, various regions faced their own tribulations, which was precisely why the alliance was formed, to foster mutual assistance among those who shared similar misfortunes. Though the execution of such cooperation was less than ideal, it undeniably strengthened the bonds between nations and regions. What puzzled Ren Yuan, however, was that Sharona, who should have been stifling laughter, now wore a grave expression. What troubles you, Miss Sharona? Mr. Ren Yuan, are you referring to all entrances to the Distortion World? Ren Yuan nodded, and while Sharona's mind did not buzz, it was certainly thrown into disarray. No wonder Subai had not answered his phone and was marked as out of service. He must have entered the Distortion World. Foolish. Reckless. Sharona, a girl of considerable grace and refinement, rarely resorted to harsh words. Yet this time, she could not contain her frustration. What kind of place was the distortion world? Pokémon there were all above level 50, with some even brushing the threshold of the elite. Only seasoned trainers, battle-hardened and adept in wild confrontations, could venture inside. What business did a freshly qualified trainer have meddling in such affairs? Though it is said so, Cynthia understands that Subai's actions are indeed justified. Take herself as an example. Even if she is not currently the champion, she would still rise to the occasion in times of peril within the Sinnoh region. However, this fellow certainly causes her concern. A mixture of anxiety and irritation swirls within Cynthia's heart. She believes that her ascent to become the Sinnoh region's female champion is attributed not only to the support of her partners, such as Garchomp, Lucario, and Cradily, but also to her ability to remain composed regardless of the circumstances or adversaries she encounters. Yet, upon hearing that Subai might be in grave danger, Cynthia finds herself at a loss for a better solution and merely turns to Ren Yuan and says, "Please help me contact the Dragon Kingdom officials. I wish to ride Garchomp to the city." Miss Cynthia, with all due respect, the Dragon Kingdom is not Sinnoh. It is vast and expansive. Not only is the travel time uncertain, but even if you were to ride Garchomp there, would it still have the strength to battle? Of course it would. Cynthia raises the bottle in her hand, revealing a golden, crystal-clear energy cube of exceptional quality, a gift from Subai. "Please, do reach out." Very well. As one of the Elite Four of the Dragon Kingdom, Ren Yuan possesses the authority to directly contact the higher echelons of Pokémon management. Within 20 minutes, the necessary arrangements were made. Soar through the skies, Garchomp. Cynthia releases Garchomp once more, who unfurls its gleaming fins and streaks into the heavens like twin white streaks. Watching the sky gradually shrink and finally vanish into the distance, Ren Yuan lets out a resigned sigh, only to inadvertently strain his back with the abrupt movement. With no other option, he sits down, rubbing his back while muttering, "Alas, I am getting old. I am of no use anymore. My great-granddaughter. It seems you are out of luck." Chapter 119. I have become the culprit. What did you say? Are you jesting with me? In the deepest recesses of the distortion world, Subai gazes at Giratina. He can scarcely believe his ears. Just 10 minutes prior, Subai had been brought to the innermost depths of the distortion world by Giratina through a unique energy. This is, in fact, Giratina's resting place. Subai is curious as to why Giratina has specifically brought him here. Having watched the anime, he knows that while Giratina may appear intimidating, it is, in fact, a formidable Pokémon, and he can sense, through the power of the Tokiwa, that Giratina harbors no malice towards him. After a brief moment of calm, Subai hears Giratina's voice. This is precisely why he could not contain himself and called out in Giratina's presence. Giratina informs Subai that its tumultuous behavior in the distortion world was solely to locate him. More precisely, it sought to find the bearer of life energy. Subai finds himself in a predicament, realizing that the chaos in the distortion world stemmed from Giratina's quest to find him. Continuing, Giratina disregarded Subai's thoughts and recounted a tale. 2 months prior, time and space experienced an enigmatic fluctuation. Although this disturbance did not affect the tangible world, it incited the ire of Dialga, the embodiment of time, and Palkia, the representation of space. Concurrently, Giratina sensed an anomaly. A soul that was meant to traverse the distortion world had only partially arrived. Remarkably, this soul was intertwined with another realm. Utilizing the powers of the distortion world, Giratina traced the origin of this soul and discovered Subai. What puzzled Giratina was that Subai's essence was unlike any other, and the corporeal vessel that housed this soul had long since reported to Giratina's domain. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat dripped down Subai's brow. He had thought that possessing a system would allow him to evade the gaze of the legendary Pokémon governing this world, yet he had been discovered. "Giratina, what are your intentions?" Subai inquired, his voice tinged with apprehension. "Destiny is beyond my control. Your emergence is a design of fate, thus I cannot intervene." Giratina's consciousness conveyed directly into Subai's mind, indicating that it bore no ill will towards him. However, Giratina gently unfurled its wings, revealing a shocking sight to Subai. Giratina was injured, a deep gash marred its wing, a wound so severe that bone was nearly visible, flesh mangled and bloodied. "Young one, imbued with life energy, I beseech you for assistance," Giratina implored, gradually lowering itself closer to Subai. Subai nodded. "Of course, I shall help." After all, this was Giratina, the master of the distortion world. To cultivate a rapport with it was a coveted opportunity. Moreover, Subai found himself on Giratina's territory, with leverage firmly in the hands of this legendary being. The power of the verdant force inherently facilitated the healing of Pokémon, despite its strength. Giratina was fundamentally a Pokémon, and while healing it, Subai also harnessed some of the life-giving energy from the life gems. On a desolate planet beyond Earth, the previously watchful green giant eye opened once more, its gaze directed toward Earth. However, it was exceedingly weary. requiring at least 4 or 5 years of recuperation before it could embark on a long journey. Though intrigued, the green eye eventually closed again. Meanwhile, in another part of the distortion world, Chi City's military was in a frenzy. Director Lee's eyes were red with anxiety. Principal, what shall we do? I do not know, but we cannot abandon the search. Chi City's military was genuinely distressed, moving like headless flies through the rapid corridors. Subai was the sole bloodline left in this world by his dear friend Suja. If anything were to happen to him, Chi City's military would have no face to meet his friend in the afterlife. Though Director Lee's strength was inferior to that of Chi City's military, he remained somewhat more composed in this moment of chaos. However, Principal, the infinite corridor is boundless. We have searched for decades without finding an end. Now we are floundering about like headless flies, fearing we may not locate Subai and that we will lose our way ourselves. Upon hearing Director Lee's words, Chi Shijun, though anxious, recognized the wisdom in them. Previously, their missions in the reverse world involved guarding the entrances between the two realms, intercepting those who sought to pass into the real world. They had never ventured this deeply before. However, Principal Subai Director Lee proposed, if the most enigmatic place in the reverse world is indeed Reincarnation Town, we should send a portion of the teachers back to request reinforcements, so that everyone can assist in the search there and at other entrances as well. Upon hearing this, Chi Shijun nodded in agreement. Humans cannot traverse the different corridors, but Giratina, as the guardian of the reverse world, certainly possesses that capability. It is possible that Subai has been taken to another corridor by Giratina. Shaoli, your suggestion is quite constructive. In our team, aside from myself, you are the only one qualified to contact the authorities. You must return immediately to request support, while I will head to Reincarnation Town to search in the meantime. Understood, Principal. Director Lee, not one to indulge in sentimentality, recognized that Chi Shijun's strength would enable a swifter search than his own, and promptly mounted his tropius to head toward the entrance. Meanwhile, Chi Shijun made his way to Reincarnation Town. Reincarnation Town, the most mysterious settlement in the reverse world, mirrors a quaint town from real life, complete with a Pokémon center and withered trees, evoking traces of human habitation. Those sensitive to energy, as well as psychic and ghost-type Pokémon, could sense the existence of life there, and felt the inhabitants were quite amiable, yet invisible to the naked eye and undetectable by instruments. Director Lee acted swiftly, and soon, many individuals arrived. Among them were 3 of the top experts from the Dragon Kingdom, the esteemed Chi Shijun, the Ghost-type Master Rin Yuan, and the Dragon-type Master Bai Longfei. Although the Champion and Ice-type Master could not attend, they dispatched skilled aides to provide support. The absence of these 2 top experts was merely to maintain order in the real world, a circumstance Chi Shijun understood. Deploying 3 masters to rescue a rookie trainer still in university was indeed quite generous. However, apart from the 3 masters, there was another, the Sinnoh champion Cynthia, standing before the crowd with her Garchomp, her expression as cold as frost, exuding an air of intimidation. Although the 3 masters understood that Cynthia's ire was not directed at them, they instinctively distanced themselves slightly. After deliberation, it was decided that each person would search their respective corridors, while Cynthia would focus her efforts within Reincarnation Town. Chapter 120. Certification from the manufacturer. Meanwhile, Subai had finally concluded his treatment of Giratina. Despite the assistance of the Life Gem's power, Giratina, being a level 1 deity with immense and complex energy, nearly exhausted Subai. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. Giratina's injuries had been successfully healed. Thank you very much, young trainer. I shall repay you in due time. With that, Giratina paused, taken aback by Subai's words. I have encountered many from the Dragon Nation. Aren't you all known for your humility? Is it not customary to display modesty when someone expresses gratitude, refraining from an immediate acceptance? Yet, you acquiesced with such alacrity. Nevertheless, Giratina sincerely appreciated Subai's gesture, and thus, had no qualms about his response. With a gentle flutter of its wings, 2 beams of light descended upon Subai. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability to traverse the distortion world freely. Do you wish for this to be randomized? No. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability to perceive souls within Reincarnation Town. Would you like this to be randomized? No. Subai found himself at a loss for words. System sister. When I face challenges, you conveniently choose to be absent, yet now that I have received something valuable, you wish to impose randomness upon me. However, he pondered. Why was it limited to perceiving souls solely within the distortion world? With Giratina's power, bestowing upon Subai the ability to see souls at any time should not pose a challenge. That is not permissible. Seemingly attuned to Subai's thoughts, Giratina spoke once more. Young one, it is essential to understand that the ability for humans to perceive souls at all times is not necessarily beneficial. Upon hearing Giratina's words, Subai nodded in understanding. He merely inquired out of curiosity, fully aware of the truth in that statement. You should go meet that family now, Giratina concluded, prompting Subai to acknowledge with a nod. Giratina informed Subai that all who ventured into the distortion world resided in Reincarnation Town, and if he wished to see them, he needed only to journey there. Subai concentrated his thoughts, uttering Reincarnation Town, and in an instant, darkness enveloped him, causing both him and Pikachu to vanish into thin air. When Subai opened his eyes, he found himself in Reincarnation Town. Waterfalls cascaded from above. The ground was a rusty hue, trees stood lifeless, and a quaint town thrived with human essence. Yet, Subai stood frozen in the square, hesitating. Yes, he was afraid of ghosts. His spatial and visual imagination had always been quite vivid, and until his recent journey, he had been the sort who would wake in the dead of night, reluctant to venture alone to the restroom. He could go, but he would turn on every light along the way, and upon returning home, he would dare not switch them off. Now, with Pikachu by his side, he found the courage to turn off the lights after returning from the restroom at night. Yet, here he was, a lone individual in a town filled with souls, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Even though the inhabitants were exceedingly kind, each passing by with curiosity regarding why this human could see them, their sensitivity to emotions heightened after becoming souls. Sensing Subai's trepidation, they merely smiled gently and kept their distance, save for one individual. She was a woman in her 40s, clad in a white coat, with a plump figure and a modest stature, yet her expression radiated warmth. "Child, you can see us, yes?" "Indeed, I can." As Subai observed the woman's expression, he felt a surge of excitement emanating from her, one that seemed to surpass his own. This individual possessed an innate charm that endeared her to him inexplicably, prompting him to engage in conversation, momentarily forgetting his trepidation. Pikachu, brimming with joy, bounded forward, having gained the ability to perceive souls due to their proximity to Subai. Moreover, Pokémon inherently possess a keener sensitivity to energy than humans. With a face full of affection, the woman knelt down to gently stroke Pikachu's head. "Thank you for protecting my son," she said, upon witnessing the warmth in her gaze and demeanor, along with her hesitant yet eager desire to draw closer, only to be held back by her own fear. Subai realized that only one person could harbor such sentiments towards him. "You must be Subai's mother, right?" he ventured. "Yes," the woman nodded, "but regrettably, I am not the mother you remember. Nor are you the Subai I once knew." "Auntie? No, that doesn't seem right." "Mom? No, that's off too." "Auntie, Mom." Subai fumbled with the titles, feeling an odd discomfort. To call her mom felt inappropriate, given that she wasn't his biological mother. However, addressing her as auntie felt equally unsatisfactory, especially since everything in this world had been inherited from the original owner, including his first Pokémon and even his wife. The very notion of addressing her as auntie after meeting her directly seemed rather dismissive. This awkwardness evoked a chuckle from the woman. "You truly resemble that child. No wonder old Chi took so long to recognize you." Just then, a middle-aged man, somewhat portly, wearing glasses and dressed in scholarly attire approached them. It appeared this man was the original owner's father, Dr. Suja. Subai exchanged nods with Dr. Suja, who returned the gesture with a warm smile. Neither of them exhibited any overt hostility. Alongside these two, Subai encountered an identical version of himself. "This must be the original owner's soul. I apologize. I did not intend to usurp your life," Subai began, but before he could finish, the original owner rushed forward, grasping his hands with gratitude. "Thank you, big brother." "No, wait, I mean myself. This is so awkward," he stammered. Seeing the original owner's demeanor left Subai both amused and bewildered. It was no wonder the original owner's mother perceived a resemblance. Indeed, they bore a striking similarity. Pikachu was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the sudden appearance of two identical Subais in such a short span of time, due to the close bond between Subai and the original owner. The latter was the only soul he could interact with. With considerable effort, Subai extricated his hand from the original owner's grasp. "I was nearly 30 before I crossed over, so you may call me brother if you wish." "All right then, brother," the original owner replied without hesitation. "I brought about my own demise for specific reasons. You cannot be blamed for that. The power of Giratina has allowed me to glimpse some of your experiences, and I am immensely grateful that the name Subai has continued in that world, shining brightly." The original owner's parents nodded in agreement with his sentiments. No parent relishes the thought of seeing their child become a mere spirit. Initially, the original owner's parents were engulfed in sorrow and even anger. However, the original owner elucidated the situation, explaining that the stress of impending examinations had caused a mental breakdown, leading to their untimely demise after nights of relentless studying. This was unrelated to Subai. Moreover, with the assistance of Giratina, the original owner's parents witnessed Subai's actions after his transmigration. Subai continued to embody their son's identity, living vibrantly and preserving the honor of their child's name, thus endearing himself to the original owner's parents. Giratina also clarified that the original owner had indeed passed away first, allowing Subai to take over, leaving the original owner's parents with no choice but to accept this reality. Furthermore, seeing Subai's familiar face, they gradually began to perceive him not merely as a continuation of their son's life, but as a son in his own right. Although a tinge of helplessness lingered. How could they harbor resentment? Subai was deeply moved, reflecting on the kindness of understanding individuals, and how pleasant it was to be in the company of those with refined qualities. This counterfeit existence felt as though it had received validation from the original source. Chapter 121. Angering the original owner. If you don't mind, dear father and mother, I am profoundly grateful to you. Subai smiled and bowed, adjusting his address to acknowledge their parental role, as he had borrowed the original owner's body to exist in this world. However, having endured prolonged solitude in his previous life, compounded by the lingering image of his biological mother in his mind, Subai hesitated to directly utter the word mother. Child, you need not be so formal. The original owner's mother approached gently, taking a couple of steps forward to caress Subai's face. Although Subai could not feel the touch, he observed her gesture and smiled, nodding in acceptance of her affection. This suddenly recognized maternal figure, while lacking the profound bond typical between a biological mother and child, harbored a sincere affection born from the connection to this body. Having lived 2 lifetimes, both marred by the loss of his mother, how could Subai not yearn for a deep maternal bond? Though he was not yet ready to fully embrace this care, he was open to attempting to draw closer to this family. The original owner, however, found Subai's sentimentality tiresome. You've taken over my body. Whether you wish to acknowledge this family or not, you must. If I had a brother who looked just like me and excelled academically, perhaps I wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament, ultimately leading to my demise. How dare you say that? Young man, where is your ambition? The original owner's mother shot a glare at him. The original owner instinctively recoiled, fearing his mother even in death. Yet, in an instant, he approached Subai with a grin and patted him on the shoulder. No matter how old you were before your transmigration, since you came after me, I shall assume the role of the elder brother. As Subai's identity has been bestowed upon you, I shall adopt a new name. From now on, I will be known as Su-hun, making it easier for our mother to distinguish between us. What do you think? This child, she remarked. If only you would apply this cleverness to your studies, you wouldn't have fallen to such a state. The mother shot a glance at Su-hun, yet she refrained from voicing any discontent. Instead, she praised his cleverness, seemingly granting her tacit approval. Dr. Suja, standing nearby, felt a pang of bitterness. As a father, he lacked the emotional depth of a mother. Reflecting on his illustrious life dedicated to his country, he could not help but feel a sense of discomfort at the prospect of leaving no legacy behind. However, upon reconsideration, he acknowledged that this child, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, existed solely through his son's body, thus could be regarded as half of his own. The fact that he would one day become a grandfather to grandchildren who would call him grandpa lightened his mood considerably, prompting him to ease his tongue. Su-hun, Subai, he began, this situation, albeit unusual, is fate. I shall consider you both as my sons. Su-hun, do not burden yourself with guilt. In the days to come, accompany your mother and me. Subai, pursue your grand ambitions as a remarkable young man. Both Su-hun and Subai listened attentively. Yet, Subai was acutely aware that the harmonious existence of this family of 4 could only endure for a maximum of 19 years. The birth in the reversal world was unlike that of the tangible realm. Individuals here appeared as they were at the time of their demise, their ages gradually diminishing as they began to forget their past lives. Once they reverted to infancy, they would inevitably be reborn into the real world. When Su-hun reincarnated, his parents in this realm would gradually forget one another, ultimately facing the same fate. This cycle, in the mythology of the Dragon Kingdom, had evolved into tales of Meng-Pa Soup and the Naiha Bridge, all imbued with a bittersweet sense of nostalgia. The 6 corridors of the reversal world might even represent the 6 realms of reincarnation from Dragon Kingdom lore. At that moment, a gentle and familiar voice resonated behind Subai. Little Su. Turning around, he discovered it was indeed Sharona. Her complexion bore signs of fatigue, likely due to her arduous journey. She had just arrived in the Dragon Kingdom to assist in finding him. Moreover, the reversal world, being a realm for the departed, exerted a subtle influence on the living who lingered too long. Even Sharona, despite her resilience, was beginning to feel the strain. Upon seeing Sharona, Dr. Suja and his wife paused momentarily, quickly deducing the situation, their expressions transforming into ones of satisfaction. After overhearing Subai converse with Sharona, Dr. Suja cast a boastful glance at his wife. What do you think? My choice for a daughter-in-law is commendable, is it not? Indeed, quite commendable. For once, you have done justice to our son, she replied with approval. Sharona possessed an admirable demeanor, strikingly graceful and versatile, exuding warmth and concern for Subai that was unmistakably genuine. Thus, his mother viewed Sharona without the typical adversarial lens often seen in mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamics, instead feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, even instinctively grasping Sharona's hand. Sharona shivered slightly, sensing an unspoken connection as she glanced towards Dr. Suja and his wife. Little Su, I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching me. Where? Surely not. Indeed, I sense it. I believe I caught a glimpse of Uncle Su. Shirona's psychic abilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and she had accurately deduced the presence of someone nearby. However, lacking Su Bai's capacity to perceive souls, she merely cast a couple of inquisitive glances before relinquishing her curiosity. Meanwhile, Dr. Suja reached out to stroke the fierce Garchomp. The perceptive abilities of Pokémon far exceed those of humans. Garchomp distinctly sensed an unknown force caressing it. However, this force felt familiar, as Garchomp had encountered Dr. Suja since it was merely an egg, entrusted to Sharona by Dr. Suja himself. Thus, although Garchomp was puzzled, it did not resist. Dr. Suja was filled with emotion, reflecting on how strong the little one had become. Throughout this entire process, the only one to sustain an injury was Su-han. Su-han, though he might not be the epitome of a gentleman, was an optimistic and cheerful young man, always polite. Yet, upon seeing Sharona, he was utterly entranced, nearly drooling at the sight. After all, what young man in his adolescence would not be captivated by Sharona, especially since she was meant to be his fiancée? In that moment, Su-bai found himself worried that Su-han might succumb to a dark transformation reminiscent of male protagonists in domestic fantasy dramas. All for the sake of a woman. However, that was improbable. Su-han's nature was infinitely superior to those love-stricken heroes, and he currently lacked the capacity for such a transformation. With a faint smile, Su-bai aimed to tease his younger brother, feigning an injury and suddenly buckling at the knees. Ouch! What's wrong, Xiaosu? Sharona, quick-witted and swift, caught Su-bai, who found himself in her embrace. Su-han's eyes were filled with envy. Helpless, he extended his hand, palm facing Su-bai, forming a fist with his thumb, index, ring, and pinky fingers. In response, their mother delivered a sharp slap to the back of Su-han's head. What are you doing? Have some decency. Such gestures should not be mimicked by you. Isn't that uncivilized? Instead of studying, you occupy yourself with useless antics. Su-han, feeling wronged, could only look at Su-bai and form words with his lips. Su-bai, unwilling to yield, mirrored the gesture back, conveying, "You'd better think it through. I am also you." Chapter 122. Su-bai's dilemma in consideration of his parents. Su-bai made every effort to delay their departure from the reverse world. However, Sharona's condition evidently deteriorated further, causing Su-bai considerable distress. He hurriedly led Sharona out of Reincarnation Town. Once they emerged from the reverse world, Sharona appeared bewildered, her strikingly beautiful face displaying a childlike confusion for the first time. Where's this? It was no wonder Sharona was unable to recognize her surroundings. They were at the entrance of the speed corridor, deep within the 10 Directions Mountains. She recalled entering the reverse world through a vast ocean. How had it transformed into a mountain? Su-bai had sought assistance from Giratina for healing, and in gratitude, Giratina granted him the ability to move freely within the reverse world, a detail he chose to withhold from Sharona. Sharona, wait for me here. I'll go fetch Uncle Chi and the others. No, Xiaosu, I want to go with you, Sharona insisted, a hint of concern evident in her tone. Su-bai, with a blend of reason and emotion, reassured Cynthia that with Giratina's protection, she would remain safe in the distortion world. Reluctantly, Cynthia nodded and stood still, awaiting Su-bai's return. As she witnessed Su-bai vanish once more into the stone tablet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. Cynthia was not a girl given to unreasonable outbursts. As the champion of Sinnoh, she prided herself on her strength and leadership, always taking the initiative. This time, however, she found herself left behind, anxiously anticipating Su-bai's return. While this sensation was not wholly intolerable, it did cast a shadow over her mood. At that moment, a brave Talonflame and a fierce Vulturaptor soared overhead, their piercing gazes fixed upon Cynthia. This area was their territory, and having emerged from the depths of the Shifeng Mountains, they had honed their skills to near legendary levels. Due to the recent upheaval in the distortion world, these two had previously fled. Now, with Giratina healed by Su-bai and the distortion world stabilizing, they had returned. Spotting a human woman within their domain, they felt an overwhelming sense of threat emanating from her formidable presence. They could not permit such a perceived danger to linger within their territory and resolved to drive Cynthia away together. Come forth, Garchomp. Cynthia summoned her Pokémon once more. Having emerged from the distortion world, she had temporarily returned Garchomp to its Pokeball to allow it to rest. Thus, while the Talonflame and Vulturaptor recognized Cynthia's prowess, they remained unaware of its full extent. The moment they laid eyes on Garchomp, their instinct was to flee. However, Garchomp, being a powerful creature, would not allow them to escape. With a dragon rush, it struck down the two avian Pokémon with ease, silencing the once boisterous forest in an instant. Cynthia exhaled softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Relief washed over her. Meanwhile, Su-bai re-entered the distortion world, his thoughts focused on Giratina. Suddenly, he felt a dizzying sensation, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. The fossil pterodactyl, lurking in midair, was taken aback. Where did my sizable meal go? It pondered, bewildered. Rubbing his slightly dizzy head, Su-bai found himself beside Giratina. This ability was remarkable, though it did leave him feeling somewhat lightheaded. Giratina, intrigued by Su-Bai's reappearance, wondered what he sought. In truth, Su-Bai was curious and had two questions for Giratina. The first was about how Giratina had sustained such injuries. Generally, Pokémon are known for their honesty, and although Giratina possessed a tempestuous nature, it eventually relented to Su-Bai's persistent inquiries and provided a vague explanation. Technically speaking, the distortion world exists in the crevices of reality, connected to the real world through only a few entrances. In the realm of the reverse world, fixed coordinates do not exist, which is precisely why humanity can only access it through designated entrances. However, this circumstance inadvertently heightens the likelihood of encounters with Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia. The temperaments of these two legendary beings are widely recognized. Consequently, despite having no personal enmity, these three Pokémon frequently find themselves embroiled in conflict. In one-on-one confrontations, Giratina occasionally emerges victorious, especially if it manages to drag its opponent into the reverse world, where it is virtually unbeatable. Recently, due to Su-Bai's actions, a minuscule and fleeting disturbance in time and space occurred, which did not go unnoticed by Dialga and Palkia. Believing that the other was responsible, these two irascible Pokémon engaged in a fierce battle. Coincidentally, Giratina arrived to investigate the matter, as Su-Bai's traversal had indeed impacted the reverse world. Unfortunately, Giratina, who had no intention of joining the fray, found itself caught in the crossfire of their conflict. What began as a fierce rivalry between the two escalated to an all-out assault on Giratina. Had it not been for Giratina's ability to harness the power of the reverse world, it might not have been able to escape at all. Su-Bai reflected on this. Although Giratina is a primordial deity, attempting to flee from the realms of time and space without utilizing the reverse world as strength is indeed a fanciful notion. Having addressed the first inquiry, Giratina impatiently posed a second question to Su-Bai. Su-Bai was curious to know whether the reverse world possessed the ability to invert the personalities of those who entered. Giratina affirmed that such a capability did exist, prompting Su-Bai to wonder why he himself had remained unaffected. Strangely enough, not only had he been immune, but his companions, Qi Shijun and Director Li, had also shown no signs of change. While it could be argued that the three of them possessed strong willpower, it seemed unlikely that their fellow teachers, whom Su-Bai was well acquainted with, had remained unaltered as well. Giratina explained that this immunity was due to Su-Bai's continuous presence on the corridor. The reverse world is boundless, yet only the 6 corridors and the energies within the rebirth town maintain relative stability. Once one departs from the corridors or the town, they become susceptible to the inverting energies. If Su-Bai's curiosity persisted, he could easily test this for himself by simply jumping off the corridor. After all, he possessed the ability to traverse the reverse world and could return at will. Su-Bai shook his head, deciding against the experiment, but thought it might be interesting to let Cynthia try it sometime. Having answered Su-Bai's 2 questions, Giratina prepared to rest. However, at that moment, Su-Bai recalled another matter. Since the opportunity had presented itself, why not inquire about Rin Xiaoyi? After all, they were friends, and any assistance he could provide would be welcome. Upon hearing Su-Bai's words, Giratina surprisingly expressed interest. Aside from Ash, the legendary Pokémon seldom forgets anything. Yet this particular girl seemed to elude Giratina's memory. Su-Bai informed Giratina that, according to Rin Yuan, Rin Xiaoyi last visited the distortion world when she was still quite young. Giratina recognized Rin Xiaoyi and had an impression of the little girl. Yet it could not recall any ghost-type Pokémon having interacted with her. Su-Bai furrowed his brow. Giratina had no reason to deceive him, indicating that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. However, dwelling on it was futile. Although Giratina mentioned that Su-Bai could bring Rin Xiaoyi before it for assistance, Su-Bai found himself unable to do so, given Rin Xiaoyi's current condition. Even coming into contact with 2 cursed symbols was a challenge, let alone bringing her to the distortion world. Wouldn't that put her in jeopardy? Before parting, Giratina commended Su-Bai's Jengar. This old fellow was quite unreserved. Upon entering the distortion world, it had been attempting to absorb its energy. And even when Su-Bai arrived in Rebirth Town, Jengar had drawn upon the energy of numerous souls residing there. In Rebirth Town, where no other Pokémon protected the spirits, it was a veritable banquet for Jengar. Su-Bai was aware of this, but chose to overlook it. If Giratina did not intervene, why should he stop Jengar from growing stronger to protect a soul with which he had no connection? Although every ghost is a person longed for by someone, it held no significance for him. As the sovereign of the distortion world, Giratina's values differed fundamentally from those of humans, lacking the clear moral compass found in deities like Lugia, Ho-Oh, or Xerneas. Only when it witnessed a soul worthy of respect and protection or encountered a pure-hearted human like Ash would Giratina extend its assistance. Thus, Giratina genuinely did not care and instead praised Jengar for its voracious appetite. Jengar chuckled, consuming only the tainted souls of Rebirth Town. Unlike humans, souls cannot disguise themselves. Their essence manifests outwardly, revealing their morality directly through their appearance, ensuring Jengar would not err in its choices. The grotesque and filthy souls were, in fact, far more delectable to ghost-type Pokémon. This explains why Rebirth Town harbored no malevolent beings. All ghosts had been good individuals in their former lives. After bidding farewell to Giratina, Subai utilized his abilities to locate Qi Shijun, bringing him out of the distortion world. Cynthia informed Subai that Qi Shijun, along with Bai Longfei and Ren Yuan, had made an agreement to search for him for only 2.5 hours. Once that time elapsed, they would depart from the distortion world regardless of success. Hence, he need not concern himself with those two. As for Qi Shijun, Subai knew he would not rest until he found him, so he prioritized bringing Qi Shijun out. Hey kid, you're impressive. No wonder you're your father's son. You managed to forge a connection with Giratina. Remarkable. After exiting the distortion world, Qi Shijun showered Subai with praise. It was unrealistic to expect Giratina to refrain from causing trouble out of respect for Subai. However, having gained the ability to traverse the distortion world in Giratina's favor, they now possessed an additional safeguard for their Pokémon within the organization. Sharona had been patiently waiting. Yet she graciously refrained from interrupting the conversation between Qi Shijun and Subai. Upon noticing Sharona's presence, Qi Shijun smiled knowingly. Xiaobai, I have completed all the final tasks here. You need not linger any longer and may roam freely. There are still several days left of the 11-day holiday. At this point, Qi Shijun mischievously winked at Subai, causing Sharona's cheeks to flush. After bidding farewell to Qi Shijun, Subai captured the warrior hawk that had been seized by the fierce land shark into a Pokeball. Although the bald eagle had a comical appearance, it was rather unappealing. After administering an energy recovery block and applying a healing spray, and allowing the warrior hawk to rest with the power of the everlasting, it eventually stirred back to consciousness. The power of the everlasting was not hereditary but a natural gift, thus Subai was unconcerned about Qi Shijun discovering it. This old fellow might even boast about his good fortune. Once revived, the warrior hawk gazed at the bald eagle, reluctant to depart. Subai patiently persuaded it for a while, ultimately promising the warrior hawk that it could visit the bald eagle whenever it pleased, which delighted the warrior hawk once more. Subai's words were not mere flattery. He genuinely did not intend to nurture the warrior hawk extensively. Despite its high level, the prolonged life in the wild had depleted much of the warrior hawk's potential, and it lacked further evolution opportunities, which meant any additional training would reach a limit. Nevertheless, Subai would still consider the warrior hawk a part of his family. As for why he chose to capture the warrior hawk despite not wanting to train it, simply because it was magnificent. Although the Dragon Kingdom forbade individuals from freely riding Pokémon in flight, the wilderness was largely unmonitored. As long as one did not ascend to airplane altitudes or attract the attention of Miss Junsha, there would be little consequence. Before the mini-dragon matured, Subai desperately needed a flying mount. While Gung Goei could use telekinesis to carry him through the air, such a long journey would be immensely taxing and easily detectable. Sharona softly invited him to ride with her on the fierce land shark, but the creature's expression clearly conveyed, "Dare to ride me, and I shall give you a deadly glare." Climbing aboard the warrior hawk, Subai and Sharona returned to the outskirts of the city together. Although the fierce land shark was formidable, the warrior hawk, being at the champion level, was more than capable of keeping pace during the long flight. During their journey, Subai also took a moment to examine the warrior hawk using his Pokédex. Warrior Eagle, a valiant evolution of the spirited Pidgey, a courageous aerial warrior. Said to earn the respect of its companions the more scars it bears. Type: Normal. Flying. Level: 61. Champion level. Ability: Intimidate. Held item: None. Gender: 100 male. Height: 14 feet 5 inches. Weight: 443 pounds, 410 pounds. Base stats: Total 510. Attack: 123. Defense: 75. Special attack: 57. Special defense: 75. Speed: 80. Individual values: 19. Attack: 12. Defense: 17. Special attack: 28. Special defense: 21. Speed: 30. Moveset: Wing attack, aerial ace, night slash. Close combat: Even its proficiency in close combat suggests this warrior eagle possesses remarkable potential. Furthermore, despite being recently captured, it exhibits the instinct to raise its feathers to shield Subai from the wind. Subai finds himself increasingly fond of this creature. Chapter 124. Journey to Kanto. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, Subai returned the warrior eagle to its Pokeball and, accompanied by Cynthia, took a taxi back home. As soon as he entered the house, Subai released all his Pokémon. Come out, everyone. Pikachu, Arcanine, Gengar, Eevee, Totodile, and the newly captured warrior eagle emerged. Including the yet-to-hatch Dratini, Subai now had a total of 7 Pokémon, one of which was a quasi-legendary. Upon seeing Cynthia, Pikachu, Arcanine, and Gengar joyfully rushed over. Hello everyone. I have missed you dearly. Cynthia greeted them warmly as Pikachu climbed onto her shoulder, snuggling close, while Arcanine leaned against her and Gengar received gentle rubs on its ample belly. Subsequently, Cynthia released her own Pokémon, Garchomp, Lucario, Glacian, Crustle, Spiritome, and Dragapult. To make room for Spiritome and Dragapult, she opted not to bring her Wylord, Roserade, and Togekiss this time. Arcanine and the four esteemed Pokémon, especially Garchomp, were old acquaintances. Now that Arcanine had gained a Dragon-type attribute, it felt a sense of camaraderie upon seeing Garchomp, trotting over with a joyful demeanor. Woof. Garchomp responded with a fierce glare. Woof. Hello, sister. Garchomp, uninterested in conversing with the goofy dog, wandered off to rest. Instead, Arcanine engaged in pleasant conversation with Lucario. Gengar floated over to Crustle, cheerfully attempting to bond. Crustle reciprocated the interaction, creating an amusing scene as the two unusual beings shared laughter. One chuckling mischievously while the other emitted a series of eerie giggles, evoking the ambience of a haunted house. Eevee cautiously approached Glacian, finding her strikingly beautiful. Little Eevee remained unaware of its own adorableness, and when Glacian smiled and nuzzled it, the startled Eevee shivered in surprise. As for the little saw crocodile, realizing it could not provoke anyone, it sought out the two little ones, Zinlinbeo and Duolongmeixia. By chance, Subai had something at home. Would you like to try this? He said, producing a box containing the strawberry ice cream he had made earlier. Sharona took a scoop and found it delicious enough to make her shiver with delight. Finally, I get to enjoy the ice cream you've made, but it seems there's not enough for me. Eat this for now. Dinner is almost ready. If you wish for more ice cream, I shall prepare it for you tomorrow, Subai replied. After preparing food for the Windspeed dog, he washed his hands, donned an apron, and entered the kitchen. Sharona offered to help, but was gently declined by Subai. She didn't insist, knowing her culinary skills were limited to boiling water proficiently. Today's random selection yielded a pound of Wagyu beef, prompting Subai to prepare a family barbecue. The electric grill had been acquired on a previous random day. He exchanged various vegetables such as chrysanthemum greens, lettuce, onions, shiitake mushrooms, and button mushrooms in the system store. Additionally, he procured chicken wings, ribs, cheese, shrimp paste, and lamb chops to complement the Wagyu beef. He also bought a large pineapple, peeled and sliced it, marinating it in honey and butter for roasting later. 3 sauces, sesame sauce, Japanese teriyaki sauce, and Korean barbecue sauce, were prepared for Sharona's selection. He also arranged meals for the Pokémon, featuring an energy cube salad paired with freshly baked bread. Crafting desserts for Pokémon was a fundamental skill for a Pokémon breeder, with items like bread, steamed buns, sunbae, pancakes, macarons, and puffs being essential to learn. With Subai's expertise in breeding, these tasks were effortlessly executed, and the Pokémon enjoyed their meal heartily. Sharona picked up a chicken wing that Subai had given her, took a bite, and devoured the rest in delight. The wings were specially prepared by Subai, deboned and stuffed with shrimp paste, then cooked to a golden, fragrant crisp in the oven. After finishing the entire wing, Sharona suddenly realized she had been rather unrefined. Although she had sampled many delicious treats, Subai's creations always seemed to surpass her expectations, leaving her in a state of blissful oblivion. Subai chuckled as he pulled out a napkin to dab at her mouth. Sharona attempted to shy away, but he still managed to wipe it clean. Blushing, she lowered her head and acquiesced to his actions. Subai folded the napkin to clean her once more, and again, teasingly brushed it back, eliciting a mix of embarrassment and irritation from Sharona. Subai, reveling in his mischievous success, felt quite pleased. If we aren't going to spar, what is the point of having a partner? Sharona remarked, her eyes gentle, yet harboring an edge. Let me assist you with your special training. No, that is unnecessary. Subai replied, if you aspire to claim the championship of the Dragon Kingdom League, one must train diligently. Are you afraid? Upon hearing Sharona's taunt, Subai could no longer contain himself and slammed his hand on the table. Bring it on. An hour later, Subai grimaced while rubbing his bruised waist and what seemed to be a kicked posterior. It goes without saying that trainers must also participate. Wild battles should be announced in advance. Wild battles aside, the fact that one is being pinched is simply too cunning of you, Cynthia. While Cynthia delightedly retreated to her room for sleep, Subai lay on the bed in the study, lost in contemplation. His skills in wild battles were indeed lacking, rendering him no match for Cynthia. Of course, he was also no competitor in the limited 4 battles. At the foot of the bed lay his trusty Houndoom, while atop its back slept a small Totodile, and a Gengar floated about on the ceiling. Pikachu and Eevee had been left in Cynthia's room. Those 2 little traitors, charmed by their beautiful sister, had clung to her and refused to leave. Subai wished for the same affection. However, aside from that, he was pondering another matter. Cynthia had received a call that evening from the Sinnoh Champion League's Affairs Bureau, notifying her that the scheduled exhibition battle had been moved up. The Sinnoh champion Cynthia was to face the Unova champion Alder, with the intriguing twist that the venue was set at the Quartz Plateau in the Kanto region. This, however, was quite normal, as the locations for master tournaments are not fixed. Given the exhibition and commercial nature of such events, venues often shift to accommodate varying regional revenues. This time, it simply happened to fall on Kanto. Due to the change, Cynthia had to alter her plans and would take the first flight to Kanto the following day. To Subai's surprise, Cynthia proposed that he accompany her, seizing the opportunity during the National Day holiday in the Dragon Kingdom. Subai found this suggestion genuinely intriguing. In the anime, when Alder made his appearance, his Volcarona was already deceased, leaving only a bison with a powerful headbutt. While that bison was formidable, it lacked the imposing presence of a champion, and at that time, Alder was in retirement, carefree, and had not showcased his full prowess. Subai was eager to witness Alder's true strength. Chapter 125, Sakiki's Curiosity. Cynthia showed Subai the promotional poster for the upcoming Master Exhibition match. Behind Cynthia stood her imposing Garchomp, exuding an air of intimidation, its fins resembling battle axes capable of cleaving the heavens. In contrast, Alder was accompanied by a Volcarona of terrifying size. At this moment, Alder's Volcarona was still alive, and without a doubt, Cynthia could draw out Alder's full potential. All of the above, however, was merely a pretext. The primary motivation was to support his beloved wife, not because Alder was a lecherous old man with a penchant for teasing beautiful women. The next day, during breakfast, Subai informed Cynthia of his willingness to join her. Cynthia felt a spark of joy, and after discussing it with Subai, she suggested that they could fly directly to the Kanto region. If suitable flights were unavailable, Cynthia could arrange for alternatives. With the competition taking place 3 days later, Cynthia had 2 days of freedom, and she felt confident in trusting her Garchomp and others to Subai for training, thus eliminating the need to rush to the Quartz Plateau immediately. At present, 2 options lay before them. The first entails disembarking in the city of Tokiwa, proceeding directly to visit Professor Oak in the town of Masera, and after spending a day there, continuing on to the Quartz Plateau. The second option is to land in Rainbow City, indulge in shopping, and then venture to the Quartz Plateau. Naturally, Satoshi favored the first option. However, he harbored concerns that Cynthia might prefer the allure of shopping. Thus he allowed her to make the decision. Cynthia opted for the first option, choosing to visit Professor Oak first. Having visited Rainbow City several times, she deemed it unnecessary to make another trip, especially since she had a penchant for academic pursuits. Most notably, Cynthia observed that the mere mention of Masera Town and Professor Oak illuminated Satoshi's eyes with excitement. Nevertheless, Satoshi insisted on letting Cynthia decide on their travel plans, which pleased her immensely. Since Satoshi yearned to visit Professor Oak, they would proceed with that plan. On that afternoon, Satoshi and Cynthia boarded a flight bound for the Kanto region. Upon their arrival that evening, they disembarked at the airport, where designated personnel awaited to escort them. These individuals, arranged by the Champion League's Affairs Bureau, were seasoned and well-versed in decorum, so they had no qualms about seeing Satoshi and Cynthia together and would refrain from undue gossip. In truth, Cynthia was indifferent to others' opinions and did not mind revealing her relationship with Satoshi. However, she was concerned about the implications for him. The extreme attention, the burdens of fame, and the value of being the fiancé of a champion could prove detrimental to a novice trainer's development. Although Cynthia believed in Satoshi's ability to manage, she wished to avoid causing him any trouble or hindering his growth. Coincidentally, Satoshi shared the same sentiments, leading to a mutual understanding between them. Seizing the moment, he playfully leaned against her. Cynthia offered a wry smile, knowing she could not truly reprimand him, and blushed as she allowed him to cling to her arm in a playful manner. Satoshi took pride in this, relishing the fact that Cynthia was his fiancée. After all, who decreed that men could not be playful or affectionate? He was confident that, in time, she would grow accustomed to it. Had it not been for Lucario, who intrusively positioned himself between them with a fierce gaze, Satoshi would have continued to lean on Cynthia throughout their journey. They did not require hotel accommodations, as Cynthia owned a villa in Tokiwa. The vehicle drove directly into the underground garage, free from the prying eyes of paparazzi eager to capture unflattering images of the couple. In the study on the second floor of the villa, Satoshi stood by the window, gazing at a nearby structure reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum, where 2 armored knights brandished long swords and axes stood guard. This was the Tokiwa gym, presided over by Sakiki. At this moment, the steel-type Mutuo had yet to be fully developed, or rather, it had not yet been delivered to Sakiki. The trio of Team Rocket remained the elite, albeit somewhat bumbling, members of the organization. The Kanto region still bore the stigma of being impoverished and underdeveloped, often referred to as rural by other areas. Yet, he pondered whether this world he had entered encompassed only elements of anime and games, or if it also included aspects of manga. Well, what did it matter? Complete your task first, then ensure your place in this world. That evening, within the study of the Tokiwa gym, a man clad in a striking yellow suit reclined in an executive chair, one hand cradling a glass of red wine, while the other gently caressed a feline companion. He was none other than Giovanni, the supreme ruler of Team Rocket. In front of him stood Masamune, clutching a file folder. According to our intelligence, this young man not only shared an enigmatic connection with the Dragon Master Dato, but also had ties with prominent figures such as the Dragon Kingdom's Dato, Rinyuan, Beilongfei, and the champion Daigo of Hoenn. At this revelation, Masamune bowed his head in apology. The confidentiality surrounding these individuals was exceptionally high, rendering it nearly impossible to obtain any relevant surveillance data. Moreover, Their formidable prowess made it unfeasible for our reconnaissance elites to pursue covert investigations. Should we be discovered, the consequences would be catastrophic. I regret, Giovanni, that I could not procure more precise intelligence. That is acceptable, Giovanni replied with a faint smile. Subsequently, Masamune unveiled even more startling information. This young man, named Tsubai, appeared to have been closely associated with the newly crowned champion of Sinnoh, Cynthia. Upon hearing this, Giovanni's expression grew somber. In his youth, he had crossed paths with both Dato and Rinyuan on numerous occasions, often emerging victorious against Rinyuan, yet suffering defeats against Dato. These encounters were secrets he had never disclosed to anyone in Team Rocket, including Masamune. Now, if he were to confront these two Dragon Masters again, Giovanni felt a surge of confidence, believing he possessed a greater chance of triumph. However, facing these three champions left him with uncertainties. Yet, as the Dark Emperor of Team Rocket, he could not afford to reveal such emotions. That day, Dato had used the escorting of Yamato and Sanjuro as a cover while lingering at Tsubai's residence for an extended period, a situation that had perplexed Giovanni. He detested the notion of others harboring secrets unknown to him. Furthermore, the incident involving Masamune's near capture by Interpol while tailing Tsubai only deepened Giovanni's suspicions regarding the complexity of this matter. Dato and Giovanni had been adversaries for many years, their rivalry evolving into an unconventional camaraderie. Whenever Dato sought to assert his authority or faced obstacles in consolidating official resources, he often vented his frustrations on Team Rocket, serving both as a warning and a demonstration of power. Giovanni, in turn, frequently sold off disloyal subordinates to Dato, utilizing him as a pawn. Yet, they both shared an unspoken understanding. No matter the chaos, it would never escalate to confrontations within the Dragon Kingdom. In the Dragon Kingdom, the severity of Pokémon-related crimes was second only to that of illicit drug trafficking, prompting both men to avoid entanglements within its borders. Indeed, should Dato seek support from the Dragon Kingdom's authorities, the concentrated and unified might of this superpower, boasting a diverse array of Pokémon, would spell doom for an organization like Team Rocket. However, should such a moment arise, Team Rocket's purpose would transcend mere profit. Rooted in Kanto, omnipresent, the audacious influence of Team Rocket upon the region would be devastating. Dato, you have overstepped your bounds, Giovanni declared, draining his glass of red wine. However, it matters not. Your considerable efforts to seek out a child in the Dragon Kingdom will not go unnoticed by me. Chapter 126, Shinshin Town. The following morning, Tsubai rose early. Unfortunately, Sharona did not reside here long-term, resulting in a lack of provisions and somewhat inadequate household appliances. Therefore, Tsubai resorted to simply toasting a few sandwiches and pouring some milk. Nevertheless, Sharona was not particular and even remarked that Tsubai's sandwiches were quite delectable. Once the two had tidied up, they departed from Shurjian City by car. Adjacent to Shurjian City lay the vast Shurjian forest. However, Tsubai and Sharona's destination was Shinshin Town, which did not require traversing the forest. As the vehicle glided along the road, it passed a colossal tree, startling a large flock of Spearow. The birds attempted to pursue the car in a frenzied attack, but their low levels rendered them incapable of keeping pace. Observing the flock, Tsubai contemplated briefly before breaking into a knowing smile, exhaling a sigh as he redirected his gaze. After over an hour's drive, they arrived at Shinshin Town. Although the town was not built against a mountain, it was indeed nestled within mountainous terrain. The most significant structure in Shinshin Town was the revered Pokémon research facility, the Oak Laboratory, established by Professor Oak, which was prominently situated at the foot of a hill. From a distance, one could see numerous Pokémon congregating on the hillside, likely cared for by trainers who had ventured forth from Shinshin Town and entrusted them to Professor Oak. The car came to a halt at the entrance of the Oak Laboratory, and the two of them, bearing gifts, ascended the stone steps leading to the door. After a prolonged knock, Professor Oak finally opened the door. As he did, Tsubai was greeted by the rich and savory aroma of instant noodles, specifically shrimp and fish cake flavor. Ah, you must be Miss Sharona. Welcome, welcome. Professor Oak warmly ushered them inside. Upon entering, they noticed a beaker filled with noodles resting on a workbench, heated by a flickering alcohol lamp. The elderly gentleman appeared slightly flustered. Despite Professor Oak's extraordinary capabilities in Pokémon research and his poetic prowess, his domestic skills were rather lacking. Embarrassed, he began to tidy up. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Tsubai stepped forward to lend a hand. Professor, if you don't mind, I can assist you. Thank you, young man. What is your name, and where are you from? My name is Tsubai, and I hail from Longwa City. Initially, Professor Oak did not pay much heed, muttering a few words, but the more he pondered, the more something felt amiss. Tsubai? Tsubai? His eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. What is your relation to Suja? He is my father. Tsubai recalled that Professor Tsubaki had once mentioned that his father, Suja, had studied at Wukong University as an exchange student alongside Chishijun for a time. If memory served correctly, Professor Oak had once held a position at Wukong University. Indeed, upon hearing Tsubai's revelation, the elderly gentleman became quite animated. He informed Subai that when Su Zhu and Qi Shijun attended Yuhong University as exchange students, Qi Shijun, enamored with battles, had requested to join Professor Oak's laboratory. Subai's inexpensive father, Su Zhe, enamored with the study of mythology and history, enrolled in Dr. Giselin's elective course. Even participating in online classes, Su Zhe remained thoroughly engrossed. There was that one occasion when Qi Shijun and Su Zhe secretly observed the young Li Jia bathing. As older individuals often reminisce about their youthful escapades, once Professor Oki opened his floodgates of recollections, it became an uncontainable torrent. Sharona stifled a giggle, finding it challenging to suppress her laughter. When Professor Oki concluded his anecdotes, he took Sharona and Subai on a tour of the backyard. Sharona expressed her desire to challenge Professor Oki's Pokémon. The professor nodded in agreement. The old man's trio, Gyarados, Dragonite, and Charizard, resided in the backyard, ready for a duel should Sharona wish to engage them. With Professor Oki transitioning from a battling trainer to a research scholar, these three seasoned companions had retreated from the forefront, finding it difficult to encounter equally matched opponents. Professor Oki was well aware of Sharona's battling prowess. If it were her Garchomp, Dragonite would surely provide a worthy contest. After expressing her gratitude, Sharona inquired if Subai wished to observe her battle. Subai humbly declined, stating that his current understanding was insufficient to appreciate the intricacies of skilled battles, preferring not to intrude upon Sharona's moment. Although Sharona did not voice her disappointment, she felt a twinge of regret internally. Subai summoned all his Pokémon. True to his reputation, Professor Oki immediately detected something amiss with Pikachu, Eevee, and Gengar. The speed deity, a Pokémon native to the Dragon Kingdom, posed a challenge for Professor Oki due to a lack of available information, complicating further assessments. The Croconaw was familiar to the professor and presented no issues, and the Talonflame appeared normal. However, the anomalies with Pikachu, Eevee, and Gengar were undeniable. Professor Oki inquired about these discrepancies. Subai offered a vague explanation, attributing it to his unique training methods and deflecting the conversation with a light-hearted jest. However, Professor Oki, wise and respectful, chose not to press further when Subai remained reticent. Moreover, the inherently diverse and fascinating nature of Pokémon made such individual differences entirely plausible. Nevertheless, the old gentleman, though magnanimous, proposed a thought. He expressed a desire to gather data on the speed deity from the Dragon Kingdom. Subai readily agreed. Although the Dragon Kingdom imposed restrictions on the flow of the canine Pokémon and speed deity, data pertaining to them was not prohibited. Subai understood that Professor Oki was a sincere scholar. Even if he documented the specifics of the speed deity, it would solely serve academic research. Thus, Subai felt reassured and, after giving the speed deity a few instructions, departed. Though the speed deity was generally averse to interacting with others, it complied with Subai's directive before his exit. As Subai left the Oki Research Institute, he was suddenly met with a series of thunderous booms. Following the source of the commotion, he beheld two figures, one yellow and one black, colliding in the sky. There were no tricks or schemes involved, merely the sheer force of the dragon god's descent. Many Pokémon on the ground of the rear mountain trembled in fear, huddled close to the earth. Only a select few formidable Pokémon managed to maintain their composure. Subai nodded to himself, reflecting on the prowess of Sharona and Professor Oak. Neither trainer had participated in the battle. Otherwise, it would not have been a mere clash of the dragon goddess dive. After observing the confrontation, Subai gradually descended the mountain. Jingu Town, nestled in the western part of the Kanto region, is a quaint mountain village, accessible via Route 21 to the south and Route 1 to the north. Although it may seem like a remote and rugged place, its transportation is surprisingly well developed. Jingu Town embodies the pure white of new beginnings, serving as the inception of countless Pokémon enthusiast dreams. Standing there, Subai felt an inexplicable sense of surrealism. Chapter 127. Foolish child. Following the rustic path of Jingu Town downward, Subai arrived at the bank of a river. The gentle flow of the stream, accompanied by a light breeze and the soothing sounds of bubbling water, created a serene atmosphere. Suddenly, two raucous voices were carried by the wind to Subai's ears. Let go. I got it first. It was clearly mine first. This Pokeball belongs to the esteemed grandson of Professor Oak, the Pokémon researcher. Damn it. You have no right to say that, Shigeru. I caught that Pokeball myself. Driven by curiosity, Subai hurriedly followed the direction of the voices and discovered two boys, around 8 or 9 years old, standing on opposite banks of the river. One boy, with a slightly pale complexion, wore a purple short-sleeve shirt and a necklace, exuding an air of confidence. The other, donning a straw hat and dressed in the garb of a rural child, had a determined expression that overshadowed his counterpart. These two were undoubtedly Satoshi and Shigeru. Both wielded fishing rods, each with a Pokeball hooked onto the line. Their combined strength proved too much, and neither was willing to relinquish their grip, resulting in the already fragile Pokeball being torn apart. Both boys fell unexpectedly, with Shigeru losing his footing on the wet. soft earth, and tumbling straight into the river. Upon witnessing his friend in peril, Satoshi leaped into the water to save him. Unfortunately, neither boy could swim. Fortunately, the water was neither deep nor swift, and they merely splashed about, posing no real danger. Crocodile, I need your help. Subai threw out the Pokeball containing his Crocodile. The Pokemon sprang forth, diving headfirst into the water. Though this child often acted recklessly, resembling an unruly little rascal, the more one interacted with him, the more one could discern his extraordinary talents. First and foremost was his remarkable accuracy. He swiftly bit down on the clothing of both Satoshi and Shigeru without causing them any harm. Subsequently, with a powerful shake of his head, Crocodile hurled the two boys back onto the shore. Shigeru landed on the ground, while Satoshi sprawled atop him. Given their similar heights, they nearly ended up in an awkward embrace. Get off me, Shigeru exclaimed, pushing Satoshi away, his expression one of exasperation. Satoshi chuckled, turning to watch Crocodile leap onto the shore, joyfully dancing in celebration. Thank you. What an enchanting creature you are. This is my first encounter with you. It seems you are the underdog from our pallet town, a Crocodile, yet it ought to be one of the novice Pokémon from the Johto region. Hardly expected to be found here. It appears that Blue's knowledge is indeed more extensive. No wonder he is the grandson of Professor Oak. Greetings to you all. Are you all well? Subai hastened towards them. Upon witnessing this scene, Subai recalled that, although it transpired before Ash and Blue's journey, it was undeniably a significant moment in the narrative. The eve of the Silver Conference found Ash restless and sleepless, anxious about his impending battle with Blue. Venturing out for a breath of fresh air, he stumbled upon Blue, who too was unable to find slumber. Both were reminded of their duel over a Pokémon ball that day. Little did they know they would encounter this iconic moment once more. Are you hurt? Subai possessed proficiency in the Sinnoh language. Despite its differences from the Kanto dialect, daily communication posed no challenge. No, is this Crocodile your Pokémon? I am truly grateful. Observing Crocodile frolicking around Subai and permitting him to cradle it, Blue deduced that Crocodile belonged to Subai. Subai inwardly marveled at Blue's perceptiveness. No need for thanks. You should return and change your attire to avoid catching a chill. Thank you. Blue hurried towards the direction of Professor Oak's lab. Ash followed closely behind, visibly displeased. Wait a moment, Blue. Our duel isn't over yet. You ought to return and change your clothes as well. Ash intended to pursue, but Subai effortlessly lifted him by the nape of his neck. It was a perfect opportunity to tease him before he embarked on his journey. Otherwise, once Ash fully matured into a Pokémon master, it would be difficult to best him. Under Subai's imposing presence, Ash reluctantly consented to return. The two made their way slowly back to Ash's home. Presently, Ash and Subai were precisely 10 years apart, yet Subai had never regarded Ash as merely a child. He cherished Ash's youthful exuberance. Little brother. What is your name? I am not a little brother. I will turn 10 next year. I will be an adult. Oh, quite the stubborn one. However, Subai gleaned the information he sought. Ash was currently 9 years old. Would it not mean that after he claimed the championship at this year's Dragon Kingdom's East Phoenix Conference, he could travel with Ash in Kanto? I am Subai. Can you now tell me your name? I am Ash. Subai shook his head inwardly. Something felt amiss. My dream is to live freely with those I love and my Pokémon. What about you? As for me, I haven't quite decided. But I aspire to become a Pokémon master. Now that resonates. Under Ash's guidance, they arrived at his doorstep and rang the doorbell. Before long, a gentle voice echoed from within. Coming. A minute later, Hanako emerged, wearing an apron. Subai couldn't help but silently critique the scene. A mother and her son, both devoid of guile. In this world, where they are but a solitary pair, what if I were a villain? The woman, now transformed into a striking beauty, appears to be merely in her early 30s, if not younger. Yet, having borne a child, she radiates warmth and grace. One might say her beauty blossoms like the begonia at dawn, akin to the peony unfurling under the spring sun, perhaps a tad exaggerated. Nonetheless, it is evident that Dr. Oak possesses remarkable discernment. Upon encountering Subai, the woman paused momentarily. May I inquire who you are? Ah, greetings. I am here to visit Dr. Oak. I happened to see Ash fall into the river and brought him back, Subai promptly explained. He had anticipated that the news of Ash's mishap would induce a wave of concern from her, perhaps even tears, followed by a fierce reprimand as she scolded him. Subai was prepared to capture this moment on video. However, while she was indeed concerned, her worry was fleeting. It made sense. Ash was known for his reckless nature, and such perilous incidents were likely commonplace for him. She had grown accustomed to it. As a mother, she did scold Ash lightly before informing him that she would change clothes and inviting Subai inside. Thank you ever so much. I am Hanako. And may I ask your name? Hello, Miss Hanako. I am Subai, a friend of Ash. Chapter 128. Dr. Oak's gift as they conversed. Ash had already descended the stairs, sliding down the banister. Say, Subai, can I see your Pokémon? I would be delighted to show you my Pokémon. But I must admit, I am not fond of how you address me, Subai replied, glancing at Ash. Ash, who had an immense fondness for Pokémon, realized that Subai, being a Pokémon trainer, likely possessed many Pokémon. After a moment of hesitation, he managed to utter, "Big brother Subai. Now that's more like it. Later, when we visit Dr. Oak's research facility, I'll show you my Pokémon," Subai remarked, casting a glance at Hanako. "Miss Hanako, would that be acceptable?" "Of course, that would be wonderful. Thank you for your consideration," she replied, rising slightly to bow to Subai. Subai, feeling unworthy of such reverence, inclined his body slightly. "This place truly inspires envy. I declare myself a good person, and you choose to believe me. Conversely, this world is filled with good souls. As long as you maintain a basic sense of self-protection, there's no need to be wary of anyone." After exchanging a few more words, Ash, in his exuberance, insisted that his rivalry with Gary was far from over. Subai, overwhelmed by the clamor, bid farewell to Hanako and accompanied Ash to Dr. Oak's research facility. On the way, Subai posed a few questions to Ash. "So Ash, how is your relationship with Dr. Oak?" "It's decent, I suppose. I've attended Dr. Oak's summer camp twice," Ash shared. He explained that he often spent time with Gary and was familiar with Dr. Oak, though their interactions were somewhat limited. It made sense at the outset of his journey. Ash had indeed been rather unreliable, and given Dr. Oak's keen insight, it was clear he hadn't held particularly high hopes for Ash. This illustrated the sparse nature of their exchanges. Some assert that Professor Oak has always held a particular fondness for Ash, having specifically reserved Pikachu for him and keeping a watchful eye on his endeavors. Subai contemplates that while there is indeed care, there is also admiration. Professor Oak possesses countless reasons to support Ash, yet he has candidly stated that his encouragement stems from the belief that with enough attempts, one will inevitably strike true. The more trainers that emerge from Pallet Town, the more pride he feels. This does not seem like a deliberate attempt to spur Ash on. "Ash, if your passion for Pokémon is genuine, why not venture more frequently to Professor Oak's backyard to assist in caring for them? My mother insists we must not trouble the professor." Upon hearing Ash's words, Subai shook his head. Although Ash can be unreliable in the early stages, his affection for Pokémon is unmatched by others. Had Ash taken the time to learn more about Pokémon before embarking on his journey, and had he visited Professor Oak's backyard more often, it would have greatly benefited him. At the very least, he would have memorized the type effectiveness chart. Both Ash and Gary, the two spirited rivals, have their respective strengths. Gary is a resourceful contender, born into privilege with innate talent, a distinguished lineage, and abundant resources, truly a child of fortune. More alarmingly, he adeptly integrates and utilizes his resources, never squandering his advantages. Unfortunately, he lacks a certain resilience, transforming what could have been a stellar beginning into a metamorphosis of sorts. Originally a paragon of elegance and confidence, destined for greatness, he has imploded, becoming a genteel scholar instead. As for Ash, if only his theoretical foundation were sounder, and if his early travels had proceeded more smoothly, if he evolved when necessary and refrained from premature evolutions, steering clear of the path of the release master, he would have long since claimed the title of champion. In the modest expanse of Pallet Town, while Subai pondered these matters, they arrived at the Oak Research Lab. "Xiaosu, you promised to show me your Pokémon." Brother Xiaosu, come forth, Pikachu. Gengar, Totodile." Subai summoned his Pokémon, naturally including Pikachu, alongside Gengar and Totodile. These three Pokémon would eventually belong to Ash, especially Pikachu. However, it seems that electric shocks are Ash's fate. The moment Ash laid eyes on Pikachu, he excitedly embraced it. "How adorable. Hello, Pikachu." Pika. Upon hearing the familiar sound, Subai quickly concealed himself behind Gengar. Zap 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 zap. Ash's sudden exuberance left Pikachu quite taken aback, prompting it to unleash a thunderbolt. Electrocuted, Ash fell to the ground, charred and emitting a puff of smoke. Pikachu, somewhat resigned, tapped Ash lightly with its tiny paw before leaping onto Subai's shoulder. Yet, a true rookie will always be a true rookie. Despite the initial shock, Ash managed to rise to his feet after a brief recovery, as if nothing had occurred. Ha! From a short distance, a familiar chuckle resonated. There stood Gary, leaning against the door of the Oak Research Lab, doubled over with laughter, tears of mirth streaming from his eyes. "Ash, you truly embody the last place of our Pallet Town, to be attacked by a Pokémon belonging to a trainer. How infuriating. Gary, do not be so arrogant. Our relationship will soon mend. Continue to be obstinate, if you must." Gary strode over with purpose. "I shall impart some lessons to you." Yet, Gary too was struck by an electric attack. Subai brushed the Ash and set off both of them and led them into Professor Oak's research facility. Inside, Cynthia had just concluded her battle and was taking a moment to rest. Indeed, Professor Oak's Dragonite is remarkably formidable. Even the fierce Garchomp, after a prolonged struggle, ultimately fell short. As Subai pondered this, Professor Oak suddenly beckoned him. "Xiaosu, I appreciate your assistance in gathering data on the Zygarde. And considering my father is somewhat of a mentor to me, as a token of gratitude and remembrance, I would like to present you with a gift." Upon finishing his words, Professor Oak approached a circular table and pressed a button. The surface of the table opened, revealing 3 Pokeballs. You should be aware that I am responsible for distributing Pokémon tailored for novice trainers in the Kanto region, specifically the Grass-type Bulbasaur, the Fire-type Charmander, and the Water-type Squirtle. As Professor Oak spoke, he opened each of the 3 Pokeballs in succession. Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, each one cuter than the last. Subai was momentarily taken aback, as was Cynthia. They were astonished at the professor's generosity. He offered the starter trio without hesitation. Ash and Gary watched from the sidelines, their eyes brimming with envy. Particularly Gary, who, being the grandson of Professor Oak, carried a certain sense of superiority. Although he would soon receive his very first Pokémon next year, he still felt a sense of urgency. While he was not exactly unhappy, the desire burned within him. Chapter 129. The Divine Pokémon. Professor Oak, I cannot possibly accept such a gift. Subai protested politely, though internally he was elated. After all, these were the Kanto starters. To claim indifference would be disingenuous. Without further ado, he retrieved his Pokédex and began to peruse the detailed information on the 3 Pokémon. Bulbasaur, seed Pokémon, born with a seed on its back that grows alongside it, leading experts to remain uncertain whether it is classified as an animal or a plant. Type, grass. Poison, level, 5, novice. Ability, overgrow, held item, none. Gender, unspecified. Height, 0, 4 meters, 1 foot 4 inches. Weight, 5, 3 kilograms, 11, 9 pounds. Base stats, HP, 45, attack, 49, defense, 49. Special attack, 65, special defense, 65, speed, 45, total, 318. Individual values, HP, 20, attack, 19, defense, 15, special attack, 22, special defense, 24, speed, 18. Moves, tackle. Vine Whip. This Bulbasaur seemed somewhat underdeveloped. Now, to examine Charmander and Squirtle. Charmander, the lizard Pokémon, is born with flames flickering at the tip of its tail, a symbol of its vitality. When the fire on its tail extinguishes, so too does its life. It is a Fire-type Pokémon, classified as level 5, beginner, with the ability Blaze. Its height measures 0, 87 meters, and it weighs 9 kilograms. Its base stats include 39 HP, 52 attack, 43 defense, 60 special attack, 50 special defense, and 65 speed, totaling 309. The individual values are as follows: 1 HP, 0 attack, 7 defense, 18 special attack, 0 special defense, and 3 speed. It knows the moves Growl and Scratch. Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokémon, can retreat into its shell for protection and retaliates with a water jet when it identifies an opening in its opponent's defenses. This water-type Pokémon is also level 5, beginner, and possesses the ability Torrent. It stands at 0, 4 meters tall, and weighs 12 kilograms. Its base stats are 44 HP, 48 attack, 65 defense, 50 special attack, 64 special defense, and 43 speed, culminating in a total of 314. Its individual values are as follows: 15 HP, 30 attack, 0 defense, 28 special attack, 1 special defense, and 31 speed. It has mastered the moves Withdraw, Water Gun, and Tackle. Upon leaving Professor Oak's lab, one would expect that the newly acquired Pokémon would be of high quality, given Professor Oak's esteemed reputation. However, the presence of an underdeveloped Bulbasaur, a Charmander with 0 individual values, and a reverse-developed Squirtle raises concerns. Nevertheless, Subai, blessed with the fortune of a fated encounter, need not overly dwell on the individual qualities of these Pokémon. A connection is paramount. Furthermore, Subai's exceptional nurturing skills instill confidence that his Pokémon will endure until the day of his destined encounter. Yet, Subai's fortunes seem rather bleak as he perceives that these 3 creatures harbor no affection for him. Indeed, none of them seem to like him at all. Bulbasaur retreats. Charmander hides behind Professor Oak, and Squirtle nearly retaliates against Subai. Professor Oak finds himself in a quandary. How could this be? Subai's bemused expression prompts the professor to ponder deeply. In truth, the fact that these 3 Pokémon are averse to Subai may well be a blessing in disguise. Observing Subai's potential, it is evident he is destined for greatness, especially considering his unique bond with Cynthia. By this alone, these 3 young Pokémon may not be suitable companions for him. Although they are not inherently weak, one must remain pragmatic. These 3 have displayed gentle temperament since birth and possess a reluctance for battle, making them unsuitable for competitive endeavors. Initially, Professor Oak had no intention of offering them, but with the recent lack of new trainers, this trio remained the only available starter Pokémon. As Subai was lost in thought, a yellow figure suddenly emerged from the distance. Pikachu, with its electrifying pouches, emitted arcs of electricity and dashed down in a flurry. At the staircase appeared a plump Pikachu, and upon encountering each other, the 2 Pikachus immediately began to exchange electric currents through their cheek pouches, instantly becoming friends. Subai's eyes sparkled with realization. Could this be the fabled electric god? With that thought, he hurriedly retrieved his Pokédex. Electric God, Mouse Pokémon. An evolution of Pikachu, adorned with small electric pouches on either cheek that discharge electricity when danger approaches. Note: may also discharge without imminent threat. Type: electric. Level: ability: static. Held item: none. Gender: height: 0. For meters: 0. For meters. Weight: 8. 3 kilograms. 6. 0 kilograms. Base stats: total 320, 675. Attack: 55, 115. Defense: 40, 100. Special attack: 50, 120. Special defense: 50, 100. Speed: 90, 140. Individual values: 31. Attack: 31. Defense: 31. Special attack: 32. Special defense: 31. Speed: 32. Moves: Thunder Shock, Quick Attack, Thunder Wave, Thunder, not activated. Volt Tackle, not activated. Iron Tail, not activated. Subai was taken aback. He never anticipated that one day the Pokédex would display a 32 in 2 of the Pokémon's individual values. This signified a breakthrough in limits. The top individual values of an alpaca Pokémon were merely 631s. Noticing the growing excitement in Subai's eyes, Professor Oak grew apprehensive. Surely, this lad wouldn't be enamored with Pikachu, would he? That simply could not happen. It was meant for Ash. Fortunately, Subai merely stole a glance before retracting his Pokédex, showing no profound interest in the electric god. After all, he already had his own Pikachu, which, with the assistance of the system, was no ordinary creature. Most importantly, they had weathered countless storms together, making it an irreplaceable part of his family. The electric god was indeed formidable, yet Subai favored his own Pikachu far more. Chapter 130. Mount Miacha reflecting on the myriad experiences shared with Pikachu. Subai barely cast a glance at the electric god. He lifted his Pikachu onto his shoulder and affectionately nuzzled it. Professor Oak observed the scene with a nod of approval. Cherishing one's Pokémon was one of the virtues he held most dear. The more exemplary Subai appeared, the more anxious the old man became. Professor Oak genuinely wished to gift Subai one of the starter Pokémon, yet none of this batch, Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle, seemed inclined to accompany him. Ultimately, it was Subai who proposed a solution. Professor Oak, I already have several Pokémon. I doubt I could nurture another effectively. Subai contemplated that since this batch neither favored him nor captured his fancy, he would simply wait. After all, once he completed his challenge at this year's Dragon Country Conference, he would depart from Dragon Country to venture into other leagues, with the Kanto League likely being his first destination. Thus, he decided it would be prudent to select a Pokémon only after arriving in Kanto and assembling his new team. Professor Oak nodded in agreement, appreciating Subai's perspective. After enjoying a meal at Professor Oak's place and confirming that all his Pokémon were in good health, Subai recalled them into their Pokeballs. With everything in order, he bid farewell to Professor Oak alongside Cynthia and departed from Pallet Town. Upon exiting the town, Cynthia tilted her head and observed Subai. Little Sue, it seems you hold a certain admiration for that young boy. Indeed, I do admire him. This aspiring Pokémon master, who dreams of becoming the greatest in the world, will undoubtedly be a formidable rival in the future. Cynthia chuckled softly at Subai's words. At present, Ash is still quite the novice. She could perceive an ineffable passion in the boy named Ash, yet she remained skeptical about his potential achievements in the future. Professor Oak also visited us. Now, we are headed to the Indigo Plateau. Wait a moment, Cynthia. Allow me to present you with a gift. Though you must retrieve it yourself. A gift? And I must fetch it myself? Cynthia regarded Subai, who always had a knack for surprising her, a trait she found rather endearing. Although her demeanor was typically cool and composed, who could resist the charm of a handsome fiancé who excelled at creating delightful surprises? However, the sudden mention of a mysterious gift that required her to fetch it piqued her curiosity. She resolved to tease Subai a bit. A gift that I must retrieve myself? It seems you are not entirely sincere in your offering. If you truly wish to give, you wouldn't impose so many conditions. Cynthia, why are you picking up bad habits from those young girls in Dragon Country? Subai replied, a hint of bitterness on his face. Seeing his expression brought a small thrill of joy to Cynthia. That fleeting joy was soon interrupted when Subai produced 3 flavors of ice cream. Beautiful Cynthia, do you prefer this strawberry ice cream, this matcha ice cream, or this cheese ice cream? Little Sue, you are quite the trickster. Cynthia was caught off guard. Her focus entirely on choosing. It's so hard to decide. Truly difficult. Her earnest concentration was utterly adorable. Ultimately, it was Mega Sharpedo that could no longer contain itself. Bursting forth from its Pokeball, its gleaming fin resting on Subai's shoulder. Only then did Subai present an ice cream that combined strawberry, matcha, and cheese flavors. Cynthia, satisfied, recalled Mega Sharpedo and delicately licked the ice cream with her dainty tongue. Thank you, little Sue. I absolutely love this gift. So, was your idea of retrieving the gift simply about bringing out this ice cream? Certainly not, for this ice cream has long been prepared for you. The gift I mentioned that requires your personal retrieval is right here. Subai unlocked his phone and accessed the navigation app, revealing a location. In the northwest of Jingu Town, halfway to the Champion Road, lies a mountain, Mutations Mountain. This Mutations Mountain is characterized by its towering heights and dense forests, enriched with minerals in its soil, resulting in a highly nutritious earth. Consequently, the onyxes residing here grow to an enormous size. Among them is a dominant onyx, whose stature, length, destructive power, and offensive capabilities far exceed those of an ordinary onyx. Eventually, this formidable onyx was captured by one of the Elite Four of Kanto, Shiba. In Tsubai's perspective, although this onyx does not provide additional type coverage for Shirona's team, its colossal size and immense destructive capabilities sufficiently compensate for its singular typing. Shirona's lineup would become more diverse, and the brute force strategy aligns perfectly with her style. Upon hearing Tsubai's words, Shirona pondered briefly before breaking into a charming smile. "Let us proceed," she declared. She desired to witness firsthand the onyx that could serve as a fortification solely based on its physical prowess and stature. The two of them, one aboard a brave eagle, the other riding a Garchomp, swiftly arrived at Mutations Mountain. Within the valley, they encountered the gigantic onyx. Even Shirona's expression turned serious, yet intrigued upon sighting the creature. Tsubai, however, contemplated further ahead. Once Shirona acquires this massive onyx and nurtures it for a while to evolve into a colossal Steelix, followed by the use of a dragon stone, they would possess a steel dragon-type Steelix of tremendous proportions. Should that Steelix undergo mega evolution, its combat prowess and dominance would be unimaginable. Shirona directed her Garchomp to descend, clearly captivated by the enormous onyx. At present, this colossal onyx bore no cross-shaped scar on its face, instead playfully ramming into the mountains as it indulged itself. Observing Shirona's descent, Tsubai signaled for his brave eagle to land as well. Simultaneously, he activated the Pokédex. Onyx, rock snake Pokémon. Known for its astonishing speed while burrowing to forage, capable of digging long tunnels while voraciously consuming vast amounts of earth, often considers shadowy caves as its abode. Type: Rock, Ground. Level: 64, Elite Level. Ability: Rock Head, Held Item. None, Gender: Unspecified. Height: 14.88. Weight: 5,446, 2,100. Base Stats: HP: 35, Attack: 45, Defense: 160. Special Attack: 30, Special Defense: 45, Speed: 70, Total: 385. Individual Values: 31, Attack: 29, Defense: 31, Special Attack: 12, Special Defense: 31, Speed: 10. Moveset: Tackle, Headbutt, Rock Slide. Roar, Strength, Earthquake, Rock Wrecker, Inherited. Shirona had already commenced her actions. Garchomp unleashed a Tile Cutter. Chapter 131, The Path to Championship with a Swift Motion. The fierce and formidable Garchomp launched itself atop the colossal onyx, its fins illuminating with a radiant white light. It struck with precision, delivering a decisive blow to the head followed by a lethal slice to the nape. The enormous onyx let out a piercing cry, its countenance contorting in agony. Yet, true to its reputation as a formidable ally worthy of a special visit from Cynthia, the creature endured two powerful strikes despite the type disadvantage, remaining resolute and unyielding. The massive tail of onyx swept through the terrain, causing earth to tremble and forests to be laid waste, as dust billowed into the air. Indeed, a creature both robust and powerful, I find this gift quite appealing. Cynthia stood atop a high platform, one hand resting on her hip, her lips glistening as she observed with a gaze that was both elegant and fearsome. This was the first time Tsubai had witnessed Cynthia in such a manner. Although the Sinnoh goddess of war was immersed in the heat of battle, she exuded an aura of danger intertwined with nobility and allure. Enraged, the colossal onyx lashed out with its tail, targeting Garchomp directly. "Garchomp, use Dragon Dance," Cynthia commanded. In response, Garchomp twisted its body in an intricate yet graceful manner, deftly evading the attack while simultaneously enhancing its speed and physical power. Utilizing the unique movements associated with Dragon Dance to dodge linear assaults exemplified a sophisticated combat technique, one that was a hallmark of many trainers specializing in Dragon-type Pokémon. For someone of Cynthia's caliber, mastering such skills was undoubtedly effortless. Garchomp unleashed Dragon Rush. With remarkable swiftness, Garchomp evaded another sweep of the colossal onyx's tail, soaring into the air, enveloped in a shimmering purplish-golden energy, before descending with ferocious might. Thud! The impact of Dragon Rush collided with the onyx's body, sending its massive head soaring before it crashed heavily to the ground. Yet, the formidable tail continued to thrash about, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. Still not down, Cynthia truly has an eye for talent. However, this great onyx has now become a mere shadow of its former self. The Elite Four of the Kanto region bore a striking resemblance to their counterparts in the Dragon Kingdom. Each possessed the strength of a champion. Yet, aside from Lance, they fell slightly short when compared to true champions like Cynthia and Steven. In Tsubai's mind, It was only under Cynthia's guidance that the full potential of this colossal onyx could be realized. With this thought in mind, Cynthia released a Pokeball. The great onyx was captured within, the ball shaking a few times before coming to a standstill. Garchomp gently grasped the Pokeball in its mouth and soared up the cliff to present it to Cynthia. "Thank you, Garchomp," Cynthia said, taking the Pokeball with a sidelong glance at Subai, a smile gracing her lips as she extended the Pokeball toward him. Subai was momentarily taken aback. "For me? I believe you need this Pokemon more than I do." No. You are about to compete. And this Onix possesses enough strength to contend in the Master S tournament." Upon hearing Subai's words, Cynthia nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall leave it with you. As a means of nurturing your growth." The colossal Onix seemed resigned to its fate. "Here I am, a leader of the Elite Four. Being passed between the two of you, am I? Having captured the mighty Onix." Subai and Cynthia mounted their respective flying Pokemon and made their way to the outskirts of Jubilife City. Following the mountain path, they ventured into a vast cavern. Subai understood that this was the champion's path. According to the rules of the Masters Tournament, champions from various regions must traverse this path upon arrival. Despite being renowned and enigmatic in the Kanto region, the champion's path appeared deceptively similar to any ordinary cave. As they entered, Sharona summoned Roserade, and suddenly, she gasped, clutching Subai's hand and pulling him behind her. A shadow ball, seemingly launched from nowhere, whizzed past Subai's ear and crashed into the cave wall, sending a shower of debris cascading down. "Pikachu." Although puzzled, Subai immediately called for Pikachu. The little creature leapt from Sharona's arms, unleashing a thunderbolt into the depths of darkness. Illuminated by the brilliant flash, a faint green shield became visible, absorbing the electric attack. Behind the shield stood an Alakazam. Subai was perplexed. Ordinarily, possessing the power of eternity, he would not provoke an attack from the formidable Pokémon residing within the champion's path. What was the meaning of this Alakazam's presence? However, in the next moment, Subai received the answer he sought. Beside the Alakazam stood a middle-aged man clad in a black and purple tracksuit, with green hair styled short. "The champion's path is no place for young novices with baby Pokémon. You should leave," he declared. "I am the one who will challenge the champion's path." Sharona cast a frosty glare at the man. Trainers within the champion's path were fervent elites, often training in the caves for months on end without visiting Pokémon centers or engaging with the outside world, making it unsurprising that they were unfamiliar with Sharona. The man appraised Sharona with a dismissive eye, noting her beauty, yet lamenting her association with such a pretty boy. "Is that so?" Sharona retorted, her gaze locking with the trainer's, and she commanded, "Magical shine." Instantly, Roserade illuminated the entire cave as if it were day. As the light faded, the Alakazam was left charred and dazed, its eyes spinning in confusion. The man, who had only spoken halfway, was knocked unconscious against the wall by the overwhelming fairy-type energy. "Let us proceed, Roserade." "Use Flash," Sharona said with a smile, glancing back at Subai as they ventured deeper. Subai followed, realizing that silence was prudent at this moment. The champion's path was indeed fraught with peril. It housed not only elite trainers on par with gym leaders, but also various high-stat, formidable Pokémon. Having traversed merely the first layer, the duo had already faced multiple ambushes. The assailants were not wild Pokémon. Thanks to Subai's power of eternity, the powerful wild Pokémon only regarded them briefly. And with the champion-level Roserade leading the way, they encountered little trouble. The elite trainers who ambushed them were swiftly defeated by Sharona. In truth, these trainers bore no malice. Such was the nature of the champion's path, where they refrained from delivering fatal blows to challengers undergoing trials. However, should the challenger fall victim to the cunning ambushes of these elite trainers, they must begin anew. During this time, many elite trainers hurled insults at Subai, calling him names such as Pretty Boy, Gold Digger, and Little Darling. These trainers were largely former gym leaders, seasoned adventurers from various locales, as well as retired personnel from international police and league affairs, battle-hardened individuals who despised students like Subai who relied on women. Throughout this, Cynthia maintained an icy demeanor, allowing her Garchomp to impart some lessons to the rude ones. Subai, however, remained largely unfazed, recognizing that these individuals were formidable veterans, and he currently stood no chance against them. Cynthia would undoubtedly take care of them. Chapter 132. Arrival at the Quartz Plateau, you little pretty boy. Without relying on women, how could you possibly attain this position? You have no shame. On the third level of the battle path, a bruised man, appearing not yet 30, sat against the wall, seemingly on the verge of his last breath. Subai squatted beside him, shaking his head in resignation. TSK, jealousy truly distorts one's appearance. Cynthia sat on a large rock nearby, savoring ice cream while feeding energy cubes to Pikachu. The man's name was Xiao He, and his current state was not Cynthia's fault. He had brought this upon himself. Originally, Subai and Cynthia had journeyed along the Champion's Road for half the day, preparing to set up camp for the night by 10 o'clock. Before resting, Subai brewed a pot of milk tea and prepared a delightful egg waffle with ice cream for Cynthia. She was delighted and ready to indulge when, from the shadows, a venomous attack suddenly struck. While Subai and Cynthia emerged unscathed, Subai inadvertently spilled the milk tea while evading the attack. Xiaohe then appeared, and upon seeing Cynthia, his eyes became transfixed upon her, oblivious to her displeasure. He recognized her identity and immediately began showering her with insincere flattery, harboring considerable hostility towards Subai, veiling his jabs in veiled insults. This led to a confrontation between Cynthia's Garchomp and his Weezing. Weezing was sent flying by the powerful attack, colliding with Xiaohe, who subsequently slammed against the wall, resulting in his current predicament. Subai lightly patted Xiaohe's face. What are you pretending for? You pathetic young student. I have a girlfriend to protect me. I am far superior to you. My Weezing could easily defeat you. Fuming with rage, Xiaohe trembled, ready to retaliate, but Garchomp's fin struck the ground like a colossal axe. Terrified, Xiaohe disregarded his pain and scrambled away. Subai then prepared more milk tea for Cynthia, and the two found comfortable spots to rest. Lucario kept watch during the night while the Arcanine tended to the campfire. As the night passed, they quickened their pace, riding Arcanine onward. Some mechanisms along the road, whether man-made or naturally occurring, were effortlessly deciphered by Cynthia. In her own words, these were antiquated tactics, primarily designed to test the depth of the challenger's Pokémon skill pool. The path to the champion of Kanto was relatively challenging. Subai had made considerable progress this time. His Arcanine had learned Strength, Gengar had mastered Rock Smash, and Pikachu had acquired the move Flash. Upon exiting through another opening of the Champions Road, the duo arrived at the venue of the Kanto League, the Indigo Plateau. Upon their emergence, they were greeted by representatives sent by the League's Bureau of Champion Affairs, along with the local elite 4-member responsible for security. Dressed in an all-black ensemble, exuding maturity through her piercing gaze, and adorned with alluring high heels, the Ice-type Elite 4-member, Caitlin, was assigned as the security chief for this master tournament. Subai cast a quick glance her way before hastily averting his gaze. Avert your eyes. Though Cynthia was undeniably beautiful and graceful, it must be acknowledged that Caitlin, as an older sister figure, possessed her own appeal. While this may not have been as apparent in the anime, it certainly stood out in reality. Caitlin did not notice Subai. As the elite responsible for welcoming Cynthia, her immediate priority was to greet her. Hello, it is an honor to meet you, Miss Cynthia. Hello, Caitlin. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. It is unfortunate that your opponent this time is Mr. Alder, the champion of Unova. Otherwise, I would truly look forward to battling you. Likewise, I believe there will be an opportunity. The two elegant women exchanged smiles, one exuding confidence, the other an air of aloofness, perfectly illustrating their mutual respect while simultaneously engaging in a competitive spirit, almost synchronously extending their hands for a handshake. Subai observed this scene from the side. In his eyes, Caitlin was indeed worthy of a duel with Cynthia. However, it would merely be a duel. Caitlin was still no match for Cynthia. Despite the Ice-type's formidable offensive capabilities and its 4x advantage against Garchomp, the Ice-type's defenses remained too fragile. Let us not forget that Cynthia possessed not only Garchomp, but also Lucario. Cynthia was, in Subai's heart, the eternal undefeated goddess of battle. At that moment, Caitlin finally noticed Subai. Who is this handsome young man? Miss Cynthia, may I be introduced? Of course, this is Subai, a student from the Dragon Kingdom University. My fiancé. Cynthia's declaration took Caitlin completely by surprise. She and T anticipated that Cynthia would have a fiancé, and an exceptionally young one at that. Observing their demeanor, they seemed quite intimate, which elicited a wistful response from Caitlin. How wonderful. I wish to experience sweet romance as well. Although Caitlin appeared mature and was indeed of considerable age, her emotional maturity resembled that of a younger girl. Hello, Mr. Subai, welcome to the Kanto region. Hello, Caitlin. Subai nodded politely in return, then approached Cynthia and took her hand. It was you who openly acknowledged me as your fiancé. I hope you don't mind holding hands. Cynthia's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink, yet she remained silent. Unbeknownst to her, she felt a peculiar satisfaction with Subai's overt affection towards her in front of Kona. Kona discreetly curled her lip, exchanged a few pleasantries with the two, and then departed. Where should she go? It was rather vexing. Although Mr. Adake, the champion of the Unova region, possessed considerable strength, his demeanor was rather lewd. Their first encounter had him insistently inviting her for coffee, nearly leading to a handshake. If it were within her power, she would transform him into an ice statue. She had initially hoped to engage with Miss Cynthia for a pleasant conversation, only to discover that she was accompanied by her fiancé. Perhaps she should simply indulge in some television series. After Kona's departure, Subai and Cynthia were escorted to the lounge by officials from the Champion Alliance. The hospitality afforded to participants of the Master S tournament was truly exceptional. Each contender was granted a private villa, complete with a treatment room, a lounge, a health room, and a kitchen specifically designed for crafting Pokémon cuisine and energy cubes. Multiple rooms were available for competitors to host friends and family. Beyond these amenities, the villa included a courtyard, which boasted not only a battleground but also a swimming pool. Tomorrow marked Cynthia's match. and Subai assisted her in adjusting the condition of her Pokémon, Garchomp, Lucario, Cradily, Roserade, Milotic, and the Colossal Onyx. This was the roster Cynthia would deploy. As the Master S tournament required the use of 6 Pokémon, Subai surveyed the surroundings and noted that everyone appeared to be in fine form. Chapter 133. Before the match that evening, the night sky was adorned with twinkling stars as Subai, clad in durable work attire, meticulously poured sand over Onyx using a spade. Sharing this sandy indulgence was Garchomp. The sand was of considerable value, containing crushed gemstones and various nutrients beneficial to ground-type Pokémon. Both Onyx and Garchomp relished the experience, with Garchomp treating the precious dragon stone as if it were a mere candy. Crushing the dragon stone with its formidable teeth was hardly a challenge. Cynthia permitted Garchomp to consume only one, as excessive intake of such concentrated energy could be detrimental to Garchomp, and the dragon stone itself was far too precious. Cynthia insisted on compensating Subai for the dragon stone, which he valued at 100,000, yet she, aware of its true worth, unhesitatingly transferred 1 million to his account. Reluctantly, Subai discreetly slipped a piece to Garchomp. The latter chuckled, burying the dragon stone in the sand to consume when Cynthia was not watching, feeling quite pleased with Subai. Subai continued to provide a sand bath for both Garchomp and Onyx. Ideally, this task should have been Cynthia's responsibility, but Subai took it upon himself. At that moment, Cynthia, adorned in a sleek black swimsuit with her hair tied back, was frolicking in the pool with Pikachu and Totodile. Under the shimmering lights, Milotic gracefully emerged from the water, exuding elegance and beauty that rivaled that of any Milotic. Seeing Pikachu enjoying itself so thoroughly, Eevee cautiously approached the water's edge, tapping a paw before quickly retreating. Come now, do not be afraid. Cynthia opened her arms, gently encouraging Eevee. The two rabbits watched, parched with anticipation, while Garchomp, appreciating Subai's efforts in preparing a sand bath for it that late evening, ignored Subai's gaze. Encouraged by Cynthia, Eevee leaped into her embrace, gradually acclimating to the water, and together with Pikachu, clung to the neck of Milotic, joyfully riding the waves. On the opposite side of the pool, Arcanine frolicked, splashing about without fear of the water, thanks to its dragon-type heritage, reveling in the merriment. Lucario sat aloof at the pool's edge, ever ready to assume the role of a lifeguard, unfazed by the droplets that splashed upon it. After having her fill of play, Cynthia slowly ascended the steps, and Gengar approached with its little hands, draping a blanket over her. Gengar, thank you, Cynthia replied, accepting the blanket and draping it around herself. Meanwhile, Subai had finished preparing the sand bath for Garchomp and was sipping on a pineapple juice. Noticing Cynthia's arrival, he turned to pour her a glass. Cynthia extended her hand to receive the juice, her gaze drifting to Subai's slightly flushed ears, causing her own cheeks to redden. Do I look good? Oh no. Yet another round of Cynthia's charm offensive. Subai couldn't help but swallow hard and glanced at the pool. Pikachu, Eevee, Totodile, come up now, enough playing. Milotic has a battle tomorrow, and you too, Arcanine, should stop your antics. Arcanine swiftly swam to Milotic's side, while Pikachu and Eevee leaped onto Arcanine's back, being carried back to the shore, and Totodile swam directly back. Cynthia, aware of Subai's attempt to shift the topic, chose not to confront him, and quickly made her way barefoot back to the bedroom, her long, fair legs glowing. Subai rubbed his slightly itchy nose and returned to the guest room under the curious gazes of the Pokémon. The following morning, after breakfast, staff from the Champion League Affairs Bureau arrived to escort them. Upon reaching the court stadium, the vehicle drove deep inside, where the staff guided Cynthia and Subai to the grand conference room. Inside, apart from a few staff members, there were 3 individuals. Seated in the main position was the venerable Damaranch, known for his long legs. To his left sat 2 sturdy men. The foremost, clad in a long robe and adorned with a necklace of 6 Pokeballs, had fiery red hair styled to resemble the wings of a moth. His physique robust and hairy. He was none other than Alder, the champion of the Unova region. Beside Alder sat a burly man with short golden hair and a dark complexion, dressed in a vest, possessing a head as large as a cauldron, hands like frying pans, and muscles resembling rock. His golden eyebrows marked him as the apprentice of Alder and the fighting-type champion of the Unova region, Marshall. Upon Cynthia's entrance, all 3 stood, with Damaranch extending a friendly hand first. Welcome, Miss Cynthia. We are delighted to have you here at the Quartz Plateau. The competition begins in an hour, and the audience has already gathered, eagerly anticipating your high-caliber match against Mr. Alder. Thank you, Mr. Damaranch, and I look forward to your guidance as well, Mr. Alder. Cynthia greeted Damaranch with enthusiasm, her words impeccably chosen. Although champions from various regions hold esteemed positions, Cynthia, being a newly crowned champion, had yet to establish her formidable reputation, lacking the experience and credentials of the seasoned champions. Especially outside the Sinnoh region, Cynthia's social standing was considerably inferior to that of Damaranch. Given his age, Damaranch's amiable demeanor was quite commendable. Subsequently, Cynthia was introduced to Ataku. Despite Ataku's reputation as a lecher, His character was generally commendable, though his lascivious tendencies remained unaltered. Seizing the opportunity during their handshake, his fingers lingered on Cynthia's delicate hand. Noticing this, Cynthia's expression soured as she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find the old rogue stubbornly holding on. One could only wonder if, after the battle, he would have the audacity to invite Miss Cynthia for coffee. At that moment, Subai approached swiftly, positioning himself naturally between Ataku and Cynthia, inadvertently nudging Ataku's hand away. "I wish to make final adjustments for my Garchomp," he stated. "Very well," Cynthia replied, managing to extricate herself from the unwelcome grasp, and she turned to join Subai in a corner of the conference room. Damaranch observed Subai with a slight smile before turning his gaze back to Cynthia. "Miss Cynthia? At the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor is Miss Joy's office." "Thank you, Mr. Damaranch, but my Pokémon is unharmed. So there is no need to trouble Miss Joy," Cynthia responded with a faint smile, acknowledging Damaranch's good intentions. Atticus scratched his head sheepishly, being aware of his own flaws. However, his lecherous nature was second nature to him, an involuntary trait he struggled to control. Yet, Lien Wu felt a tinge of displeasure. As a devoted disciple of Ataku, he was not pleased with Su Bai's interruption of his mentor. It was not that he believed Miss Cynthia was obliged to accept his teacher's goodwill, but Lien Wu could discern that Su Bai and Cynthia shared an unusual bond. This very realization fueled Lien Wu's discontent. What status did he possess to pursue a woman of such caliber as my mentor? As Lien Wu contemplated voicing his thoughts, he observed Su Bai retrieving a suitcase from his backpack. Upon opening it, a myriad of bottles and containers revealed themselves. Cynthia released her Garchomp, which, following a sand bath the previous night, appeared to be in excellent spirits. There were no secrets regarding the battle lineup, especially concerning the ace Pokémon, which every champion publicly disclosed. Adjustments were merely to fine-tune the condition of 1 or 2 key Pokémon. These items had been meticulously prepared by Su Bai in advance, with some nutritional supplements even exchanged from the system store just the night before. The suitcase, possessing a certain spatial capability, had been randomly acquired the previous night. Intended solely for the purpose of optimizing Garchomp's condition before the battle, Lien Wu, witnessing Su Bai finally conclude his preparations, was about to speak once more when he was once again captivated by the unfolding scene before him. Su Bai meticulously examined every inch of the fierce Garchomp. Lacking large-scale inspection equipment, his scrutiny was exceedingly tedious. Such an endeavor would likely irritate even the most docile of fairies. Yet, astonishingly, the ferocious Garchomp stood there quietly, as if it were Su Bai's Pokémon. "Very well, Garchomp, please use your sharp fins to secure victory for Sharona." Su Bai retrieved a stainless steel box from his suitcase, containing specially formulated energy cubes for Garchomp. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Lien Wu felt a twinge of displeasure, ready to voice his thoughts, but was halted by Adak. A connoisseur of the craft, Adak had risen from humble beginnings, having nurtured Pokémon on his own during his youth spent traveling. Thus, he recognized Su Bai's methods and capabilities at a glance. This young man's breeding skills were not inferior to his own. No, they were significantly superior, reflecting on a troubling matter that had recently plagued him. Adak adjusted his attire and approached with purpose. Sharona, seated on the sofa, watched with admiration as Su Bai busied himself for Garchomp. The thoroughness of Su Bai's preparations and his earlier declaration to secure victory for Sharona clearly indicated his heartfelt dedication. This deeply moved Sharona, as she felt enveloped by his genuine care and protection each time they interacted. Noticing Adak striding purposefully towards Su Bai, Sharona rose to her feet. "Mr. Adak, is there something you need?" "Miss Sharona, is this gentleman the Pokémon nutritionist you hired? I have a matter I wish to discuss with him." At that moment, Su Bai was preparing Pokémon food for Garchomp. As a powerful dragon-type Pokémon, Garchomp would benefit from a light meal before battle, enhancing its performance without hindering its agility. Adak, displaying sincerity, waited patiently until Su Bai completed his task before speaking again. "I have a Pokémon that I would like this gentleman to examine." "Apologies, but I only attend to Sharona's Pokémon," Su Bai replied, already aware of which Pokémon Adak was referring to, yet lacking interest. Adak himself was inconsequential, but both he and his Pokémon were aging and destined to be overshadowed by Alice. Thus, Su Bai preferred to remain uninvolved. Moreover, Adak's previous behavior further dissuaded him from engaging. "What? You insolent!" Lien Wu began, only to be interrupted by Adak. "Lien Wu, since this gentleman is unwilling, let us not intrude further. Miss Sharona, I look forward to our exciting battle on the field." With that, Adak turned and departed, Lien Wu casting a resentful glance before following suit. Once outside the conference room, Adak let out a heavy sigh. Alas, it seems this matter was ultimately impeded by such trivialities. "Master, why must you be so courteous to that young man? You do not understand." Adek shook his head and turned to seek Miss Joy for the final adjustments for his Pokémon. The age of his Blaziken weighed heavily on him. During recent training sessions, he could feel the decline in its physical prowess. Although Blaziken remained formidable, its vitality was evidently waning. In his quest to alleviate Blaziken's aging, ADEK had befriended numerous esteemed breeders, hoping to uncover remedies. Regrettably, the short lifespan of bug-type Pokémon was a common plight, leaving no solutions in sight. ADK recognized that. No matter how extraordinary Pokémon may be, they are not immune to the inevitabilities of aging and mortality. Even the most skilled breeders find themselves powerless when faced with a Pokémon that is destined to perish prematurely. Contemplating this, ADEK glanced at his apprentice, Lianwu. He feared that soon, the burdens of the Unova region would rest upon this young man's shoulders. As for the talented breeder he had encountered, he resolved to seek his assistance earnestly once the competition concluded. At such a tender age, this youth exhibited a proficiency rivaling that of master breeders, and considering his youth, he was barely in his 20s. Knowledge can be memorized, and with diligent study, even the not-so-bright can commit it to memory. However, the ability to apply vast amounts of knowledge with dexterity is a rare gift, complemented by the finesse that can only be cultivated through extensive practice, something even a lifetime of training might not yield, as evidenced by this young man's exceptional skill. There was undoubtedly something intriguing and unconventional about him. Individuals with such unique talents often bring forth delightful surprises. Time flew by swiftly, and within an hour, the spotlight, host, and guest commentators were all set. As news of the impending match spread, the audience erupted into excitement, transforming the venue into a jubilant sea of joy. Amidst the applause and cheers, ADEK and Cynthia made their entrances. According to the draw results, ADEK was to send out his Pokémon first. Go Bufflet. ADEK opted not to unleash his ace, Blaziken, immediately, but instead summoned Bufflet. Cynthia, too, refrained from sending out her Garchomp right away. Let the battle commence with true fervor. Lucario. Lucario crouched on the battlefield, then stood tall, its gaze piercing as it fixated on the Bufflet before it. Bufflet. The Pokémon huffed, its front hooves anxiously scraping the ground. As a fellow champion-level Pokémon, it sensed the formidable strength of its opponent. However, Bufflet was known for its tenacity and refusal to concede. The powerful aura radiating from Lucario only served to ignite its fierce fighting spirit. With ADEK's Bufflet taking the lead, he seized the initiative in the battle. Bufflet, use head charge. Dodge. Can you truly evade? ADK smiled faintly, recognizing that Cynthia, as a junior champion, was still quite inexperienced. No matter how agile Lucario was, the battlefield had its limits. Once Bufflet surged forward, where could Lucario possibly escape? Yet, in the following moment, Lucario's actions left ADK astounded. Lucario did not perform any grand maneuvers, but merely shifted its stance slightly, using its agility to evade the direct assault like a matador sidestepping a charging bull. Now, Lucario had fully aligned itself with the onslaught of the Bufflet. Chapter 135, Cynthia's Triumph. After evading Bufflet's attack, the scales of victory had decidedly tipped in Cynthia's favor. Bufflet exerted all its might in an attempt to dislodge Lucario, yet Lucario clung tenaciously to Bufflet's explosive horn. Bufflet unleashed Earthquake. With its front hooves raised high, it came crashing down, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. This maneuver was remarkably astute. Should Lucario not release its grip, enduring an earthquake at such proximity would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. Revive. Cynthia's command was resolute. Rather than having Lucario evade, she directed it to execute Revive. Despite the agony wrought by the earthquake, Lucario's arms glowed with a brilliant light as it hoisted Bufflet and hurled it away. With a resounding crash, Bufflet succumbed to defeat. Lucario swayed, painfully extracting an orange belt from its waist. This impressive belt had enabled Lucario to withstand the earthquake at such close range, preserving a sliver of vitality to stage a counterattack. The court stadium lacked private luxury boxes. Thus, Subai occupied a standard spectator seat, naturally among Cynthia's admirers. Witnessing Lucario's initial victory, Subai nodded with a smile, leveraging the belt's momentum and then resorting to Revive in a desperate bid. This was the strategy of the Cheshire army, perfectly replicated by Cynthia at Court Stadium. My little cabbage is truly clever, truly deserving of being the champion of Sinnoh. A dyke recalled Bufflet. However, I too am a champion of the Unova region. It would deeply trouble me to be looked down upon by you. Go forth, artificial cell egg. As the Pokeball opened, an artificial cell egg emerged. A dyke, a rugged yet meticulous man, would not be led astray by Cynthia. Deploying the artificial cell egg was his means of regaining control over the battle. You can either recall Lucario and relinquish the initiative or continue battling, directly knocking your Lucario out of the arena. The choice is yours. Cynthia withdrew Lucario, and Subai pondered, before both spoke in unison, Florges. The unfolding events were precisely as a dyke had anticipated. As Florges was summoned, the peculiar light from the artificial cell egg flickered in front of Florges' face, causing it to sway into a state of confusion. Cynthia appeared somewhat flustered, issuing 3 consecutive commands for Florges to use Dark Pulse. However, one Dark Pulse was successfully defended against, while the other 2 were thwarted by confusion, resulting in self-inflicted harm. Moreover, the artificial cell egg inflicted a severe poison upon Florges. The toxin relentlessly suppressed Florge's health, once again tilting the scales of victory towards a dike. Even the commentator remarked that Florge's was in peril. Cynthia stamped her foot, her face flushed with frustration. I refuse to believe this. Florge's, Dark Pulse. Defend. This time, Dark Pulse was indeed executed. Yet it was once more intercepted by the opposing Dark Pulse. The toxin once again erodes the vitality of the crustacean Pokémon, its life force dwindling perilously low. In this moment, Cynthia's expression remains remarkably serene, sharing the burden of suffering. As the chaotic effects dissipate, the crustacean Pokémon beams with a smile, its fan-like body contracting swiftly to envelop the artificial cell egg. Once the crustacean Pokémon releases the artificial cell egg, its state appears significantly diminished. Yet the crustacean Pokémon seems rejuvenated. Return, artificial cell egg. Go forth, red-faced dragon. Adik recalled the red-faced dragon while Cynthia continued to deploy the crustacean Pokémon. Red-faced dragon, Dragon Claw. Although the crustacean Pokémon had regained some health through shared suffering, its condition remained far from optimal. With a swift strike, the red-faced dragon's claw landed upon the crustacean Pokémon, which did not even attempt to evade, enduring the attack unflinchingly. Mutual demise. Upon hearing Cynthia's command, the crustacean Pokémon let out a sinister chuckle, followed by a shiver. The red-faced dragon, witnessing this bizarre spectacle, also trembled, as if all its strength had been drained, leaving it incapacitated for battle. Both Pokémon fell simultaneously. Adik, perplexed by Cynthia's strategy, wondered what she was thinking. She must be aware that he still possessed a double dozen ice Pokémon and the formidable Repair Elder. Why would she so readily abandon her defensive shield? Go forth. Fire God Moth. Making its debut, the Great Rock Serpent emerged. Subai, seated in the audience, nodded, sensing the outcome was already determined. The result of the match aligned with Subai's predictions. Though Cynthia had relinquished her defensive Pokémon, the crustacean Pokémon had successfully taken out the red-faced dragon, rendering its sacrifice strategically significant. Before the imposing figure of the Great Rock Serpent, even the Fire God Moth's mightiest assaults would struggle to inflict decisive damage. And this particular Great Rock Serpent proved to be far more resilient than the average. Adik was left with no choice but to summon the Repair Elder. While formidable, the Repair Elder posed no threat to the fierce Bite Land Shark, which could confidently dance in the air, unleashing an earthquake to eliminate the Repair Elder. Facing Adik's remaining double dozen ice and Fire God Moth, the fierce Bite Land Shark required only an earthquake to secure victory. As for the unaffected artificial cell egg, it remained in a weakened state. Cynthia triumphed effortlessly, upholding her status as the goddess of battle. At noon, Cynthia declined the banquet arranged by the Quartz Plateau, choosing instead to depart with Subai to her villa in the Evergrande city. Subai prepared a lavish feast, and particularly the 3-layered ice cream cake in the center caught Cynthia's eye, prompting her to express her desire to linger for a few days and finish the cake before returning to Sinnoh. In truth, while the cake was substantial, the abundance of Pokémon at home would ensure it would be devoured long before the next day if each shared a piece. Cynthia merely sought an excuse to spend more time with Subai. Although Subai was supposed to return to school the following day, he had taken a leave of absence to extend his stay in Kanto. As their time together lengthened, both found comfort in each other's company. Cynthia, congratulations on your victory. Subai raised his can of cola as Sharona flashed a mischievous smile. With Uncle Chi absent, you could indulge in a bit of wine. I wouldn't tell anyone. No. My tolerance is quite poor. I become rather peculiar after a few drinks, Subai pleaded repeatedly. Sharona nodded, abandoning her attempts to persuade him to drink. Thank you, Xiaosu. If it weren't for you, my victory wouldn't have been so effortless. What is there to thank me for? Although, I do genuinely appreciate your support, he replied. Sharona tilted her head thoughtfully. How about we engage in a battle to demonstrate my gratitude? That won't be necessary. Let us save our duel for the day I challenge the Sinnoh League. Subai suggested. Sharona agreed, promising that she would defend her title as champion of the Sinnoh League until he was ready to challenge her. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, the two decided to explore and set their sights on Wukong City, where they would spend the night, especially since Sharona owned a villa there. Chapter 136. Delving into the lair, Sharona rode her Garchomp, while Subai mounted his Braviary, and within less than an hour, they arrived in Wukong City. Today, Sharona donned an outfit she rarely wore, a white short-sleeved shirt paired with denim jeans, her signature golden locks concealed beneath a hat, effectively disguising her identity. Upon reaching Wukong City, they first deposited Garchomp and Braviary at the Pokémon Center before heading directly to Wukong Department Store. The department store was no longer the secret stronghold of Team Rocket, so Subai had no reservations about entering. Moreover, being with Sharona offered him an immense sense of security. Girls, regardless of their status, exude vitality when shopping. Once inside the department store, Sharona transformed into a whirlwind of energy, not only shopping for herself, but also frequently selecting outfits for Subai to try on. Fortunately, Subai's appearance was quite commendable. He looked handsome in whatever he wore. In addition to clothing for herself, Sharona purchased numerous gifts for their Pokémon, including a new chew toy for Pikachu, colorful ribbons and grooming cream for Eevee, and a giant food bowl for Arcanine, just as they were reveling in their shopping spree. A bespectacled girl, dressed as a student, approached Sharona and whispered, "Sister, you are so beautiful." "Thank you. You are quite lovely yourself," Sharona replied, causing the girl to blush slightly. "You resemble my sister a bit. Her birthday is coming up, and I want to choose a dress for her. Since your figures are similar, could you help me try something on?" This request made Sharona glance at Subai, her expression hidden beneath her mask reflecting a hint of hesitation. Subai gently patted her shoulder. "If you wish to help, then go ahead." "All right," Sharona said enthusiastically, as assisting with such a minor matter posed no issue at all. However, before she departed, Subai discreetly grasped her hand for a moment. Sharona playfully scolded him before following the girl. Just moments later, Subai sensed someone approaching from behind, and as he turned, a sharp object pressed against his waist. "Little brat, long time no see." Xiao Sanlang pressed closely behind Subai, his tone laden with a teasing menace. "You've thrown me into prison. This time, the tables have turned. Xiao San, it seems you remember after all. I am Xiao Sanlang." He brandished a weapon menacingly towards Subai. "Shall we go? Our boss awaits." "And what if I refuse to accompany you?" Subai did not turn around, and Xiao Sanlang let out a mocking laugh, cautioning him against any tricks. Xiao Sanlang warned Subai not to expect champion Sharona to come to his rescue. She was likely preoccupied with her own troubles. With a sigh, Subai acknowledged that Xiao Sanlang was merely a minor player in this game, choosing not to dispute him, and thus complied, following Xiao Sanlang forward. The two made their way slowly to the stairwell where Xiao Sanlang felt along a wall, discovering a hidden compartment by the windowsill. He reached inside and pressed a mechanism. With a resounding bang, a concealed door swung open, and Xiao Sanlang shoved Subai inside. After traversing the dark passage for a minute and rounding several corners, Subai found himself thrust into an office. A balding, red-haired old man clad in a lab coat sat in an executive chair, engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Subai, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Subai immediately recognized him as Dr. Nambua. For Xiao Sanlang and Yamadu were devoted followers of this mastermind behind Team Rocket. Apart from Sakaki, they answered solely to Dr. Nambua's commands. The ensuing conversation confirmed Subai's assessment. "Xiao San, well done." Dr. Nambua, I am Xiao Sanlang." "It is Dr. Nambua." Observing their mutual misaddressing, Subai shook his head. "With minds like yours, perhaps you should refrain from undertaking missions." Dr. Nambua paid no heed to Subai's derision, lighting a cigarette. "There is an old saying in your Dragon Kingdom. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Though I do not grasp its meaning. I have summoned you to inquire about certain matters, and I hope for your cooperation. If you do not understand, then spare me the pretentiousness, Dr. Pumpkin. It is Dr. Nambua." Dr. Nambua momentarily lost his composure, soon realizing Subai's intentional provocation. "Young man, it appears you have yet to grasp your position. I advise you to temper your audacity." Dr. Nambua turned on his computer, a lecherous grin adorning his face. "Your only hope lies with that champion, does it not? She has been lured into a changing room by my associates, where a silent release of hypnotic gas will ensure she enjoys a deep slumber. Are you not concerned that Sharona will seek retribution for your treachery against her? So her name is Sharona? A true beauty indeed. Fear not, she will not find us. However, I am rather eager to witness her sleeping posture. Given your unique relationship with her, I would extend an invitation for you to join me, Doctor." Nambua's words faltered abruptly as the surveillance revealed that Sharona was absent from the changing room. Only Yamadu, disguised as a female student and sporting a battered visage, remained. "How can this be? Xiao San, quickly, take this boy away." "Yes, Dr. Nan." At this moment, Xiao Sanlang dared not correct Dr. Nambua's misnomer, as the latter shouted, "It is Dr. Nambua. Hurry." "Understood." Xiao Sanlang clutched Subai's collar, preparing to escort him away. In the next instant, a layer of protective green light enveloped Subai's body, and suddenly, a Gung-Gue appeared, casting hypnosis directly into Xiao Sanlang's face. Without so much as a whimper, Xiao Sanlang fell into unconsciousness. Dr. Nambua, being a clever individual, quickly realized he had fallen victim to Subai's cunning scheme and rushed to seize his briefcase hanging on the wall, which contained precious Pokeballs. Yet, Subai would not grant him such an opportunity. In a flash, his Rapidash burst forth from the Pokeball, letting out a fierce roar as it pounced upon Dr. Nambua, pinning one paw on his hand and the other on his back, with hot saliva dripping onto Nambua's face. "No, don't kill me," Dr. Nambua screamed, struggling in vain. The more he resisted, the more excited the dog became, opening its mouth wide to unleash a flame that singed the few remaining strands of hair on Nambua's head. Subai released his brave bird, instructing it to keep an eye on Xiao Sanlang, and with a smile, approached Dr. Nambua, placing a foot upon his face. "Picking eggplants. And you don't even check if you're old or young. Posturing? Keep posturing, then," Subai exclaimed, delivering a kick to Dr. Nambua. "You think you can gaze upon my wife's sleeping face? You old scoundrel, do you believe you can kidnap me with these two worthless fools at your command?" Do you take me for a Navi child? Regret flooded Nanbo's heart. For safety's sake, Team Rocket currently had two major strongholds, Sakake's Tokiwa Gym and the Yuhong department store where he resided. A spy from Team Rocket had reported that Su-bai and Sharona were in Yuhong City, prompting Sakaki to order the abduction of Su-bai at the earliest opportunity. Dr. Nanbo considered Su-bai merely a child and rejected Sakake's proposal to send Apollo. Now, however, he found himself a prisoner. Chapter 137. Lijia. Just as Dr. Nanbo prepared himself for his fate, Su-bai unexpectedly released him. You may go, old scoundrel. Let me go? Dr. Nanbo questioned, unsure if he had misheard, astonished that this young man would allow him to leave. Su-bai instructed Dr. Nanbo to inform Sakaki that if he wished to engage with Su-bai, his rank was insufficient. Any dialogue would require Sakaki himself to come and speak with Su-bai. Dr. Nanbo's beard quivered in indignation, feeling deeply insulted. Yet, as the saying goes, when under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. With a huff, Dr. Nanbo opened the hidden door and fled. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed from outside as Sharona, accompanied by her Garchomp, burst through the corridor. Without heeding the dust and debris around her, Sharona ran straight to Su-bai. Xiaosu, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? She grasped Su-bai's arm, inspecting him thoroughly before finally feeling relieved. From the moment the female student disguised as Yamato appeared, Sharona sensed something was amiss. Additionally, Su-bai had held her hand and subtly warned her to be cautious just before she departed. Sharona, ever vigilant, swiftly dealt with Yamato upon entering. After Yamato divulged everything, Sharona immediately rushed over with her Garchomp. Xiaosu, I am truly worried about you, she confessed. Sharona, so am I. I fear for your safety, Xiaobai replied, his heart heavy with apprehension. Regretting his decision to send Sharona ahead, he realized that while she was formidable, no one could guarantee absolute safety against those with malicious intent. Overcome with dread, he instinctively embraced Sharona. She, equally concerned for him, made no resistance to his embrace and reciprocated the gesture. In the dimly lit chamber, their proximity heightened their anxiety, breaths quickening and hearts racing. Just as the atmosphere became charged with tension, a coarse cough interrupted them. Xiaobai turned to see a burly man with red hair standing awkwardly at the door. Sharona's cheeks flushed, and she quickly disengaged from Xiaobai's embrace. Adake, how is it that a man of your age remains so oblivious to social nuances? Xiaobai exclaimed. Wait, Mr. Adake, what brings you here? Ah, it's a long story, Adake stammered, when suddenly a rotund mall manager burst in, flanked by 4 or 5 security guards. What is going on? Who are you? Control the situation immediately, he commanded, but abruptly halted mid-sentence upon recognizing them. The esteemed champion of Sinnoh, Miss Sharona, and champion of Unova, Mr. Adake, he exclaimed in astonishment. Though unaware of the third individual's identity, he surmised that anyone capable of commanding a Zygarde was no ordinary person. Could he possibly be a scion of the Junsha family? Stay calm. It's imperative not to panic now, Adake advised. Gentlemen, I must apologize. May I ask for an explanation? Sir, I believe it is you who should be providing an explanation. Your department store has uncovered a secret hideout of Team Rocket, along with their high-ranking officials. I trust Miss Junsha will be here shortly for you to explain this matter to her, Xiaobai asserted. Before he could finish, the manager fainted, failing to question the assertion regarding Team Rocket's presence in their store. Feeling a bit awkward, Xiaobai glanced at the unconscious manager and then back at Adake. Mr. Adake, you must have received intel about Team Rocket being here, which is why you came to apprehend them, correct? Thank you for your assistance. I shall take my leave with Sharona now. Farewell. With that, Xiaobai grasped Sharona's hand and fled the Yuhong department store, leaving Adake bewildered in the wind. Well, since I need something from Xiaobai, I should seize this opportunity to flatter him, Adake thought, a smile creeping onto his face as he dutifully monitored the approaching security staff and manager. After escaping from the department store, Xiaobai and Sharona made their way to Lijia's perfume shop. Just as they were selecting fragrances, a woman clad in a kimono and wooden clogs appeared behind them. Welcome. How may I assist you? As Su-bai turned around, he recognized the visitor as the proprietor of the perfume shop, Lijia, the gym leader of Yuhong Dojo. Cynthia also recognized Lijia, and the two exchanged friendly handshakes. Cynthia's grandmother, Professor Mustard, is an archaeology professor at Yuhong University, and during her childhood, Cynthia frequently accompanied her grandmother to Yuhong City, where she had met Lijia numerous times. Although their relationship was not as close as with Karuna, they were indeed friends. Upon noticing Su-bai, Lijia paused momentarily before bowing slightly. Miss Cynthia, and Mr. Su-bai, son of the esteemed Su-ja. It is an honor to have you grace my humble establishment, she remarked. Miss Lijia, you are too kind, Su-bai responded promptly, though he found it peculiar. Lijia, despite being older than both Cynthia and himself, was still in her 20s. Professor Mustard had once mentioned that Su-bai's father, back in the day, had spied on Lijia while she was bathing during an exchange program at Yuhong University alongside Chi Shijun. How could that be? The timeline simply did not align. Could it be that his father was so audacious as to not spare even a child? Such inquiries were clearly inappropriate to voice. So Subai opted for a more subtle approach. Miss Lijia, are you acquainted with my father? Of course, Lijia replied with a gentle smile, guiding Cynthia and Subai to a more private corner where she briefly elaborated on the connection between their families. Although Lijia referred to Subai's father as senior, it was merely a gesture of courtesy as they were both students of Wukong University. In truth, Subai's father, Suzha, and Lijia's mother were classmates. With Lijia's mother also having been a student at Wukong University, realization dawned upon Subai. It was his father's indiscretion that had involved Lijia's mother. It is a rare occasion for you both to visit. What fragrance do you fancy? I would be delighted to gift you one. That is too generous of you. Cynthia politely declined Lijia's offer. However, Miss Lijia, would it be possible for you to engage in a gym battle with Mr. Subai? Certainly, but if I recall correctly, according to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, Mr. Subai is still a student, yes? The rules of Wukong Dojo stipulate a 2v2 format. Is Mr. Subai amenable to this? Not a problem. He recently obtained his official qualification as a gym trainer. Cynthia interjected on Subai's behalf. Subai had no objections. He understood that Cynthia was looking out for his best interests. The East Huang Alliance Conference in the Dragon Kingdom was set to commence after New Year's Day. Just before the Spring Festival, with only 3 months remaining, Subai had quite a lot to accomplish. Presently, he possessed only 4 badges, one of which was from the secondary ranked Jinyuan Gym. According to regulations, gym trainers could begin to intensify their training upon acquiring their 5th badge. Subai aimed to secure the remaining 4 badges within the next 2 months, making the timeline rather tight. Thus, every opportunity to strengthen himself was invaluable. Chapter 138. Wukong Dojo. Although the Rainbow Badge from Wukong Dojo held no official weight within the Dragon Kingdom, it could still be exchanged for academic credits at school. Furthermore, according to Subai's plan, he intended to challenge the Kanto Alliance next year, where the gym badges would remain valid for 2 years. Therefore, pursuing this battle was indeed a wise decision. Lijia nodded, rising gracefully to her feet. I understand, please follow me. Thank you. Subai nodded, taking Shiren's hand as they followed Lijia into the battle arena. Lijia, a teacher at Wukong University, was surrounded by numerous students who had come to assist or show support. Upon witnessing the scene, they all chattered excitedly, expressing their admiration. Shiren felt a bit shy, but remembering they were in someone else's domain, she unconsciously adopted a more gracious demeanor, exuding an air of elegance and poise. Subai observed this fleeting transformation in Shiren with a soft chuckle. Who says women adorn themselves solely for the pleasure of men? Clearly, they also do so for the sake of competition. Even Shiren was not exempt from such social customs. Feeling Subai's laughter directed at her, Shiren pinched his palm with her fingers. Though the closeness he exhibited in the presence of other beautiful women brought her a subtle sense of joy. Could this be what the young girls of Longwa refer to as a sense of security? Upon reaching the battlefield, Lijia took her place as the gym leader and bowed gracefully. Since Mr. Subai has become an official trainer, it must be a 3-on-3 battle. Very well, no problem. Subai realized that the previous rule of 2 Pokémon was a misunderstanding on Lijia's part, as she thought she only had 2 Pokémon to manage. If Subai possessed more than 2, it would indeed be a 3-on-3 match. Welcome to the Wukong Gym. I shall send forth my first Pokémon, Oddish. Lijia released a level 24 Oddish, while Subai sent out his EV. Although the little EV was slightly lower in level than Oddish, it was certainly capable of putting up a fight. There was no rule at Wukong Gym granting the challenger the first move. Lijia decided to take the initiative. Oddish. Use Acid. EV. Use Swift. EV's eyes emitted 2 beams of colorful light, which pierced through the acid and struck Oddish directly. The Psychic-type move proved remarkably effective against the Poison type, causing Oddish to emit a muffled sound and lose its ability to battle. Even Lijia was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this seemingly young EV to possess such formidable combat prowess. Subai smiled lightly. Was the over 200 special attack base stat merely a jest? You've done well, Oddish. Lijia recalled Oddish, casting an intrigued glance at Subai. No wonder he was a newcomer trainer capable of earning 4 badges in Longwa. For his second Pokémon, she sent forth Gloom. Come back, EV. Subai returned EV and sent out his Brave Bird. Lijia furrowed her brow slightly. This Brave Bird was of a notably high level, far beyond what a newcomer trainer should possess. Realizing this, she glanced at Shiren. Assuming the Brave Bird had been a gift from her. Sister, are you spoiling him this much? Such indulgence 1T benefits Subai's growth. Shiren, noticing Lijia's expression, raised her hands innocently. Sister, this Brave Bird was indeed captured by him. While I did weaken it, it was Subai who threw the Pokeball. Lijia shot Shiren a skeptical look. Gloom, use Sleep Powder. With wings, the warrior eagle fanned the sleep powder back. Unable to endure the foul stench of the stinky flower any longer, it soared high into the sky upon receiving Subai's command, its wings flapping vigorously. The powerful gusts of wind swept the sleep powder and the noxious odor back towards the stinky flower's area. The stinky flower, unable to maintain its balance, was blown away by the fierce wind. In a flurry of aggression, the warrior eagle attacked with astounding speed, its sharp beak striking 3 times with precision, incapacitating the airborne Stinky Flower. Come back, you've worked hard, Stinky Flower, Li Jia called as she retrieved her Pokémon, her small fists clenched tightly. Oh, so this is how you wish to play? You bring over Pokémon of a much higher level to challenge me? Li Jia thought, pulling a Pokeball from her pocket. Go, Venusaur. With a resounding crash, the massive Venusaur landed, causing the ground to tremble slightly. This Venusaur appeared to be exceptionally well trained and of a notably high level, at least level 50. Subai even checked the Pokédex, confirming that this Venusaur was indeed level 52 and weighed nearly 100 pounds more than other Venusaur. Not only was it adept at moves like Poison Guard, Root, and Growth, but it also mastered powerful techniques such as Solar Beam, Synthesis, and Seed Bomb. This Venusaur was likely one of Li Jia's main forces. Now, this is serious, Subai said, recalling the warrior eagle. He patted the Pikachu on his shoulder. Pikachu, I'll rely on you. Pikachu nodded and leaped onto the battlefield with a few quick bounds. Li Jia was even more displeased. The electric type was not particularly effective against grass types, especially against a final evolution like Venusaur. Although you have 3 Pokémon, and I have only 1, sending out a Pikachu shows how little you think of me. Venusaur, bind it with Vine Whip. Pikachu run. Subai noticed Li Jia's expression and realized she underestimated Pikachu's prowess, so he commanded Pikachu to increase its speed. After several turns, Pikachu's speed surged, and it executed a quick iron tail, causing Venusaur to shake its head in confusion. Li Jia began to sense something was amiss. Venusaur, use Frenzy Plant. Venusaur glowed green, its feet firmly planted on the ground as numerous thick thorns erupted from the earth, striking towards Pikachu. However, Pikachu had already become remarkably fast, effortlessly dodging the attack. Pikachu unleashed Iron Tail. Another Iron Tail struck Venusaur's face. Having just used Frenzy Plant, Venusaur found itself momentarily unable to move and was dealt a solid blow from Pikachu's tail. While it seemed the battle was heavily in Subai's favor, Cynthia in the audience shook her head. Fool, that's a trap. Simultaneously, Subai also sensed that something was off. The purpose of Frenzy Plant was not to damage Pikachu, but to disrupt the battlefield. The once even terrain had become uneven due to the effects of Frenzy Plant, making it difficult for Pikachu to leverage its speed advantage. In this uneven arena, Pikachu would inevitably suffer from the moment it stepped forward. Li Jia offered a subtle smile. Venusaur, unleash your toxic. Pikachu, use your tail as a spring. Venusaur expelled a thick plume of purple venom, while Pikachu sprang high into the air, using its tail as a spring. This spectacle left everyone utterly astonished. Could it be played this way? Chapter 139. Happiness atop the snow-capped Tian Crown Mountain, adorned in a silvery cloak of frost. Subai donned a deep blue formal attire, cradling a bouquet of flowers, and sneezed. What were you thinking? Why choose such a place? It wasn't my choice. It was your family as Sharona who selected this location. The other party, dressed in a dark navy suit, held a bouquet as well. The bouquets differed. Subai's was predominantly roses with a touch of clivia, while the other featured roses complemented by carnations. A colossal alpaca phantom soared through the air, showering the gathering with delicate snowflakes as a blessing. 2 men stood, one shielding with the power of Eternatus, and the other with the might of Mega Evolution, creating a barrier against the cold, yet the snow continued to fall upon their heads. Guests were seated in groups according to their regions: Dragon Country, Kanto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar, with the seats from Dragon Country, Kanto, Sinnoh, and Kalos being relatively closer to the front. However, no one was concerned about the seating arrangement. Most attendees were gym leaders, champions, and elite trainers from various regions, all extending their heartfelt congratulations to the couple. Wang Daling was in charge of collecting red envelopes, while Xiaomao kept track of the gifts. The Team Rocket trio, donned in waiter uniforms, busily prepared steaming hot pots for each table. The cadre and the young one from Dragon Country are getting married today. We must lend our support. Indeed, for the cadre and for the young one from Dragon Country. Such a delightful atmosphere. Tian Tong and Heiderloit were also assisting with the preparations. Heiderlon had intended to create several welcoming and service robots, but Subai urgently halted the idea. Sakamoto sat in a corner with several generals from Team Rocket when a man with red hair approached, holding a glass. Care to join us? It's quite serene here. The man was Yulong Du, who, upon hearing this, settled beside Sakamoto and raised his glass. Sakamoto smiled faintly and clinked his glass with Du-S. As more guests arrived at Tian Crown Mountain, the ambience grew increasingly lively. Guests are always welcome, Subai thought, his face nearly frozen in a smile. The other groom mirrored his sentiment, bending so low he seemed about to break. Ash and Brock anxiously glanced at their watches, and as the hand struck 10 o'clock, Ash threw a Pokeball. Garchomp, you're the one. Draco Meteor. Garchomp leaped to the ground, its jaws wide open, unleashing a torrent of stars. With this unconventional display of fireworks, Chi City's army, Professor Oak, Granny Yuki, Dr. Kaizen, and others approached. They were the parents of the newlyweds. The hosts were Miss Yuka from Sinnoh and Professor Fatum from the Kalos region. Dr. Yamanashi, adorned with the flowers of the officiant, sat to the side. 3 figures soared from the distance, a flower-clad Garchomp, Lugia, along with Latios and Latias. The 4 Pokémon, lead Airwing, followed by the formidable Salamence. The clever Honchkrow, the majestic Dragonite, the valiant Braviary, the enchanting Swablu, 2 Togekiss, Pidgeot, and the fossil Aerodactyl, formed a circle around the scene. A grand flower cart, drawn by the fiery Rapidash and 2 swift Houndoom, was flanked by 2 Lucarios standing guard as loyal sentinels. The bridesmaids, dressed elegantly, included Misty, May, Dawn, Water Lily Mao, and Lily, who surrounded the 2 brides. On the left, Cynthia donned a stunning wedding gown, with her protector, the sturdy Dragapult, by her side. On the right, Callum wore a beautiful wedding dress as well, accompanied by his guardian, the graceful Gardevoir. The flower girl, dressed cutely, sat joyfully between the 2 brides. Upon the arrival of the flower cart, Su-Bai and the other groom stepped forward simultaneously, each cradling his bride in his arms. Both couples, adorned with snow-like blossoms, embodied the essence of eternal love. Hundreds of Pokémon encircled the venue, unleashing their unique moves into the sky, creating a dazzling display reminiscent of fireworks and firecrackers. With the groomsmen, consisting of Akihiko, Shinji, Aoki, Kachi, and Kohei, alongside the bridesmaids who had made an earlier appearance, the 2 grooms led their brides to the stage. Pikachu! Sylveon! Cried Pikachu and Sylveon as they hurriedly brought the rings to the front, presenting them to Su-Bai and the other groom. After the vows, ring exchange, and a kiss, Professor Oak bestowed his blessings upon the newlyweds. The result? Let the feast begin. Cynthia and Callum retreated to the flower cart to change outfits, while Su-Bai took a moment to post on social media. Compared to the other groom, Su-Bai's personality was more exuberant and flamboyant. Let's go, the other groom urged, pulling Su-Bai along. Time to toast, stop playing on your phone. All right, I know, I'm just posting. There are so many rules, Su-Bai replied. You have fewer rules. Yet hardly any guests showed up for your wedding. Brother, heed my advice. One should not be overly ostentatious. The other groom playfully ruffled Su-Bai's hair, akin to teasing a younger sibling. In this moment, aside from their beloveds, these 2 were indeed the closest of friends. Su-Bai pouted defiantly. What's wrong with being flamboyant? My wife is Cynthia, and I also have Callum. The 2 friends, each unwilling to yield, set off to toast. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Magic City, Rin Xiaoyi stood atop a high tower. Her exquisite features appeared slightly pale and worn, a result of the ghostly energy coursing within her. Yet her blood-red lips hinted at her vitality. The emanating ghostly energy enveloped her in a pale purple mist, and her flowing hair danced without wind, adding an air of aloofness to the delicate beauty. This was a unique trait of ghost-type trainers. The warm winter sun cast a golden hue over the city, illuminating the bustling park in the distance, where fountains sparkled with colors and children engaged in Pokémon battles on the open ground. Such beauty, however, failed to capture Rin Xiaoyi's attention. At that moment, she clutched her phone tightly, her pale fingers betraying a heart far less tranquil than her expression suggested. In the glow of a mobile screen, there appeared the cherished moments of a friend. A photograph captured secretly between Su-Bai and Sharona revealed Su-Bai, adorned with a blanket of snow, standing beside the rosy-cheeked Sharona. Together they stood upon a stage, enveloped in bliss, pledging their vows for eternity. The background was filled with familiar faces, including Su-Bai's Pokémon. Pikachu frolicked playfully in the snow with Sharona's Glacian, while Torterra rested serenely in a snow-free area, allowing Lucario to gently prune the withered leaves from its back, displaying a look of contentment. Porygon-Z perched atop Torterra, meticulously grooming its feathers, while Arcanine rolled joyfully in the snow. Su-Bai's eyes were solely fixated on Sharona, his face radiating a smile that no one else had ever witnessed. Accompanying the image was the caption, "In this life, what I cherish most are you and the Pokémon." The Pokeball at Rin Xiaoyi's waist stirred, and the Snow Maiden sprang forth. The Snow Maiden approached Rin Xiaoyi gently, her eyes filled with concern despite her inability to speak. Both Ghost-type and Psychic-type Pokémon were deeply attuned to their trainers' emotions, often more sensitive to negative feelings. "I'm fine," Rin Xiaoyi reassured, tenderly patting the Snow Maiden's head. She turned her gaze to the distance and suddenly recalled something, her eyes brightening. "Snow Maiden, use Icy Wind." Upon hearing her trainer's command, the Snow Maiden waved her hand, unleashing the icy gust. After enduring numerous trials, Rin Xiaoyi's elite team had already touched the threshold of championship, and any minor skill from her Pokémon could alter the weather of an entire city. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, ominous winds howled, and soon the sky began to shower down snowflakes. Even in winter, heavy snowfall was a rarity in Magic City, and the abrupt weather change drew countless onlookers, all bewildered by the sudden transformation from sunshine to snow, speculating if Articuno had flown by. Rin Xiaoyi paid little heed to the reactions of passers-by, standing quietly amidst the storm, allowing the snow to fall upon her. After a considerable time, her hair adorned with snowflakes, she finally exhaled a breath of satisfaction. This breath dissipated the turmoil within her heart, granting her release. "Let us go, Snow Maiden," as her words echoed. The colors of both trainer and Pokémon began to fade, gradually vanishing from the scene. Atop Tianguan Mountain, Subai was with Sharona, toasting to a gathering of guests. Ash was enjoying a meal with Shiba, while Brock and Liza discussed their own wedding plans. Baizé was being encouraged to drink by Zishang and Rumeng. Misty and Shui Lian engaged in a conversation about fishing and water-type Pokémon, while Nashi competed with Gardevoir. "Sharona, do you think this is a dream?" Subai asked with a hint of shyness. "To be honest, even after all this time, I still can't believe it." "Do not worry," Sharona replied, planting a heartfelt kiss on Subai. "This is not the end. You wouldn't want it to be, would you? Rest assured, it is merely the beginning." Subai clasped Sharona's hand tightly, gazing at the joyous crowd. "Thank you, everyone." The tale concludes. Thank you for your attention. If you enjoyed this, feel free to continue following our videos.